Arrogant, Homura couldn't hold back anymore and snapped. This was the first time anyone had dared to speak so disrespectfully in such a setting. Even the Uchiha clan in the past, no matter how proudful they are, had to swallow their pride in front of the high-ups. Could a mere former Kyuubi's Jinchuriki be more difficult to deal with than the unruly Uchiha clan? The problem is, Naruto is indeed more difficult to deal with. Naruto shot a glance at Homura and frowned in displeasure. He then cleared his throat and said, "So what? If the esteemed advisor has any complaints about me, you can file them with the Hokage's office after this meeting. As the clan head of the Uzumaki clan, I will handle them appropriately." He was the one who acted like a hooligan, yet now he is the one talking about reason. Homura was momentarily speechless, feeling utterly frustrated. He felt Naruto was too shameless, and dealing with him is just like dealing with Tsunade. "What clan head? You think you can be a clan head of a one-person clan?" Koharu voiced her dissatisfaction. As for the other minor high-ups in the room, they didn't dare to make a sound. When gods are fighting, it's best to watch from the sidelines and not recklessly get involved. After all, even though Tsunade remained silent, her gaze occasionally swept over everyone present. That feeling was terrifying, like being watched by a supreme deity, making them all tremble. A one-person clan? Naruto shifted in his seat, making himself more comfortable in the soft chair, and spoke up. "The way you're all talking makes me feel out of place, like I'm some kind of oddity here. But I'm sure you're not used to it either, tolerating an unknown tool speaking out like this. You are still putting on airs and acting superior. I am now one of the higher-ups, the clan head of the Uzumaki clan. You think it's insignificant because it's a one-person clan? Do I have to make a move and clash with you before you'll acknowledge it?" Koharu didn't say anything, her cloudy eyes simply staring at him with a cold glint. Naruto had always kept in mind what Tsunade had once told him. Status is never earned through reputation alone, it's fought for with power. He also knew that Tsunade had done her utmost to secure his entry into the higher-ups rank. Now that he no longer had the Kyuubi, if he wanted to solidify his position among the higher-ups, he would have to prove his worth. The higher-ups wanted a Jinchuriki with a symbolic title, then used Konoha's name to exploit him. Essentially, they still saw him as an accessory to the Kyuubi. Compared to the Kyuubi, the name Uzumaki Naruto held no value, and the higher-ups didn't even bother to acknowledge him. Offering him a nominal position among the higher-ups was like tossing Naruto a piece of candy in exchange for keeping the Jinchuriki obedient. To them, it was probably a worthwhile deal. But no one had anticipated that Naruto was no longer the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. All the compromises the higher-ups had made were based on the assumption that Naruto was still the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Now that this assumption no longer held, there was no way the higher-ups would treat him kindly. Naruto's choice to confront them at this critical juncture might seem unwise, but if he were to back down now, then Tsunade's guidance would have been for nothing. Who did they think they were? Sure, there were powerful individuals like Danzo among the higher-ups. However, this is a world where strength reigns supreme. The advisors were restrained by their dignity, so they were reluctant to personally handle village's affairs. Danzo, too, wouldn't lose his composure over a moment of anger. In front of these old foxes, Naruto had to display his edge to secure his position firmly. Tsunade had gotten him a ticket into the higher-ups, but she never said he had to settle for being just a figurehead. If previously, the key that allowed Naruto to enter this meeting room was the Kyuubi, then now, it was his own strength that validated his worth. A power independent of the Biju, this was only the tip of the iceberg of all the strength he possessed. In the conference room, most of the minor higher-ups instinctively stood up, with only Naruto and the four top leaders calmly seated in their chairs. Tsunade's gaze wasn't on him but passed through him to the minor higher-ups. Today's meeting was just a routine discussion, so most of the higher-ups close to the Hokage didn't show up. Everyone's eyes turned to Konoha's core leaders, the four top leaders. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Each of the minor higher-ups looked at Naruto with a mixture of fear and apprehension, unable to comprehend the situation. He lost the Biju but still being able to use its power? Has he turned into a monster? Have they merged? Clap, 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 clap. At the height of tension, slow applause echoed through the room, coming from the Hokage's seat. Danzo and the two advisors had no intention of speaking, as arguing back would only lower their stature. Arguing with Tsunade was acceptable, even clashing with other minor higher-ups was fine, but quarreling with a junior was a losing game. It doesn't matter how stiff the situation is. Anyway, Naruto is Tsunade's person, and Tsunade will definitely mediate. That's right, Tsunade would step in. When she felt it was the right moment, she stood up and clapped a few times with feigned enthusiasm. Tsunade was good at acting, her smile not quite reaching her eyes as she spoke. Naruto didn't look at her expression but focused on her eyes, detecting a hint of displeasure. His heart immediately skipped a beat, thinking, it's over. Once the meeting ended, I was done for. Konoha needs the strength of the new generation, and the matter of the Kyuubi will be set aside for now. Since one of our leaderships, Uzumaki Naruto, has the ability to take on significant responsibilities, it's a positive thing for the village. I am very pleased. Kakashi also took on the responsibility of being an Anbu commander at his age. I hope to see that. Tsunade's words consistently revolved around the village's interests, repeatedly tying Kakashi and Naruto together. She spoke of the village but never strayed far from the higher-ups loyal to the Hokage. Tsunade simply and skillfully glossed over the conflict, while at the same time, made Kakashi's presence more highlighted. With a wave of her hand, Tsunade hastily concluded the meeting. The room cleared and the conference room was soon empty. "You, come here." Tsunade waved at Naruto, and the room fell silent. Naruto was no longer as arrogant as before, and walked over obediently. He didn't dare to glance around, and stood there with his head down. "How long have you been hiding this from me?" "Not long, just a few months." Naruto looked like a man caught cheating by his wife, with his face pale at the moment. Even if Tsunade had asked him about the Kyuubi's whereabouts or the details of what happened, he wouldn't have been this nervous. But the moment she asked how long he had been hiding it, he knew he was in serious trouble, as it had become a matter of principle. "Not long, a few months isn't long?" Tsunade sat in her soft chair, her figure slender yet curvy, her alabaster-like hand resting on the table. Tap, tap. She tapped on the table twice out of habit, causing Naruto's back to straighten instantly. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Tsunade's expression darkened, looking genuinely angry. Looking at the tall boy in front of her, she felt complicated for a moment. "Well, the Kyuubi just disappeared suddenly, and I'm not entirely sure myself." Naruto awkwardly explained, knowing he couldn't reveal everything. Kyuubi had indeed disappeared, and as for the fact that it was hidden in a foxhound, he could just pretend that he didn't know. Even if he was accidentally exposed, he could just blame Kurama. He knew Tsunade didn't like beating around the bush, so he apologized honestly. "I should have told you earlier, not dragged it out until now." Upon hearing this, Tsunade frowned slightly, her figure half sunken into the soft chair. She wasn't entirely satisfied with Naruto's answer, but she still restrained her temper and said, "Don't keep things from me. If you think you can handle it, that's fine. But if not, don't push yourself too hard." After saying this, without waiting for Naruto to answer, Tsunade turned and walked away, her heels clicking crisply against the floor. Suddenly, Naruto was the only one left in the vast conference room. Thinking about Tsunade's words, he raised his eyebrows, feeling that he's really in trouble, as Tsunade was genuinely upset this time. Fortunately, he didn't dwell on it too much and shamelessly carried on with his plans. With a loud smack, he slapped his mission application on the desk at the mission assignment center and cleared his throat before saying, "I want to insert myself into this mission." The person in charge of the mission management department was a little old man wearing glasses as thick as the bottom of a beer bottle. He was so angry at Naruto's arrogant behavior that he almost had a fit. "This is a mission that will begin tomorrow. It's against the rules," the old man said. Naruto frowned, staring at the old man, and said with some displeasure, "Rules are made by people. Can't they be changed?" "They can't be changed." No, I mean, these rules were set by the Godem Hokage-sama." The old man had obviously also participated in the meeting just now, and was obviously a little scared. The Jinchuriki in front of him is no longer an ordinary Jinchuriki. He can still use his power without the Biju. In short, Naruto had become something too formidable to ignore. Having mere authority wasn't frightening. What was truly intimidating were those higher-ups with overwhelming power, standing at the pinnacle, like Konoha's 4 top leaders who looked down on everything. Naruto was now practically halfway into the ranks of the 4 top leaders. Why only halfway? Because his strength was already there, but his reputation wasn't enough. Unless he saved the entire world, even becoming Hokage was very unlikely. Luckily, his ambitions didn't lie in becoming Hokage, but more about enjoying life and indulging in pleasures. To put it simply, the fact that he lives in this body is a tragedy, as a symbol of righteousness forced upon him. While admirable qualities were imposed on him, he was ultimately not the real Naruto, and these noble traits weighed heavily on him, filling him with disdain. Tsunade hoped Naruto would face the world positively, aiming to lead him down a lively path filled with people, involving more and more individuals and intertwining their lives with him. The higher-ups, on the other hand, wanted him to be devoid of independent thought, utterly loyal to the village, crushing all other shinobi villages, and becoming a human weapon of immense deterrence. But what Naruto desired was to sweep through the shinobi villages, not in battle but among the village's women, intimidating the kunoichi of the shinobi world. His ideals had already deviated from the start, so it was destined that it would be impossible for Naruto to align with the higher-ups' vision. Although it was just a joke, as he really hadn't thought about choosing a specific life to live, his journey had been full of unexpected turns, surprising everyone, even Tsunade. He had his own way of living. If there were obstacles too difficult to overcome, he'd simply resort to brute force. The rules set by the Godem Hokage-sama, they do not allow sudden changes to missions. If adjustments must be made, they must be personally reviewed by her. the old man nervously added. Wait here. Naruto left a sentence, snatched up the mission application form, and set off to go through the proper channels. Naruto took 3 steps at a time up the staircase, reaching the top floor of the Hokage Tower in no time. Once there, he slowed his pace, cautiously approaching the door to the Hokage's office and peeking inside. Tsunade was working, and judging by her expression, she wasn't in a good mood. At the doorway, Naruto hesitated, unsure if he should enter. Shizune, walking down the hallway, noticed Naruto crouched and spying through the door, so she couldn't help but ask, Naruto, what are you? Well, now I had no choice but to go in. In the Hokage's office, Shizune came in and delivered some documents before promptly left. Tsunade lifted her head and frowned at Naruto, then asked unhappily, what do you need? I just need your stamp. Naruto nervously took out the application form. Tsunade glanced at it, thought for a moment, and then stamped it. She didn't give him much attitude and, after a few words of advice, sent him on his way. Back at the mission admission center, Naruto slapped the approved form onto the desk. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Naruto said unhappily, completely different from his humble appearance in the Hokage's office just now. Right away, right away. The old man had already left, leaving a girl in her early 20s to handle Naruto. She looked so flustered, as if she were a hostage being threatened. The process wasn't complicated, though Naruto didn't know what the old man had told her to make her so scared. Naruto curled his lips but said nothing. Once the paperwork was complete, he grabbed the mission assignment and headed off to report to Asuma. Nowadays, even the higher-ups have to do missions. What else was Naruto supposed to do? He was single and bored. Asuma, puffing on a cigarette, glanced repeatedly at the mission form, which was covered in approval stamps. Everything seemed in order, and there's no problem with the procedure. Still, Asuma couldn't help but wonder if Naruto had another motive for this. The cigarette embers glowed as Asuma took the final drag, then he looked up at Naruto and said, Naruto, could you please step out for a moment? This is a men's bathroom after all, and though you're a guy too, it's just… Cough cough. Naruto quickly backed out. When Asuma finally came out, the first thing he said was, come on, Uzumaki Naruto-sama. Let's go meet them together. Clearly, Asuma had heard about the meeting that morning. His playful tone was matched with a friendly pat on Naruto's shoulder. As the son of Sandame, Asuma was loyal to the Hokage's faction, so he didn't mind seeing Naruto rise in rank. Me too. Naruto blinked in confusion. Choji was stuffing the barbecue into his mouth, his tiny, beady eyes scanning the room before fixing on Naruto and Ino, who were seated across from him. Seriously, Naruto, that was pretty uncool of you. What do you mean uncool? Naruto spread his hands in mock innocence. The table was surrounded by his close friends. Naruto was sprawled out comfortably on the long sofa, his lanky frame relaxed. Ino sat beside him. Why didn't you tell us about something that big? Shikamaru chimed in, reclining on the sofa as well, sipping on a glass of watermelon juice. How can I explain this? I didn't even know what was happening myself. Naruto pouted and said, besides, it happened suddenly, and nothing bad came of it, right? Well, maybe it's not all bad now. At least we don't have to worry so much, Shikamaru said ambiguously, deliberately avoiding the topic of Jinchuriki. Ino remained unusually quiet, focused on mixing the sauces beside her. Clearly, the recent event was still fresh in their minds, but the group didn't linger on the topic from that morning and quickly shifted the conversation to their mission. Something's off. Why did you suddenly want to join this mission? Shikamaru shot Naruto a suspicious glance, then shifted his gaze to Ino, asking with a hint of curiosity, what's going on? Huh? Ino's face flushed briefly, feeling a little guilty. She knew exactly why Naruto insisted on joining their mission, and the more she understood, the hotter her face became. In that moment, she tried hard to shift her thoughts away and dismiss her feelings. This mission is too dangerous, and I'm worried about Naruto was about to mention Ino's name when a sharp pain shot through his side, where Ino had covertly jabbed him, causing him to stumble over his words. I'm worried about Chiriku-san's safety. We've got a decent relationship, so I figured I'd tag along. Shikamaru and Choji didn't notice Ino's subtle move, but Asuma, sitting on the outside, did. He just chuckled lightly, then stood up and said with a slightly melancholy tone, I'm going to step outside for a smoke. Ino turned her head, seemingly realizing something. Shikamaru frowned and said, Asuma-sensei, weren't you told to cut back on smoking? Why are you smoking again? Asuma already had the cigarette between his lips. This is the last one for today. Naruto also noticed that Shikamaru and Asuma had a deeper relationship. Ino was into flowers. Choji was all about food, but Shikamaru's intellectual nature made him more compatible with Asuma. Watching Asuma's back as he left the restaurant, Naruto couldn't help but feel a bit downcast. Did I backstab an old single guy? But wasn't he close to Kurenai? Forget it. Naruto thought. After all, he was still a herbivorous youth and had no reason to care about an older man's romantic history. Naruto, "Do you know Chiriku-san from the Fire Temple?" Choji put down his chopsticks and suddenly asked. "We are fairly acquainted." Naruto hesitated for a moment before responding. Chiriku-san and Asuma-sensei both served in the 12 Guardian Ninja. They're closer to each other. After they had eaten and drank their fill, Asuma paid the bill. He really had no shortage of money. He was a second-generation young master, and except for not having a wife and looking a bit older than his age, he was practically living the dream. Born into the prestigious Sarutobi clan, Asuma had everything he could want at a young age. But when Sandame once said that the Hokage wasn't the most important person in the village, it made Asuma, who had rebelled in his youth, feel like the Hokage's role was too low tier. In an act of rebellion, he left Konoha and became the personal bodyguard for the daimyo of the Land of Fire. It's a classic tale of a young man striking out on his own. 10 years later, he returned as a different man. No longer the rebelling youth, Asuma returned as a reformed delinquent, but still wearing his rebellious fashion sense. His father, Sandame, welcomed him back with open arms. He then inherited the Sarutobi clan's legacy, and he even had a childhood friend, Kurenai, waiting for him. He was a classic example of a second-generation young master success story. It's just that this time the timeline has moved forward a bit, and Chiriku had luckily avoided a tragic fate. So, the mission this time was mainly about investigating and searching, not chasing after the immortal duo. The primary goal of the mission was to go to the Fire Temple, investigate any clues, and protect Chiriku for a while until the end of the mission. If there is still no result after investigating for a period of time, the mission will most likely be cancelled. So, apart from Naruto and Ino, no one really took this mission too seriously. After all, it was just a simple investigation and search centered on the Fire Temple, nothing too dangerous. Asuma had to leave for something, and Shikamaru and Choji left together, which meant only Naruto and Ino were left sitting at the table. Naruto was about to say something when someone outside glanced at them briefly before walking away. It was a look of fear, and after pausing for a second, the person quickly turned and left. Naruto was a bit speechless when he saw this. Even while eating, I still couldn't avoid running into people from the Hokage's office. "Shall I walk you home?" Naruto turned to look at Ino and asked. Ino thought for a moment and said, "Let's go to your place." Naruto was flattered for a moment. Ino hadn't been to his place in a while, and he was starting to think maybe he'd been too intense and scared her off. "Sure," he agreed quickly. "Don't think too much." Ino glanced at him and skillfully tied up her golden ponytail. "I just have something to ask you, and it's not convenient to talk here." "What is it?" "Well, nothing for now. Let's talk when we get there," Ino replied. When Naruto heard this, he felt a little uneasy. First Tsunade, and now Ino. Everyone's reactions were different. Was he really in that much trouble? However, Kyuubi's escape was indeed a bigger deal than any other issue. After all, Kyuubi is a Biju capable of destroying everything without blinking an eye, but Naruto didn't think so. No matter how violent a Biju was, even they had to cower in the face of power, but women? They were a whole different level of complexity. The walk wasn't too long, though it felt like forever. Ino walked ahead while Naruto lagged behind, sometimes picking up his pace to catch up with her. However, Ino didn't seem to react, almost as if she didn't notice. She simply chose to ignore him. In silence, they went upstairs. Ino pulled out a key, slid it into the lock with practiced ease, and opened the door with a creak. Naruto followed behind her. As the door swung open, Ino squatted by the entrance, not saying a word. She curled up, wrapping her arms around her knees, her once radiant golden hair dull and hanging low as she buried her face into her knees. Afternoon sunlight streamed through the crack in the door, casting light at Naruto's feet. Naruto's usual cheeky grin faded. He was at a loss. The summer breeze blew in from outside, carrying the scent of sun-dried leaves. "Ino," Naruto called out awkwardly, unsure of what to say after that. He stood there, mouth half open, unable to form any words. Ino had always been good at reading the room. She could easily pick up on the little details from various bits of gossip and rumors to find the truth she was looking for. In fact, she could sense the awkward situation Naruto was in. After spending so much time with him, she knew his personality well. Naruto wouldn't just suddenly seek a higher position in the village without reason. It was just that things had come to this point and he had no choice but to make this move. Others thought Naruto was very impressive, but she didn't think so. Naruto's perceived power and authority were largely due to his identity as a Jinchuriki, a role forced upon him. Now that he was no longer a Jinchuriki, it should have been a Relt. Ino felt an unshakable sense of discomfort. Perhaps it was because the entire situation felt unrelated to her. Even though Naruto was no longer a Jinchuriki, nothing seemed to change, and all she could do was watch helplessly. Naruto reached out, trying to pull Ino to her feet, but when she lifted her face, it shocked him her face was streaked with tears, her eyes red and swollen as if inflamed. How was it that someone could cry so silently? It was bizarre. Naruto thought to himself, but then his heart suddenly skipped a beat. "I'm going back," Ino hurriedly wiped her tears with the back of her hand and stood up to leave. Hey, wait a minute. Naruto quickly grabbed her. Ino looked shocked for a moment when he held her back, but her tears continued to flow uncontrollably. Her emotions couldn't be calmed so quickly, though they were momentarily interrupted. Naruto thought for a second and then pulled Ino into a hug. Even though he didn't fully understand why Ino was crying, he figured it didn't matter for now. It's better to comfort her first and ask questions later. He wasn't a god, so he couldn't know everything. After a while, Ino sat on the sofa, fidgeting uncomfortably. Now that her emotions had calmed down, she realized she might have overreacted and was feeling a little embarrassed. Naruto walked out of the kitchen with a glass of water and placed it in front of her. "Thank you," she murmured softly, her face flushing as she lowered her head. So embarrassing, Ino couldn't help but thought. Her fingers fidgeted with the sofa, feeling awkward to the point she could scratch holes into it. On the way here, she had just felt low, but once she arrived, she couldn't hold back her emotions. Just now, Naruto did not sit down, but stood nearby and looked at Ino. "What's wrong with you?" "And nothing." She quickly took a sip from the glass, trying to hide her flustered feelings. "I guess I've just had a lot on my mind lately, so." Ino remembered the hug she had just received at the entrance, and immediately stopped talking. She didn't know why her mood improved a lot by just a hug. Who knew that a simple hug could be so comforting? Ino's mind started drifting as she stared blankly at the glass. I think I'll head back," Ino stammered, standing up abruptly, her eyes darting toward the door. "We have a mission tomorrow. I should go home and get ready." "It's still early, though," Naruto said and walked to the balcony, then turned back to look at Ino on the sofa. "Why don't you stay a bit longer? I'll walk you home later." Ino opened her mouth but found herself unable to refuse. Staying a little longer didn't seem like a big deal. Ino thought like this, and nodded. Then, she didn't know where to look, and her eyes stayed on the edge of the glass. Her lips parted unconsciously as she pressed them against the rim, feeling a bit frustrated. Suddenly, there was a rustling noise as the balcony window slid open. Quiet as a mouse, Kurama poked his head in from outside, his ears twitching at the sounds inside. The moment he saw Naruto and Ino on the couch, he muttered to himself, "Damn it." Then, he awkwardly crawled inside on all fours. "He's back?" Ino stood up. "Yeah." Naruto exchanged a glance with Kurama. Noticing the fox's look of disdain, he smirked and said, "Probably went to see his old lover." Kurama was startled and was about to jump up and smack Naruto with his paw when he was suddenly picked up by someone. "Does he really have a mate?" Ino asked curiously, her embarrassment temporarily replaced by curiosity as she looked at Naruto with wide, inquisitive eyes. "Like hell I do. HMPH. I just found another foolish human servant. But that woman is also an idiot, she gave me her entire dinner. When I asked for wine, she went to get it without question. Sure, that place was huge, and I nearly got lost, but the wine was definitely worth it. Way better than the stuff this brat gets for me." Kurama raised his head haughtily, feeling no guilt whatsoever. As if it was natural for him to have two relationships at the same time, he flashed a sly grin. At this time, he no longer saw Naruto as his master. Probably not. Even a dog would have a hard time being attracted to that guy. Naruto picked up the glass and took a sip, then realized he had made a mistake as it was Ino's and put it down awkwardly. Luckily, Ino wasn't paying attention to him. She was too busy playing with Kurama, who looked completely defeated as he let her pet him, his eyes glazed over. He can even raise his hands? Ino was having a lot of fun. Naruto had no expression on his face. He couldn't help but think, Kurama could do more than just raise his paws. Well, if Ino saw Kurama opening a bottle and chug down the alcohol, she'd probably question her entire reality. After playing with Kurama for a while, Ino finally let the fox go, and the two of them changed shoes and stepped outside. Just before closing the door, Naruto caught a glimpse of Kurama jumping onto the sofa, pulling out a bottle of sake from underneath. The sound of the bottle popping open was drowned out by the door closing with a soft thud. "Let's go." He turned to face Ino and said. He had no idea what was going through Ino's mind from start to finish. She felt bad, came over to cry, played with Kurama, and now she seemed fine. Maybe Kurama's biggest use was just that, being a plaything to lift spirits. After all, Kurama wasn't exactly the most useful, just a bijou after all. "I don't actually have anything to do today, but I just feel like I can't help you in any way, so," Ino said in a low voice when she saw that there was no one around. Naruto came back to his senses and looked at Ino in surprise. "You don't need to think like that. I can handle things on my own." He racked his brain, trying to convince her he didn't need any help. After all, the only person who was truly against him was Danzo, and the two old advisors were just trying to maintain Konoha's balance of power. With Tsunade and Jiraiya here, as well as the Hokage's loyal followers, he wouldn't suffer any loss unless something unexpected happened. Taking a step back, at Ino's age, this kind of thing is not something she should consider. She was too mature for her years, aware of issues she didn't need to be involved with. That naturally weighed on her. But I want to help you, Ino said in a muffled voice. The problem is, this isn't something you can help with. It's far beyond what a genin should be worrying about. You don't need to carry this burden, Naruto explained. I think I know why you're unhappy, he sighed. I already told you, Ino mumbled. No, I mean the deeper issue, Naruto said. When you learned about something you can't solve, you'll feel powerless but still thinking about it, then you will feel uncomfortable. Next time, try not to think about it too much. Really, it's not a big deal. A few years down the line, when you're a jonin, you'll have the power to make a difference. You'll also worry less. How many years will that take? Ino sighed as well. Don't worry, time flies. Isn't the Chunin exam starting soon? After that, you'll be a Chunin, and soon after that, a jonin. You'll be so busy you won't even notice the time passing. He was starting to feel parched after all the talking. He had to give Ino psychological counseling, which made him feel a little depressed. The person involved, wasn't even upset, yet Ino was the one carrying the emotional burden. Ino was just too kind-hearted. She's always thinking about others, which made it hard for her to be happy. It was normal for her to occasionally get stuck in her own head. You always lied to me, Ino snorted. How can this be considered a lie? Naruto walked beside her, his eyes scanning the street. He suddenly remembered the rainy afternoon when Ino's eyes had sparkled softly. I've been helping you because I like you. I don't expect anything in return. If every time I helped you, you felt the need to help me back, wouldn't that make things too rigid? Ino's body stiffened for a moment, and then she quickly took a few steps ahead, putting some distance between them. I don't like you. But last time, no, don't mention last time, Ino snapped, turning her head to glare at him. I didn't. It wasn't me. Don't you dare bring it up. Okay, I won't say anything. Naruto chuckled. And don't laugh, she huffed, grabbing the front of Naruto's shirt. I don't want to laugh, but I can't help it, Naruto said, genuinely amused. It felt as if he had finally caught on to why Ino had stopped seeking him out after that last time. Konoha Street seemed to stretch endlessly before them. Ino let go of Naruto and stormed ahead, her palms sweating as she clenched her fists. Talking to him was exhausting. Shouldn't we forget about those awkward moments tacitly? Damn it, what even is liking someone? It wasn't a problem before, but now he kept bringing it up all the time. It was so infuriating. His likes are too casual. That guy probably says that to a lot of people. He probably likes Hinata too. He is such a scumbag. I really want to beat him up. Ino. He chased after her. Don't call me, Ino muttered under her breath, suddenly feeling her mood souring again. Naruto followed her anyway and poked her arm before asking, you really don't need to think so much about it. I helped you because I wanted to. Besides, I can't just sit back and watch you walk into danger. It's not dangerous, Ino weakly protested. After all, it was just an investigation. What if, Naruto said, what if the Akatsuki organization comes back again? Chiriku-san is indeed strong, but he's not unbeatable, if something unexpected happens. Fine. Ino couldn't win against him and finally conceded, though she suddenly found the idea of going on a mission together to be somewhat exciting. She wanted to tell him that he could also be in danger, but after thinking about it, she didn't say it out loud because she was afraid that he would fight back again. In a blink of an eye, they arrived at the Yamanaka flower shop. I'm going in now, Ino lowered her head and said slowly. Okay, see you tomorrow. He waved. The next day, Naruto had packed his ninja gear early. He returned from morning training for a quick shower before changing into fresh clothes and heading out. Today is the day for the mission, to go to the fire temple to investigate the whereabouts of the immortal duo. If their mission is just to investigate, the mission is really not that dangerous, and if they accidentally run into the two, they just need to retreat. However, the problem was that Asuma was a walking bounty. His head is worth 35 million ryo. It was all because of the mistakes he made in his youth, choosing to work as the daimyo's personal bodyguard alongside Chiriku. In the end, he didn't make a name for himself, but instead got into a lot of trouble. He returned to Konoha dejectedly and returned to the arms of his father, the Hokage. Just after Naruto left the house, Kurama lazily crawled off the couch. After wobbling on the ground for a few seconds, he skillfully opened the balcony window and jumped out. The sun blazed down as Kurama deftly leapt across a few rooftops. He couldn't remember the exact route, but with his shrunken form, everything seemed like towering buildings. He roughly remembered the direction and started walking in a straight line, jumping over buildings and skirting past narrow alleys. Eventually, he stopped in front of a tall, modest-looking wall. Kurama howled, a sound somewhere between a wolf and a fox, certainly not like a dog. After a while, the gate of the Hyuga clan's compound opened. A girl walked out. It's Hinata, who had grown quite a bit taller. Right now, she's no longer the small and frail girl she used to be. She was about 160 centimeters tall, with a slender frame that made her appear even more elegant. Her short hair had grown out, now softly draping over her shoulders. Her forehead still sported the same curved bangs, and her eyes remained gentle and meek. As she scanned the area, her gaze landed on the squatting Kurama, and she broke into a smile. I brought this for you today, Hinata said with a smile, pulling out a small flask from behind her. The flask was funnel-shaped with a narrow spout, capable of holding only about the volume of 2 fists. Even if filled to the brim, it was nothing compared to what Kurama could usually drink, maybe only half a bottle's worth. But the sake Hinata had was quite special. Naruto wouldn't have bought it, and it wasn't the kind of alcohol one could get easily. So, Kurama had no choice but to accept it, despite the small quantity. Although he tried to protest, the woman in front of him would always gently reply, "No, you can't drink too much. You won't be able to bear it." Kurama felt depressed, thinking to himself, I drank 8 or 9 bottles a day, so how could I possibly not be able to handle it? However, he couldn't exactly speak out loud, and if he scared her, even this small amount of sake he got daily might disappear. Drinking was such a wonderful pleasure, after all. Where had he heard that from? Kurama couldn't remember. Well, some kids were always saying strange things, and somehow, he had been influenced by them. As long as there's alcohol, it's fine. At first, he found Hinata's endless chatter beside it a bit annoying, but over time it got used to it. Occasionally, he would even give her a response, as a simple paw shake would make Hinata incredibly happy. HMPH, simple-minded servant. You came so early today, Hinata said, patting Kurama's head. She took out a small white jade plate, so exquisitely beautiful it would make anyone question reality. If Naruto were here, he would definitely kick Kurama away and then obsess over the plate. There were some things money couldn't buy, but as the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, Hinata could take such things out casually. The Hyuga clan is wealthy and has a deep foundation. Hinata thought Kurama drinking straight from the bottle was inconvenient, so she grabbed the plate from her home since nothing else seemed suitable. Carefully, she poured the sake into the white jade dish. The shallow plate held only a few sips of sake, but Kurama eagerly lapped it up. The fragrance of the sake filled the air, and the slanted sunlight bathed the scene. Hinata, small and petite, crouched beside Kurama, watching as the foxhound savored the drink with singular focus. She murmured on, occasionally laughing softly. Her smile is pure, and her eyes are soft. I actually have a mission today, but Shino and the others said I don't need to go there specially, and they will come over in the afternoon. Everyone is taking good care of me. Even though I've gotten stronger, I still feel like I haven't trained enough. Kurama looked up, and Hinata was stunned for a moment, astonished that she could read a puzzled expression from a dog's eyes. Am I going crazy? Surely Naruto's foxhound couldn't be a ninkin, right? Could it really understand me? Hinata was nervous for a moment, but quickly dismissed the thought as Kurama lowered his head again. Kurama thought to himself, humans are strange. What's the point of getting stronger? It's better to just enjoy some sake. Hinata had no idea what Kurama was thinking, but she patiently watched as he drank the sake bit by bit from the plate. Then, she muttered a few more words, stood up and waved goodbye. After drinking his fill, Kurama casually headed back toward Naruto's apartment, but after a few steps, he turned his head to glance back at the Hyuga clan's compound, with an expression of contemplation crossing his face. Over time, Kurama had enjoyed quite a bit of sake from Hinata, though the quantity was always small. However, the quality made up for it. If he could get both quantity and quality, Kurama would have long switched loyalties. I want to drink, and that woman seems to like that kid. If I could find a way to make that woman happy, then maybe. Kurama shook his head and continued to mull over a possible plan. A few days later, the fire temple welcomed the arrival of Konoha's shinobi. Chiriku emerged from the main hall, which had not yet been renovated, and met everyone with a serious face. Asuma followed a monk into the rear hall, with Naruto trailing behind. Naruto glanced at the crumbling walls, a sense of unease settling in as he estimated the strength of the Akatsuki's immortal duo. His body tensed instinctively, mixed with a sense of excitement. After more than a year, I was once again facing the Akatsuki. Even if it was just traces left behind by the immortal duo, Naruto was mentally prepared. I will definitely take revenge on Itachi and Kisame for the blows they inflicted, Naruto thought resolutely. However, those two were likely busy capturing Gobi by now. After all, their attempt to capture the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki had failed miserably. There was no way Itachi and Kisame were taking a break, and their next best target would be Gobi. What's wrong with you? Ino tugged on his arm. What were you looking at? Nothing. Naruto waved his hand. Just a quick look. The Akatsuki's members are really dangerous. Yeah, Ino said, stealing a quick glance at the collapsed temple walls, then her face paled slightly. Her understanding of the Akatsuki was limited to the fact that they were composed of powerful missing nin. It was difficult for her to understand the horror of the immortal duo just by listening to Asuma's simple description. But the ruins before them were real. The yet-to-be-repaired temple walls looked like gaping wounds, looking extremely ominous and terrifying. The two lowered their heads and followed the others, and followed the instructions to enter the rear hall to have tea. Though they were in the rear hall, half of it had already been destroyed. The group rested in a slightly less dangerous side hall. where Chiriku's stern face was framed by rising wisps of steam from the tea. "They're coming for me." Naruto's mouth twitched, thinking to himself, even a blind person could see that. "Chiriku-san, there's no need to keep up the act of being an unshakable monk. You've already called for help from Konoha, yet you're still pretending to be all high and mighty." Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino, who didn't know Chiriku's laid-back personality, sat there rigidly, each feeling the heavy weight of responsibility. Asuma's face shifted slightly, though he seemed to be holding something back. He likely knew the real nature of this so-called saint, who in his youth was carefree, working 2 jobs a year. But Asuma wasn't about to ruin his friend's image in front of the students. With a click, he lit a cigarette, pretending he hadn't heard anything. "However, I wasn't there at the time. I had just left the fire temple," Chiriku sighed and said. "Had I stayed a few more days, the temple wouldn't have ended up in this state." Hearing this, Naruto's eyelids twitched slightly. "If you had walked slower, your head would have turned into 30 million ryo by now. It's been more than 10 days, and there's no sign that the Akatsuki's duo plans to return. They've probably given up," Chiriku continued. "While their exact motives remain unclear, I've heard they take on a lot of bounty missions. They're likely gathering money for some grand scheme." Cough cough. Naruto couldn't hold it anymore and coughed. Realizing that all eyes were focused on him, he quickly pushed aside thoughts of the 600 billion explosive tags. I need to use the bathroom." With a splash, Naruto finished draining the water, but he didn't rush back. "I could ask Ino directly about what Chiriku said later." He leapt onto a nearby pillar, using it to launch himself up to the crown of a tall, ancient tree. From this vantage point, he surveyed the area surrounding the fire temple. This place is still some distance away from Konoha. If we don't find too many clues during this investigation, we will have to return directly to Konoha before the mission deadline. As he descended from the tree, Naruto spotted Ino walking toward him from a distance. Naruto asked with a smile as he walked over, "Why did you come out too?" Chiriku-san said that the 2 people from the Akatsuki might come back, and it's not safe outside. Ino said with her hands clasped behind her back. "Asuma-sensei is smoking inside. I feel a little stuffy, so I came out to get some fresh air." "Are you worried about me?" Naruto tilted his head. "No," Ino retorted. "What were they talking about inside?" "Nothing much. It's hard to explain exactly. Chiriku-san wasn't at the temple at the time, and most of the monks who witnessed the attack were killed. Not many survived," she said. "The clues have all run dry?" Naruto was stunned. "Yeah, pretty much," Ino replied, looking up at the towering tree that had survived intact. "What were you looking at just now? Surveying the surroundings?" As a shinobi, this was a basic part of the job. "No, just taking a look around," Naruto said. "The surroundings are open, and there are not many obstructions. The mission target has already left, and the chances of them coming back." He trailed off, not wanting to speculate further. The atmosphere at the fire temple was heavy, and as night began to fall, Asuma decided that the team would stay the night and resume their investigation in the morning. After several days of investigation, Team 10 found nothing. It had been several days since the incident, and with the summer rains having washed away many clues, tracking the Akatsuki's duo proved nearly impossible. If Team 8W with their tracking skills had been assisting, the search might have gone smoother. However, there is a certain degree of overlap between the auxiliary positioning of the Team 10 and Team 8. Since the purpose of the mission is just to investigate, there is no problem in sending Team 10. The lack of progress frustrated Asuma, who found himself smoking more than usual. Chiriku, on the other hand, seemed unfazed, calmly accepting the situation. For aerial reconnaissance, Ino had been using her mind-body switch technique to control birds for large-scale searches, but she could only manage 1 bird at a time, and its range wasn't far. At night, after Ino finished washing up, she saw Naruto standing in the corridor, staring blankly into space. "What are you doing over there?" "Nothing." Naruto's eyes became a little evasive, and he looked like he was frightened by something, and his voice couldn't help but tremble slightly. "What's wrong with you?" Ino, forgetting her usual reserved demeanor, hurried over to him, slightly out of breath. "What's wrong with you?" she repeated, her brow furrowing with concern as she gazed at him. Naruto, startled by her sudden urgency, quickly assured her that nothing was wrong. But in the corner of his eye, a panel quietly appeared before him. Option 1. Protect Chiriku or Asuma. Ensure at least one survives tonight. Reward: max level wind release ninjutsu. Choose one. Option 2. Kill Hidan and Kakuzu tonight. Reward: Jashin's hymn, eliminates all dojutsu effects once. The interface popped up suddenly a minute ago, and Naruto had parallels. What stood out most were the word, tonight. Tonight, Hidan and Kakuzu are coming? Naruto's face grew more serious than Ino had ever seen before. He hadn't figured out a good way to deal with Hidan yet, as his curse technique was too strange. If Hidan managed to get even a drop of his blood, it would be over. The curse technique, death-controlling possessed blood. A barrage of chaotic thoughts filled Naruto's mind. This freakish curse technique from some distant Jashin is insane. What kind of ridiculous technique is this? Wounding yourself to mortally wound someone else. Naruto glared at the reward for option 2, feeling a wave of frustration but also helplessness. This broken system has been like to give out rewards related to the Jashin recently, such as Jashin's dog or Jashin's blessings. Now there's something called Jashin's hymn, which has a good effect. But the problem is, how can I kill Kakuzu and Hidan now? The best strategy is to take out Kakuzu first, then deal with Hidan, Naruto thought. Naruto was confident he could handle Kakuzu, as he only needed to kill him 5 times. But Hidan? He couldn't trust Ino to face Hidan alone, as that would be too dangerous. Damn it, if something happened to Ino, I'd lose it. A mess of thoughts flashed through his mind, and he immediately regretted not bringing Kurama with him. But there was no time for that now. He grabbed Ino by the hand and started pulling her toward the temple. This isn't the place to talk. Let's head inside first. Naruto held her hand tightly, and though Ino was confused and tried to free herself, she couldn't. With no choice but to let him lead, she blinked. She was about to say something when a sudden sense of dread gripped her heart. For no apparent reason, her sixth sense as a shinobi gave a warning. "Let's go," Naruto shouted. He didn't care about anything else and pulled Ino to the rear hall. With Asuma and Chiriku in the rear hall, it would be no problem for the others to hold back Kakuzu and Hidan. I need to get Ino to safety so I wouldn't be distracted during the fight. With a loud crash, the freshly repaired temple wall collapsed. Well, you fixed it up, huh? Not afraid of dying, are you? Hidan's arrogant voice echoed through the night air. Move quickly. Naruto whispered with low voice, and without stopping, he pulled Ino towards the rear hall. They managed to pass through the rear hall without incident, but the loud noise coming from the front drew the attention of the monks guarding the temple. Chiriku and Asuma rushed over and ran into Naruto and Ino. What's going on? Asuma asked. Seeing Asuma coming, Naruto calmed down a little, then let go of Ino's hand and pushed her over. They're here. Asuma frowned, obviously not going to ask who they were. After searching for the mission's targets for several days, who else could it be other than the immortal duo? It was unfortunate timing. Night had fallen, putting them at a disadvantage for battle. Still, Asuma trusted his students and wasn't overly worried. Chiriku ordered all the monks to disperse and find places to hide. The peace that had lingered over the temple these past few days was instantly shattered. The monks who had survived the last attack were likely still terrified, but Chiriku didn't demand they face death with courage. Let's go and take a look first, Asuma said, glancing at the 3 students behind him. Shikamaru and Choji had also come out, ready for battle. Their team always relied on teamwork, with Shikamaru and Ino providing disruption and control, while Choji acted as the tank and offensive power, balancing out their low attack and defense capabilities. Naruto, however, was more of a wildcard. He glanced at Ino, knowing it was impossible for her to stay entirely out of danger. But if she stayed close to Shikamaru and Choji, it would be safer. Just as Naruto was debating on how to remind everyone to be careful of Hidan's sinister methods, footsteps approached from behind. Be careful of one of them, the one with the scythe. Avoid letting him draw blood. Chiriku rushed over, and said in a hushed tone, according to the information provided by the surviving monks, that man licked another monk's blood, stabbed himself, and the monk died instead of him. Asuma kept walking, but sweat beaded on his forehead. What is that? Some kind of cursed technique? Not sure, but it's an evil technique, Chiriku said, kicking open the door to the rear hall with serious face. In short, it's better to be careful. You should ask your disciples to be more careful too. The usually gentle Chiriku had transformed into a warrior, leading the charge toward Hidan and Kakuzu. Hidan, bored, was finishing off another monk with his massive blood-stained scythe. He rested the weapon on his shoulder, shielding his eyes with one hand as if looking off into the distance, toward the rear hall. With a loud crack, the door split open, and Chiriku, in his half-sleeved robe, strode out, glaring at Hidan and Kakuzu, who had once slaughtered his temple. With the knowledge he had gained, he no longer underestimated them. With a sharp whoosh, kunai attached to explosive tags flew through the air, hurtling toward Hidan and Kakuzu. Hidan! Kakuzu called out in a low voice. The moment Kakuzu called out Hidan's name, Hidan reacted instantly, and the two of them jumped away in perfect sync. With a bang, a massive explosion lit up the night, and smoke billowed into the air. Asuma, wielding his chakra blade, leapt high into the air, slashing at Kakuzu just before he landed. Chiriku, surrounded by a golden aura, charged straight at Hidan. There were no threats exchanged, no build-up, just the sound of rushing wind, angry shouts, and the instant onset of battle. Naruto ran in an arc, throwing 2 flying Thunder God kunai to his left and right. Meanwhile, Shikamaru and Ino's kunai whizzed through the air, aiming at the spots where Hidan would land after his jump. In that instant, even the night breeze seemed to freeze, making the atmosphere around the fight even more terrifying. Kakuzu and Hidan, with their numerous survival capabilities, showed no fear at all. Kakuzu clashed with Asuma, the clang of his hardened body meeting the chakra blades resounding through the temple. With a massive shockwave, Kakuzu was sent flying, crashing into the temple's broken wall. His arm snapped, twisting at an unnatural angle. On the other side, Hidan was sent flying by a punch from Chiriku, his body flung like a kite with a broken strain, smashing into a stone pillar. Cracks immediately spread across the pillar, and it collapsed on top of him. Hidan finally couldn't hold it in anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Naruto was slightly taken aback. Asuma and Chiriku were clearly no ordinary characters. Both of them had the strength of elite Jonin. Though they weren't quite at Kakashi's level, they were about 70% of his strength. If Kakashi became the standard unit of measurement in the shinobi world, 99% of people wouldn't even qualify. Bang! The flying thunder god Kunai arrived simultaneously behind both Hidan and Kakuzu. Naruto's pupils dilated as he charged forward, with each hand holding a Rasengan. The strange red chakra infused the Rasengan, dyeing it crimson as the fierce wind swirled upward, and he dove down like a beast. The move was sharp, unstoppable, pressing down on Kakuzu with savage intensity. The chakra within the Rasengan rotated at high speed like a meat grinder, striking Kakuzu with a chilling blow. Kakuzu screamed in pain as half of his chest caved in, and blood spurting from his mouth. One of his hearts shattered instantly, and he lost one of his 5 lives. Obviously, Kakuzu was caught off guard by the sudden appearance of Flying Thunder God technique. After all, the Naidame and Yondaime Hokage had been dead for a long time, so Kakuzu did not expect that someone would still be able to use such a forbidden technique. But Kakuzu wasn't called the immortal monster for nothing. He had lived from the time of the Shodem to the Godem Hokage, a century-old immortal. He quickly realized that this was the signature move of the Yondaime Hokage, the Yellow Flash, the Flying Thunder God technique combined with Rasengan. As time seemed to slow, Naruto's figure disappeared in a blink, giving Kakuzu no time to warn Hidan. Meanwhile, Hidan had just crawled out from under the collapsed pillar, but the Flying Thunder God Kunai had already reached him. A moment ago, Chiriku's punch had bent his body like a shrimp, finally making Hidan realize how terrifying the strength of this bald man worth 30 million was. Although he would not die, he would still feel the pain. Hidan's face twisted in pain, and his anger reached the boiling point at this moment. His face was slightly pale, and the Akatsuki cloak on his chest was stained black with blood. The punch was a bit too powerful, and his stomach felt like it was churning and he felt a little nauseous. Just when he was about to show his true strength to kill Chiriku, a strong sense of danger swept over him. He instinctively dodged to the side, but half of his body was instantly caught by the Rasengan. Boom! Hidan was sent flying again, and his arm bones twisted grotesquely out of place. Once again, he was sent flying. As he was launched through the air, he caught sight of his attacker's face. Damn it! It's just a brat. He was in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. If he had been knocked away by Chiriku's punch, it would have been fine. But to be injured by a mere kid? Naruto moved with incredible speed, and the fiery red Rasengan smashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. The destructive power alone was extremely amazing, but it was a pity that Hidan was lucky enough to dodge it, otherwise, he would have been beheaded. If Naruto had managed to take his head off, Hidan would have been unable to move at all. At this moment, Hidan quickly retreated, escaping far away. Kakuzu, help me! He shouted in a panic. Right now, Kakuzu was not much better off. After losing one of his hearts, he slowly emerged from the smoke, followed by 3 faceless monsters. He ignored Hidan's plea, his eerie green eyes sweeping past Asuma and landing on the blonde boy. Aside from his age, all of Naruto's features matched a certain figure in Kakuzu's mind. Are you the Yellow Flash of Konoha? Who exactly are you? Kakuzu asked, his voice far from calm. No, the Yellow Flash of Konoha died a long time ago. Asuma tightened his grip on his chakra blades. Having just witnessed Naruto's unparalleled explosive power, he suddenly understood how wise Tsunade's decision had been. The future of the village truly lay in the hands of these new generation children. Facing the 3 faceless earth grudge fear monsters by Kakuzu's side, Asuma didn't dare make any rash moves. Meanwhile, Shikamaru and the other 2 nervously formed hand seals, ready to act at any moment. Just now, Naruto, Asuma, and Chiriku's joint attack had gained them some ground, and it seemed they were firmly in control. However, their enemies, who should have been dead or severely injured, were still up and moving, making the situation feel eerie. Naruto's only regret was that he hadn't been able to take off Hidan's head. If Hidan's head and body were separated, he would be unable to move. Although he had broken one of Hidan's arms, it wasn't enough to make a significant impact. This has nothing to do with you, old man, Naruto said, pulling out another Flying Thunder God Kunai. The ones he just threw out were disposable, and the only ones that could be reused were the one given by the system. Hearing this, Kakuzu's face instantly twisted into a terrifying expression. Naruto's sharp words nearly broke this century-year-old old man's composure, almost making him curse out loud. As the saying goes, evil people have their matches. The others present didn't know the specifics of Hidan and Kakuzu's abilities, but Naruto did. "Brat, when you start begging for mercy, I hope you'll keep that attitude." Hidan snarled. He twisted his injured arm back into place, and his bones snapped back into position as if the injury hadn't happened. "You are even more useless," Naruto replied curtly. He was even unwilling to use more words to evaluate Hidan, but his eyes remained fixed on him. "I can't feel at ease unless I kill that guy. You got guts, brat." Hidan raised his scythe and pointed it toward the Konoha's team. Naruto was pleased that Hidan wasn't showing his true strength yet. In battle, information and timing were everything, and underestimating an opponent could lead to disaster. Behind Naruto, a blood-red, chakra-formed nine-tailed fox stood tall, its presence so solid it seemed real. Its face was indistinct, but its eyes glowed with a blood-red light. Slowly, it took form, like a demon crawling out from the underworld, exuding a terrifying aura. Chiriku formed a hand seal, and behind him appeared a thousand-handed Buddha statue, illuminating a corner of the dark night with dazzling golden light. His resolute face showed his determination to fight to the death. The fire temple was the result of his hard work for half his life. The damned abbot had wandered off, leaving Chiriku to take care of the temple alone. After over a decade of effort, he had finally become the top monk of the fire temple. But then, when he returned from his trip, the fire temple was destroyed and his once promising young monks were slaughtered. Normally, his pride would never have allowed him to ask Konoha for help. But then he remembered his encounter with Naruto and recalled his warnings. Chiriku wanted revenge, to kill those Akatsuki's members who had defiled his temple. So, he gritted his teeth and spent money to hire help from Konoha. Tonight, faced with his enemies, his hatred flared even brighter. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind: Amitabha. Just die, you villains. Asuma was not too nervous when he saw Hidan's immortality for the first time. He turned his head slightly and looked at Hidan, thinking to himself, is it enough to just be careful from being my blood taken by this guy? Out of the corner of his eye, Asuma glanced at Chiriku and Naruto, noticing one glowing red and the other golden. He suddenly felt the urge to add some color to himself as well, but finding none, he awkwardly lit a cigarette instead. "Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, support from the distance, don't get close," he ordered, fearing that his three little students might get caught in the crossfire, after all. "Tisk." Hidan scoffed disdainfully, dismissive as ever. His words said one thing, but his body quickly shifted into his black ritual form. The battle resumed. This time, Naruto took the lead, tossing 7 or 8 flying Thunder God kunai all around. They embedded themselves around Hidan and Kakuzu, surrounding them from every direction with the widest possible range. "Get away, don't get into the range of that brat's kunai," Kakuzu commanded Hidan. "I'll deal with that brat, you distract the others." As he said that, 2 Earth Grudge's fear monsters immediately attacked Asuma and Chiriku, while Kakuzu, along with one more monster, charged at Naruto. This left Hidan with only Team 10 to deal with, and a sinister grin spread across his face. Almost instantly, Hidan understood Kakuzu's tactic. To attack from the rear, they need to kill the 3 genin, forcing the 3 people at the front to make a mistake out of desperation. In this way, as long as they succeed, they will definitely gain an advantage, and even if they fail, with their immortality, they will not suffer any great loss. That's what they think. Naruto had already dashed forward, too focused to worry about the others. Covering 100 meters in almost an instant, one of the Earth Grudge fear monsters flew at him like a ghost. The monster's mouth opened as if to fire a Bijudama, releasing a lightning release ninjutsu toward him. Even so, Naruto did not retreat. He swiftly threw another kunai and twisted his body in midair, rapidly forming hand seals. Seeing this, Kakuzu's body emitted countless black threads, reaching out to capture Naruto. "How stupid, you're still forming hand seals at a time like this," Kakuzu sneered, confident of his victory. Based on Naruto's earlier fighting style, Kakuzu assumed Naruto planned to confront him head-on, which suited him just fine. If it was a head-on fight of ninjutsu, Kakuzu is confident that he would not lose to anyone. However, after Naruto's rapid series of hand seals, nothing happened. What? Kakuzu realized something was wrong, but it was too late. He saw Naruto's mouth corners raised, revealing a sarcastic smile. The hand seals were just a feint. In the next moment, Naruto reappeared behind one of the Earth Grudge fear monsters. He used a lava release ninjutsu powered by the Kyuubi's chakra and pierced through the monster. At the same time, Naruto's voice echoed through the night sky. Who even uses hand seals seriously anymore? A fake shinobi can form 7 hand seals in 1 second. A real shinobi can make anything he wants come true with a clap of his hands, leaving their opponents utterly confused. "Die, you old geezer," Naruto shouted with renewed energy, fully embracing the thrill of battle. Real shinobi don't save their trump cards for the end. They They go for the kill from the start. A massive roar erupted as the terrifying Kyuubi's chakra projection rose menacingly into the sky. Using Flying Thunder God technique to instantly switch positions, Naruto evaded just as the Earth Grudge Fear monster tilted its head paw attack. Boom! A massive Rasengan, mere moments apart, tore through both Earth Grudge Fear monsters' bodies one after the other. Kakuzu finally experienced firsthand just how terrifying the power of the Biju's chakra is. That blood-red figure moved 3 times in a second. Even without using shadow clones, Naruto had pierced through 2 Earth Grudge Fear monsters and still had time to appear before Kakuzu, delivering a devastating punch that sent him crashing into the ground. Chiriku, realizing that the Earth Grudge Fear monster he was fighting had disappeared, wasted no time in turning to assist Asuma. The ground suddenly shattered like a spiderweb, collapsing instantly. Kakuzu let out a painful scream as Naruto's punch tore a massive hole through his body, and the shadow of the Kyuubi was reflected in his pupils. With 73% of Yin-Yang Kyuubi's strength, it far surpassed that stupid fox back home. In the face of absolute power, all defenses are useless. Kakuzu realized that all 3 of his hearts had been shattered. In desperation, he recalled the Earth Grudge Fear monster that had been entangling Asuma. Black threads, like noodles, spewed out, forcing Naruto to momentarily retreat. Naruto swiftly dodged as Kakuzu's body erupted with a torrent of black threads, spilling out of his mouth, ears, and nose in a horrifying spectacle. However, Naruto was already prepared for this and calmly leapt back. He watched as Kakuzu's joints rapidly swelled, turning him into a truly monstrous figure. Though he appeared bulky, Kakuzu moved with surprising agility as he charged forward. The ground cracked deeply as his threads tore apart every obstacle in his path. Just looking at Kakuzu's monstrous appearance was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Naruto directly unsheathed the Kusanagi sword, and then enveloped the blade with the Kyuubi's chakra. Without fear, he swung the sword toward Kakuzu. Kakuzu was merely the first shot fired in the eventual downfall of the Akatsuki. Naruto had many more enemies to face in the future. Itachi, Kisame, they all deserved to die. Sooner or later, he would storm into the land of rain and slaughter them all. With clashing ideals, words were unnecessary. Naruto would cut through the chaos with a swift blade. He knew that in this world, there was no room for hesitation. With a resonant hum, the sword vibrated. Naruto's eyes remained cold and emotionless as he cut through everything before him. The Kusanagi sword was sharper than ever, and in Naruto's hands, it resembled Grim Reaper's scythe. With several swift strikes, Naruto sliced through the black threads. He was just about to plunge the sword into Kakuzu's heart when a sudden cry broke the air from nearby. "Ino, watch out!" Naruto's bloodthirsty expression flickered for a moment, and in a flash, he disappeared using Flying Thunder God technique, abandoning the chance to finish off Kakuzu. At the next second, Hidan's scythe struck the blade of the Kusanagi sword. Choji, who had been using his giant form, had shown an opening that Hidan immediately exploited, and his scythe was about to pierce him. Without hesitation, Ino performed her mind-body switch technique, temporarily disturbing Hidan's movements for 2 seconds. Asuma quickly took the opportunity to rescue Choji, but Hidan immediately turned his attention to Ino. Shikamaru, desperate to help, found that his shadow imitation technique couldn't keep up with Hidan's speed. As Hidan closed in on Ino, his massive scythe grew larger in her vision. Fear washed over Ino, paralyzing her as the weapon loomed closer. She wanted to move, but in such a short moment, she found herself unable to react. At the last moment, a loud clang echoed. Ino realized that someone had stepped in front of her, and her heart tightened. Almost instinctively, she shouted, "Naruto, it's dangerous!" She cried out as she pulled out a kunai, ready to help. Naruto turned slightly, giving her a quick glance that silently told her to stop. It was too dark to see his face clearly, but Ino could tell he was in control. In the next instant, Naruto kicked Hidan, sending him flying, then spoke calmly, "Go back to Choji and the others." Excessive use of the Kyuubi's chakra made Naruto feel that something was wrong with his body. A faint desire for destruction stirred within him, but it quickly subsided as his mind cleared again. Naruto didn't believe in anything being truly immortal. If one strike didn't kill, then he'd crush it into dust. Against overwhelming power, he would reduce his enemy to powder and then mixed it with water to feed it to the pigs. Hidan was still as cowardly as ever, and Naruto had already made up his mind to kill him with one swift blow. The night was dark and deep as Naruto's figure flashed again. Several more Flying Thunder God kunai were hurled out. He had prepared a lot of these one-time use kunai for this very moment. After all, it was a consumable item, so the kunai was not too expensive for him. With the money he still hadn't spent from Gato, he naturally bought as many as he could and engraved them with the imprint whenever he had the chance. Mastering a famous technique like the Flying Thunder God required ample preparation, and Naruto believed the more, the better. "Get out of there, Kakuzu." Having already shed his Akatsuki's cloak, shouted to Hidan, "Don't get into the range of that brat's kunai." Before Kakuzu could finish his words, Naruto had already closed the distance, sword in hand, moving silently. He wielded the Kusanagi sword, and the uneasy feeling within him slowly dissipated as the battle continued. It was like a virgin who had been a virgin for many years finally seeing the dawn of liberation, and gradually getting better. Naruto swung the sword in his hand and attacked fiercely, relying on the perception and speed bonus of the Kyuubi's chakra cloak. Each swing of his sword struck Hidan's scythe with increasing force, becoming faster and heavier with every blow. Naruto showed no signs of exhaustion. On the contrary, his eyes became brighter, his movements became faster, and his mind became clearer. The pleasure of being freed from the restraints and fighting surged through his body, making every cell in his body tremble with excitement. So exhilarating, with each strike, Naruto hit harder, completely ignoring Hidan's scythe's ability to draw blood. He moved faster, each step more intense than the last. Finally, Hidan's scythe was knocked out of his hand. The sword in Naruto's hand also vanished, and he lunged forward with a punch. However, Hidan grinned wickedly and pulled out a hidden long blade from his side. Just as Hidan's blade was about to pierce Naruto's body, Naruto disappeared again. With a loud crash, Naruto reappeared at Hidan's side, delivering a punch square to his face. The impact shattered Hidan's cheekbone, twisting his entire face out of shape. But at the next moment, Naruto vanished again, reappearing to land another punch on Hidan's head. With each shift in position, Naruto would toss two flying Thunder God kunai. Hidan, swollen-eyed, guessed twice where Naruto would be but failed both times. Each time, Naruto reappeared and struck Hidan's skull with another powerful punch. A normal person's skull would have long since been crushed, but Hidan, blessed by his so-called Jashin, was still alive. "I won't die," Hidan, now lying on the ground, tried to move but found his body no longer responding. Naruto ignored him and continued to punch him with a blank expression. Under the impact of the fists, Hidan was covered in blood, yet he remained oddly spirited. What a blunder! Seeing Naruto's next punch about to land, Hidan knew he had been defeated this time, yet he still laughed maniacally, shouting, "You will definitely be punished by Jashin-sama. The followers of Jashin-sama will kill every one of you." Hearing this, Naruto suddenly stopped moving. He stopped his fist midair and turned to glance behind him, noticing Choji was injured and Ino was struggling to heal him. "What did you just say?" he asked as he stared at Fiden expressionlessly. "Ha ha ha, are you scared? Scared, aren't you? Jashin-sama will judge you all. We'll kill Hidan laughed arrogantly with his mouth full of blood. "You know, you Jashin's followers are so weird." Naruto lowered his hands and looked at Asuma and Shiriku, who were still locked in combat with Kakuzu. Strange, Hidan was unsure of what Naruto was getting at, but in his current state, he didn't care. He sneered and asked, "Are you scared?" "Scared of what?" Naruto's voice dropped. "The one who should be scared is you. All you do is call on Jashin's name, but look at you. Your so-called Jashin doesn't even care about worms like you. How pathetic, Hidan. Look at yourself. Your art and your faith, they're a joke. I'll kill you, you bastard, if you insult Jashin-sama again. I'll find a way to kill you no matter what. I pity you. I have seen fanatics before, but they are nothing like you." Naruto continued to talk calmly. "True believers are protected by their faith, not left in this sorry state like you now. Hidan, do you want me to fetch a mirror so you can see how pathetic you look? You resemble a dog. Where is that Jashin-sama you believe in now? Why don't you ask it to come to kill me? No, just ask him to touch a finger of mine." Naruto sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. "Your so-called god is a trash." Hidan froze for a moment, then let out an ear-piercing scream. "I'm going to kill you. Take your Jashin and die already." Naruto leapt away, leaving Hidan immobile. Kakuzu, on the other hand, was on the verge of collapse. Naruto vaguely sensed that he could now use the Bijudama, and for a moment, he considered firing one off to finish Hidan. However, surveying the situation, he decided it wasn't worth wasting such a powerful attack on someone like him. The immortal duo isn't particularly strong, they're just troublesome. With a clap of Naruto's hands, the ground within a meter of Hidan suddenly collapsed, and molten lava poured down. Hidan's screams were not even out of his throat before he was completely dissolved. This terrifying scene caught Kakuzu's attention as he was still being entangled by Asuma and Shiriku. In desperation, he initiated a large-scale fire release, unleashing a massive sea of flames over several dozen meters. The surrounding giant trees were instantly reduced to ash, and the ground cracked and shrank. But after doing all that, Kakuzu was in terrible shape. After losing 4 of his hearts, he only had 1 life left. With his current exhausted state, Kakuzu's fire release barely harmed anyone, an obvious miscalculation on his part. Having overcome the mental hurdle, Naruto was now fighting with increasing ease. A kunai whizzed through the air, its gleaming blade reflecting the flames. Naruto used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport, and in the next instant, slammed a Rasengan into Kakuzu's side. Asuma and Shuriku also rushed in, each severing one of Kakuzu's arms. With 3 against 1 situation, the battle ended without any suspense. Shuriku's punch pierced Kakuzu's heart, killing him for good. Naruto stood on Kakuzu's corpse, staring into his glowing green eyes. He drew his sword expressionlessly and chopped it down. After all, finishing off the opponent completely was the most basic quality of a shinobi. Kakuzu was dead, and Shuriku stood silently, looking back at the ruins of the fire temple. The temple was in shambles, and there are only a few monks left. If they wanted to rebuild the temple, they would need the support of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Dane, the reward, Jashin's hymn, was successfully delivered, removes all dojutsu's effects once. Naruto walked over to where Choji was. Choji was leaning against a wall at this moment, while Ino had just finished the basic healing on him. "Are you alright?" he walked over and asked, looking at Choji. "It hurts a bit," Choji said with a frown on his fat face. Hearing this, Naruto, Shikamaru, and Ino all laughed. After all, if he could say it hurts, it meant he wasn't in too much danger. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade held the mission report and read it over and over again for a long time. "That's enough. I'll take him with me," Jiraiya said as he stood nearby. "Given the current situation, the Akatsuki will likely retaliate soon. It's best to be prepared." With a soft thud, Tsunade placed the mission report on her desk, leaned back in her chair. Then, she said, "ASAP." Jiraiya was taken aback and asked, "Has something happened?" Tsunade remained silent for a while, then spoke while her finger tapping the desk absent-mindedly. "Nothing is happening yet. We still don't have clear information on the Akatsuki, but there has been some movement on Orochimaru's side. These unknown variables pose a real threat, especially since 2 Akatsuki's members were killed by Konoha." "Orochimaru?" Jiraiya sensed something and pressed further. "Is this about Uchiha Sasuke?" "Yeah." Tsunade nodded. "And now, Naruto's strength has grown to an astonishing level without anyone noticing. The village may need to rely on him for future actions." Jiraiya frowned slightly. "Is there no way for me to leave?" "It's not that. You've never stayed in the village for long, so the higher-ups haven't expected much from you," Tsunade explained. "It's just that Naruto has a higher-up position now, if he leaves now. So, everything should be done as soon as possible. The best option is for you to leave with him today." Tsunade raised her head and looked at Jiraiya. "The sooner you get to Mount Myoboku, the more likely you'll avoid unnecessary complications." "I understand." Jiraiya nodded and smiled. "I'll take him away today." As the door closed, Tsunade stood up, walked to the window, and furrowed her brow. Due to lack of intelligence, Konoha knew nothing about Akatsuki. Under such circumstances, 2 members of Akatsuki were killed, yet the village couldn't spare the manpower to investigate further. "Damn it! If only I could disband the route and use it for my own benefit." Tsunade thought so and then sighed. Letting Naruto and Jiraiya leave at this moment was an extremely risky decision. At noon, the sun hung high in the sky. Naruto sat on a cool, secluded set of stairs, squinting as he gazed at the sunlight 2 meters away. Behind him stretched a long set of moss-covered, blue-green stone steps, flanked by gnarled, ancient trees. A breeze blew through, rustling the canopies of the trees around the old building. "What are you hiding here for?" Ino, wearing shorts, walked lightly down the steps, her long, slender white legs moving gracefully. "Jiraiya-sama seems to be looking for you." "I really don't want to go out there," Naruto muttered, placing his sodakin on the ground with a clink. "Pervy Sage wants to take me to some troublesome place, and I really don't want to go." "Where?" Ino asked, standing next to him with her hands behind her back. Sunlight filtered through the sparse leaves, casting dappled shadows on the moss-covered steps. The dense shade from the trees has a slight sweetness added to the air, thanks to the faint fragrance of the young girl nearby. "Anyway, it's just a troublesome place. I heard it's for learning something called senjutsu," Naruto said, looking up at Ino. "But learning it won't actually make me a sage or anything, so what's the point?" Ino sighed and rubbed her forehead. "Sage? You mean like the Sage of 6 Paths? There's no such thing as real sages in this world. Jiraiya-sama is really strong, so if he wants to take you, you should just go. You'll probably get stronger, right?" "Who knows?" Naruto replied. In truth, Naruto wasn't sure he could even learn senjutsu, given his lack of compatibility with the great Toad Sage from Mount Myoboku. To be honest, he trusted the system inside him far more than any senjutsu. For now, he was putting his hopes in the system. He felt an odd aversion to both the great Toad Sage and the Sage of 6 Paths. He was pretty sure that whatever strange markings had once been on his body were now gone. With the Kyuubi expelled and the chakra mark of the Sage of 6 Paths removed, he was finally whole, a complete and independent Uzumaki Naruto. He was no longer the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, nor some child of prophecy. In his eyes, the Sage of 6 Paths and his whole deal were a joke, a cryptic Otsutsuki playing mysterious games. Naruto considered himself far superior to the Otsutsuki. After all, he wasn't just another alien inhabitant of this world, he was more like an outsider, a god among the locals. Why even bother with these native gods when he could ascend higher? I'll hide out here for now and think about it, Naruto said, then asked, the Chunin exams is coming up soon, right? Yeah. Ino sat down next to him and glanced at him. Choji and I have both signed up for the exam, but I heard from my father that we will be jointly hosting the Chunin exams with the Sanagakure this time. Sanagakure? Yes, the unrest in Sanagakure has been resolved. Ino explained, since this Chunin exams is jointly held, the standards would also higher, so the Chunin rank will be more valuable. Higher standards? Naruto's interest was piqued. In truth, he really didn't want to go to Mount Myoboku. The so-called immortal duo had turned out to be surprisingly weak. Naruto had gotten one chance to use the Jashin's hymn, which could nullify the effects of any dojutsu, whether it was the Rinnegan or the Sharingan. He could erase it with just one use. O's Izanagi didn't seem as troublesome anymore. Although Naruto hadn't yet gotten any reward about Izanagi from the system, he could still nullify Danzo's Izanagi. Jashin's hymn worked similarly to a silencing effect, nullifying the technique once. From now on, Danzo would just be a powerless old dog, and Naruto wouldn't have to worry about him anymore. In this way, as long as he didn't become Hokage, staying in Konoha wouldn't be so bad. Having shed the label of a Jinchuriki, he could rise to the top of the village's leadership. In the future, he would easily be in a position of authority, second only to the Hokage. After that, he could do whatever he wanted, with no one able to control him. The thought crossed his mind for a moment, but Naruto quickly dismissed it. If life were really that smooth, what would I need the system for? But at the moment, there's Akatsuki in front and Otsutsuki behind. Black Zetsu saving his mother is not the only thing he needed to consider. After all, even if he can step on Obito and punch Madara in the future, what about those inexplicable Otsutsuki? How would he deal with the never-ending waves of Otsutsuki clan's members? Fighting one after another using his own powers against them was getting tiresome. What intrigued Naruto was the fact that Hidan's so-called Jashin had granted him power. Since the Jashin's props given by the system could suppress Kyuubi and even erase dojutsu, then forget it, I should go to Mount Myoboku to have a look. Yeah, I guess you won't have time, Ino said, then turned and stared at him. Hey, you can't hide forever, you know? Are you here to persuade me to leave? Naruto asked curiously. Not really, Ino replied, hugging her knees and gazing at the ground. I just happened to run into Jiraiya-sama looking for you. I figured you'd be hiding in a place like this, so I found you after a little searching. I wasn't exactly hiding on purpose, Naruto grumbled. I was going to go there eventually anyway, I just wanted some time alone. Do you not want to go? Ino asked. Not really. Naruto admitted, getting stronger is great and all, but that's not the only way to do it. The main reason is, I just don't like toads. Ino shrank a little, then said in a quiet voice, I heard from Jiraiya-sama that your training this time will probably take a long time. If that's the case, I guess we'll have to get used to not seeing each other for a while. Hearing this, Naruto was slightly stunned. It seemed Jiraiya had told Ino everything, but why is the way she's speaking made it sound like I was being sent off to war? It shouldn't take too long. Naruto chuckled awkwardly, I might not even learn anything and just get kicked back. Don't the more powerful the ninjutsu is, the more requirements and restrictions it has? I'm not exactly a genius either. You know that. And I didn't want to be a genius, if it weren't for. I know. Ino interrupted him, I know. She lowered her eyes and stared at the dappled light on the steps as if lost in thought. Then, she raised her head and smiled, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she said, anyway, by the time you come back, I might already be a Chunin, and you'll still be a Genin. Naruto's eyelid twitched slightly. What's a Chunin compared to being part of Konoha's higher-ups? As long as the time was right, I could just transition myself into a Konoha's Jonin by going through the formalities. Then, let me congratulate you in advance, Naruto said with a smile. Huh? Ino's eyes met his, and her face suddenly flushed for no reason. She immediately stood up and said stutteringly, I just remembered I have something to do. Ichiraku ramen. You really are a troublesome kid. Jiraiya grumbled as he ate his ramen. It was you who insisted on saying those nonsenses to Ino. If you really wanted to find me, how could you not find me? Naruto said, biting into a piece of chashu pork, the juices flooding his mouth. The milky broth rippled, reflecting Naruto's face. Why do you seem to be more anxious than me? Naruto remarked in exasperation. Watch your mouth. What kind of talk is that? Jiraiya said, I understand the feelings between young men and women better than anyone. How could I not give you a little push with such a good opportunity? Jiraiya chuckled mischievously, so, how is it? Did she cling to you and feel reluctant to part? No, Naruto rolled his eyes. Everything you write is R-rated, pervy sage. What do you know? Jiraiya curled his lips and said, those are my masterpieces, pure art. You're just a boring kid. You'll get it one day. Naruto actually wanted to say that he had already read them, but he was too embarrassed to ask for an update. Then, he remembered that both Sakura and Ino had also read Icha Icha Paradise, which only made him feel more awkward. After all, the wretched author was right next to him, which made the whole thing seem less exciting. Anyway, you can't rush things like that. I'm not even of age yet, so no matter how urgent it seems, it won't do me any good, Naruto said, sipping some broth. Everyone has their own goals. It's better to take things slowly. What the hell? Jiraiya clicked his tongue. You are so young, but you think too much. You don't have the youthful vigor at all. I'd like to have some pervy sage, Naruto said, turning to look at Jiraiya, his eyes dull. But how can I be energetic with so much crap going on? Why don't you try asking Sasuke to let go of his hatred for his clan's massacre? If he could easily let go of that obsession, then sure, I can also be full of energy. But living a life hated and despised by others. Every extra second feels like hell. Even though I'm no longer a Jinchuriki now, the higher-ups are still discussing plans to keep that from getting out. So, I still have to deal with the villagers' hatred from time to time. And on top of that, I have to protect them. How am I supposed to stay motivated? If it weren't for Ino, Choji and the others, I would have left the village long ago. The last sentence left Jiraiya momentarily speechless, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. After a brief silence, he took a deep breath and said seriously, once your training at Mount Myoboku is done, I'll convince the higher-ups to officially strip you of the Jinchuriki title. You're my student, not the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Well, we'll talk about it when the time comes, Naruto replied. The heavy atmosphere lightened as Jiraiya smiled, patting Naruto on the shoulder. The training at Mount Myoboku is extremely tough, Naruto. Senjutsu are not easy to master. Even though it's Tsunade's order, I still want to respect your opinion. Have you made up your mind? Naruto gave him a blank, dead-eyed stare. Yes. You brat. You're so boring. Jiraiya curled his lips and finished the last bite of his ramen. Well, if that's the case, then. He raised his chopsticks and pointed forward dramatically. Let's go. Naruto looked down at the remaining ramen in his bowl, sighed, and drank the rest of the broth. Mount Myoboku, huh. It's finally come to this. I no longer have the mark of the Sage of Six Paths on my body. I wonder if that old toad would bring up the Child of Prophecy bullshit again this time. Whatever. I'll go and see for myself. Konoha Forest, Riverside. It was already afternoon. The stream flowed rapidly, and Naruto and Jiraiya trudged through the soft pebbles, each step sinking into the ground. Eventually, they reached a wide, damp riverbank. Jiraiya stopped, pulled out a scroll, and said, all right, time to sign the summoning contract. Pervy Sage, after this trip to Mount Myoboku, regardless of the outcome, Naruto raised his head and looked at him. Let's start the mission in the Land of Rain right away. I'll go with you. It would be too conspicuous to bring a brat like you on that kind of mission. Jiraiya didn't immediately agree. We'll see when the time comes. If you master Senjutsu, I might consider it. Hearing this, Naruto's heart sank a little. After all, he knew it would be tough. He doesn't know how hard to train the Senjutsu is, but no matter what, even Jiraiya can't master the perfect sage mode. And now, this matter has fallen into him. Knock off Naruto. Tisk, I couldn't wait to see the look on that old toad's face. Naruto squatted down and quickly signed his name on the summoning scroll. He used a kunai to cut his thumb and pressed his bloodied handprint on. Jiraiya, leaning against a tree nearby, crossed his arms and watched with a smile. Just inject your chakra, create a small cut on your palm, and slam it to the ground. With your current amount of chakra, you should be able to summon that guy Bunta. As he said this, Jiraiya chuckled again and gave Naruto a reminder in advance. Bunta has a bad temper. Be careful not to get hurt, but if you're patient, you'll be able to win his approval. Okay. Naruto cut his thumb again and slammed it firmly to the ground without hesitation. With a loud bang, a massive white cloud of smoke appeared. Jiraiya, still smiling, stood off to the side, clearly ready to enjoy the show. He knew Naruto had already signed a contract with Tsunade's summoned beast, but it was perfectly fine for a shinobi to make contracts with multiple summoned beasts. If that grumpy Bunta was summoned, given his bad temper, he would probably start cursing. As the smoke cleared, it revealed Gamabunta, his scarred face as rebellious as ever, with a massive pipe clenched in his mouth. His waist, as thick as a barrel, was slung with a giant white short sword. Yo, Bunta. Jiraiya began to greet him, but suddenly choked on his words when he saw something else in the smoke. Jiraiya-chan, long time no see. A green toad with red lips, Gamariki, greeted them. Why did you summon us all here? All of you, Gamariki. Who else is there besides you? Jiraiya was slightly surprised. Just how much chakra did Naruto inject? Ribbit. A patterned toad as tall as two people croaked, and then an armored, iron-armed toad stepped out of the smoke. A voice followed shortly after. I didn't expect that a clumsy and useless toad like me would be summoned. A magenta-colored toad, holding a bull-like shield and an iron spear fork, walked out. Though he spoke humbly, he was one of the top 3 giant toads of Mount Myoboku. What exactly is going on? The blue toad, Gamahiro, carrying 2 swords on his back, lay on the ground. Bunta? Gamahiro? Gamaken? Why are all of you? Jiraiya couldn't hold it anymore. He looked at Naruto, wondering, how much chakra did this guy use? In Mount Myoboku, only Gamaken and Gamahiro were on par with Gamabunta, and now, all 3 of them had been summoned. It was unimaginable. But then, in the next moment, oh my, Jiraiya-chan, what kind of trouble have you run into now? An elderly voice rang out, sounding like an old woman. The meal at home is just ready. I didn't even get a bite before we got summoned here. Another elderly voice sounded, belonging to an old man. As the smoke cleared, 2 more figures appeared. They are small toads, not nearly as massive as the others, only about 2 or 3 times the size of regular toads. It was none other than the 2 toad sages, Fukasaku and Shima. Fukasaku-sama? Shima-sama? You too as well? This time, Jiraiya's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Even he rarely summoned the 2 great toad sages from Mount Myoboku. It was only in situations where he was up against an overwhelmingly strong enemy and had no other option that he would dare to summon them. After all, the 2 toad sages were of higher status and had the right to refuse Jiraiya's summons. If they were summoned needlessly, Jiraiya could easily end up in a very awkward situation. It was also because of this that Jiraiya always made sure to maintain a good relationship with the 2 toad sages. Even though they had known each other for so many years, at least some respect was needed, lest the 2 toad sages would not give him face at a critical moment. How else would we get here? We were forcibly summoned. Fukasaku slowly walked towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya-chan, what urgent matter do you have? Nothing really happened. It wasn't me who summoned you. Jiraiya scratched his head. It was my disciple. It's his first time summoning you guys, so he probably didn't know the rules. Not you? Jiraiya-chan, who else could summon our whole clan here? Shima asked. And who is this disciple of yours? Where's he? Over there. Jiraiya pointed in a direction, and all the toads turned to look, then saw Naruto was standing there. Naruto was wearing a loose white short-sleeved shirt, with a striking blonde hair and a smooth forehead. Since he wasn't on a mission, he didn't wear his forehead protector. Naruto looked back at them, meeting their gazes. Shima, pointing at Naruto, exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that Minato?" Fukasaku immediately coughed loudly to stop his wife from saying more. Shima, who made her slip of the tongue, also immediately remembered that Jiraiya's disciple, Namikaze Minato, had died long ago. More than 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. To the toads, it felt like only a few months. After all, Minato was too exceptional, and any great shinobi would pale in comparison to him. He had risen to fame at a young age, achieving an extraordinary level of success that left a lasting impression. That's why when Shima suddenly saw that familiar blonde hair, she instinctively blurted out such thing. Naruto, however, didn't have much of a reaction. To him, Minato was just the parent of this body. Anyway, since Minato had already died in battle, it didn't affect him much. As for the impure world reincarnation, Naruto's impure world reincarnation technique is much more perfect than Orochimaru's. He could prevent them from being summoned if needed, avoiding a lot of unnecessary trouble, like if they discovered he had taken over their son's body. Considering they died when Naruto was just born, they probably wouldn't notice. There's no way they'd find out, right? Forget it, no point worrying about something so far-fetched. Coming back to his senses, Naruto looked at the group of bad apples from Mount Myoboku. This group almost looked like a gang of villains with their rough appearances and intimidating weapons. At this time, half of Mount Myoboku's mob had already made an appearance. This is my new disciple, Uzumaki Naruto. Jiraiya stepped forward to smooth things over. He has just signed the summoning contract, and this is his first time summoning. I hope you can forgive any offense. Uzumaki Naruto? Shima repeated the name, looking at Naruto again as if she was unsure. Uzumaki? Yes. Jiraiya replied with an awkward smile. He sighed inwardly. After all, Naruto really did look too much like Minato. Now that he had grown up, the resemblance was even stronger. Jiraiya had once thought he'd only have one extraordinary disciple in his lifetime, but here was Minato's son, just as remarkable as his father. In fact, Naruto showed signs of surpassing Minato. After all, compared to Minato, Naruto is still young, and he has already freed himself from the Kyuubi's influence while being able to harness its chakra. Combined with his Uzumaki lineage from Kushina, Naruto's potential for growth was immense. Perhaps Naruto can really surpass Minato and become a shinobi close to the Shoden Hokage. Hearing this, Fukasaku nodded and gave Naruto another glance before speaking. Now that we've met, is there anything else? I'd like to take him to Mount Myoboku to see if he has the aptitude to learn senjutsu. Jiraiya said straight, not worried that Fukasaku would refuse. Naruto's talent was evident to all, and even if the first impression wasn't ideal, it didn't matter. After all, not even Jiraiya could summon half of Mount Myoboku's toads at once. But Naruto had done it. Fukasaku and Shima wouldn't turn down another genius signing a contract with Mount Myoboku. Even if they had some complaints, they would still give Jiraiya some face. Okay. Fukasaku nodded and agreed easily, then he looked at Shima and said, "Ma, take Naruto-chan to Mount Myoboku first. Jiraiya-chan and I will follow shortly." Sure. Because of the first impression, Shima obviously has a good impression of Naruto. She smiled and jumped onto Naruto's shoulder. "Naruto-chan, right?" "Yes, Granny Shima." Naruto could feel the kindness of Grandma Shima towards her younger generation, and answered politely. Such good manners, as expected of, Shima trailed off midway, then shifted the topic. "Well, stand steady. I'll be using the reverse summoning technique to take us to Mount Myoboku." "Just standing steady is enough?" Naruto asked a bit nervously. "Yes, just relax and don't resist." Shima reassured him with a smile. "Just follow the flow of my technique. No need to worry." "Okay," Naruto responded. "Let's go." With a bang, Shima and Naruto both disappeared into a cloud of white smoke. At this time, seeing that Naruto had been reverse summoned, Fukasaku finally breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around and looked at Jiraiya, but he was no longer as calm as before. Jiraiya noticed the change in Fukasaku's expression. Since it was rare to see Fukasaku look so grave, Jiraiya gulped nervously, and quickly asked, "Fukasaku-sama, what's wrong?" "It's fine." Fukasaku jumped onto Gamakichi's head, leveling his gaze with the tall Jiraiya. "It's about your new disciple." "What about Naruto?" Jiraiya asked. "It's hard to say." Fukasaku sighed. He didn't give a direct answer, but instead asked, "What's his relation to Minato?" "He's his son. No wonder he looks so much like him." Fukasaku murmured to himself, then asked, "Jiraiya-chan, do you realize what kind of disciple you've accepted?" "What?" Jiraiya felt a growing sense of unease. Upon hearing this, Fukasaku first stared at Jiraiya for a long time. Then he stood there in silence thinking for a while, and in the end, he did not say it directly. Instead, he turned around and pointed at Gamabunta, Gamahiro, and Gamaken, who were like three small mountains, behind him and said, "Tell me, what did you see when you guys were summoned here?" Gamabunta, the first to be addressed, seemed hesitant. After taking a puff of his pipe, he finally spoke. "It wasn't voluntary. We were forcibly dragged here, completely unable to resist." Gamaken added, "I'm too clumsy to explain properly, but I saw a towering soul. It was like a giant staring down at me, with golden eyes." Gamahiro. "I thought it was a powerful enemy. It was a bit terrifying." Jiraiya never expected the toads to say such things. Each word made sense, but when combined, it felt strange and disjointed. "You guys are not joking, are you?" he asked. Fukasaku shook his head. "Jiraiya-chan, haven't you noticed yet? Even you can't summon all of this at once. Aside from consuming a huge amount of chakra, there's another reason. Not every toad from Mount Myoboku is available to respond to your summoning at the same time. Unless you give special instructions, it's impossible for all of us to appear together. But this time, it was a forced summoning. Your disciple pulled us all here. If it weren't for the fact that his chakra ran out, even Rock Lodging Toad might have been summoned." Rock Lodging Toad? Jiraiya understood the situation, but he just didn't want to think about it too deeply. After all, Naruto is his only disciple now. He would rather Naruto have mediocre talents, even if slightly inferior to Minato, as long as he can grow into an outstanding shinobi. But Fukasaku's words completely shattered his fantasy. There was indeed a mystery in Naruto's body. He finally solved the problem of the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, but now, something else happened. "What's wrong with Naruto?" Jiraiya asked while looking at Fukasaku. "I'm not sure. I'm afraid only summoned beasts can sense such a towering soul. Since the toads of Mount Myoboku have a contract with Naruto, we can glimpse his soul." Fukasaku sighed before continuing, "Jiraiya-chan, don't get anxious just yet. First, take him to see the Great Toad Sage. Maybe he'll know something." "Ah, the Great Toad Sage is from that era after all." Jiraiya muttered, reluctantly agreeing. "Then we should visit him first. Maybe there's nothing wrong. Perhaps you just saw things wrong." "Jiraiya-chan," Fukasaku could see Jiraiya's reluctance and spoke firmly. "I know it took you a lot of effort to finally take on a disciple, but no matter what, this is my only disciple." Jiraiya cut him off, casting a deep look at Fukasaku. "My life has been full of failures, I can't start over again." Silence fell over the scene. The other toads didn't dare speak and could only stare at Fukasaku. Sigh. Fukasaku sighed again and did not persuade Jiraiya anymore. He just said, "Maybe this is a good thing. We'll only know after seeing the Great Toad Sage." Even Fukasaku didn't realize he had mentioned the Great Toad Sage twice now. Jiraiya's stubbornness was hard to break through, and Fukasaku wasn't sure what to say. Such matters were unpredictable. But where there's strangeness, there's danger. He knew that a towering soul like that shouldn't appear without reason, and it certainly didn't seem human. With a bang, Jiraiya and the toads vanished in a puff of white smoke. Mount Myoboku. Naruto looked up at the towering plants around him. In the distance, the thunderous sound of waterfalls roared, making him feel as though he had stepped into a toad kingdom. Turning around, he saw several small toads lazily lounging on giant leaves. Huge stems towered above, and below, knee-high round mushrooms spread across the ground. Far ahead, a majestic stone palace stood. Shima stood on the side, waiting, and soon after, with a bang, Fukasaku and Jiraiya appeared at Mount Myoboku. Fukasaku first glanced at Naruto and said calmly, "Let's go. Before training, we need to see the great toad sage." "Pa, it's already noon, and we haven't had a single bite to eat yet. What's the rush?" Shima grumbled in dissatisfaction. "It's been a while since Jiraiya-chan has been here, and I was planning to cook a good meal to welcome him." "Enough, Ma." Fukasaku interrupted firmly, "It's not time to eat yet. Jiraiya-chan hasn't seen the great toad sage in ages, so he needs to visit him." Shima hesitated, then nodded, "I understand. I'll wait for you guys to come back and eat. Once you're done, remember to ask Gamakichi to come back and let me know." "Ah?" The young Gamakichi poked his head out from a lotus leaf. "I have to go too?" Naruto observed everything quietly, and noticed nothing out of the ordinary. He looked at Jiraiya, who had a serious expression on his face, and nodded slightly at him. After Shima left, Fukasaku turned and looked at Jiraiya and Naruto. "Follow me." The two of them walked behind him slowly. Over the past year, Naruto had grown a lot, now standing over 170 centimeters tall, though he's still a head shorter than Jiraiya. "Hey, pervy sage," Naruto lowered his voice, "where exactly does the great toad sage live?" He knew that there was great toad sage in Mount Myoboku, but he only knew that the old toad was extremely huge, 17 meters tall. He was still a small toad when he met the sage of 6 paths, but he grew up later. He figured that, like the 3 giant toads of Mount Myoboku, the great toad sage must also be one of the giant toads. With such a massive body, lying on a stone chair in a stone palace, and given that toads prefer cool and shady places, it was likely an underground palace. "You'll find out soon. It's just ahead," Jiraiya, who was obviously familiar with the layout, said in a low voice, then glanced at Naruto worriedly and gave him a warning. "When you meet the great toad sage, be respectful, don't be rude." "Got it." "Do I look like someone who has no manners?" Naruto said unhappily, "To be honest, pervy sage, I don't think I'm suited for learning senjutsu." "Enough. You won't know if you're suited until you try." Jiraiya turned his head and glanced at Naruto, who was backing off. Senjutsu training is extremely difficult. Over the past 1,000 years, countless people have failed, but only a few have succeeded. Whether you can master it or not is still uncertain, so let's leave the talk of giving up for after you've failed. "I just said I might not be suited for learning senjutsu. That doesn't mean I'll fail." Naruto mumbled, "It's senjutsu, I just want you not to have too high expectations." "Even though I'm a genius, that doesn't necessarily apply to senjutsu." He tactfully gave Jiraiya a heads up in advance. After all, Naruto himself was feeling a bit nervous. The so-called child of prophecy, the great toad sage spoke of, likely referred to Asura's chakra. However, at this moment, Naruto had no trace of Asura's chakra within him, only one system. Enough of that useless talk. Jiraiya took 2 steps forward and turned to urge, "Keep up." "Got it." Naruto frowned slightly. It seemed like Jiraiya was even more nervous than I am. Was he too fixated on the outcome? The group walked past the toad oil waterfall and around a massive stone toad before stopping in front of an ordinary-looking stone house. The slightly large Gamakichi automatically sprawled outside, and Fukasaku turned to wait. "We're here," Fukasaku said, "follow me." Naruto looked up at the unremarkable stone house, thinking to himself that this must just be an entrance. Sure enough, as he and Jiraiya followed behind, they smelled a strong smell of incense ash as soon as they entered the door. The structure inside is similar to the interior of a tower, about 7 stories high. The light is dim, and stone statues of the ancestors of the toads from past generations lined the walls. Fukasaku kept walking, while Jiraiya seemed familiar with the place. Naruto had a lot of questions in his mind but couldn't say them out loud, so he could only follow them silently with his head down. After passing through a stone gate, they entered a larger tunnel. The ground beneath their feet was made of massive slabs of smooth blue stone. The moment Naruto stepped inside, he felt a chill. Tap tap tap, the sound of their footsteps echoed through the tunnel, making Naruto shiver involuntarily. "Pervy sage, how much farther?" "Not much, just ahead," Jiraiya replied. Noticing Naruto's discomfort, he grinned smugly. "Naruto, do you know how the stone tiles beneath your feet were made?" Naruto wanted to say that he didn't care. However, Jiraiya spoke mysteriously, "They were made using senjutsu. The whole huge blue stone was split open by hand, and it is as smooth as if it was cut with a sword." "Is it really that crazy?" Naruto asked skeptically. "Are you just trying to trick me into learning senjutsu?" Hee, well. Seeing that his intentions were exposed, Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly and said, "How can it be called lying when it comes to shinobi matters?" Jiraiya-chan is right. Learning senjutsu will benefit you. Fukasaku, who was walking at the front, said without turning his head. Senjutsu grants power beyond that of ordinary shinobi, but it also comes with risks. He stopped and effortlessly pushed open a stone door several hundred times his own size. A faint light filtered through. Inside was a massive underground stone palace, and at the far end, a huge elderly toad was sleeping. "We've arrived. Let's go meet the great toad sage," Fukasaku said as he stepped aside and walked inside, jumping onto a stone platform. "Don't worry, the great toad sage is very easy to talk to." Jiraiya stood outside the stone door and patted Naruto's shoulder gently. "Just follow me." "Alright." Naruto didn't feel much and looked up at the underground palace again. Compared to the one he had seen on the island of the Uzumaki clan, this underground palace is different. The underground palace in Mount Myoboku had an ancient and majestic feel to it. The dim light came from 4 massive oil lamps on the walls, fueled by toad oil. At the end of the hall was a large stone staircase, atop which sat an enormous stone chair. The elderly toad lay there, its massive, wrinkled body slumped, eyes closed, radiating a peaceful and solemn aura. The ceiling was supported by huge stone pillars, carved with precision that seemed almost supernatural. If someone told Naruto these were shaped by hand using senjutsu, it would seem rather over the top. However, with the temperaments of the toads from Mount Myoboku, it wouldn't be surprising if they had done it that way. Jiraiya and Naruto stopped at the base of the steps, waiting respectfully. "Great Toad Sage." Fukasaku stood on a small stone platform below the steps, calling out to wake the sleeping old toad. "Jiraiya-chan is here with his disciple." Oh, they've arrived? Who is it again?" The great toad sage opened his eyes. "Great Toad Sage, it's Jiraiya and his disciple." Fukasaku repeated, feeling a bit helpless. "You've met him before, it's Jiraiya-chan." "Oh, I remember now. Wonderful, Jiraiya-chan hasn't changed a bit. Still hasn't grown taller after all these years?" the great toad sage murmured, looking a little confused. "And why's your hair blonde now? I could have sworn it was white." "Great Toad Sage, I'm Jiraiya. Long time no see." Jiraiya laughed heartily, then patted Naruto's shoulder. "This is my disciple, Uzumaki Naruto." "Jiraiya-chan, oh, why are you old too?" The great toad sage had no airs of a senior figure. His eyes could barely open, squinting as he spoke. "People naturally age. It's been decades," Jiraiya replied, his tone tinged with nostalgia. In the blink of an eye, half of his life had already passed. "Oh, and that's your disciple?" the great toad sage asked. Hearing himself being mentioned, Naruto couldn't help but feel nervous. Would this old toad say mention the child of prophecy again? "Yes, great toad sage, Jiraiya-chan has brought him to learn senjutsu," Fukasaku confirmed. "Oh, senjutsu, huh? Well, go on then." The great toad sage gave Naruto a brief glance through his barely open eyes, then suddenly stopped, as if lost in thought, like someone with dementia. "Didn't you mention the prophecy about Jiraiya-chan last time?" Fukasaku pressed. "Great toad sage, do you still remember?" Yes, I remember. But Jiraiya-chan's future has changed. He will continue to travel and eventually settle down in one place," the great toad sage said, still squinting. "It will be a lively place, full of people." "Settle down?" Jiraiya's expression turned strange. "Great toad sage, that place wouldn't happen to be Konoha, would it?" Jiraiya had lived a life of freedom and wasn't used to staying in one place for long, so the thought of settling down anywhere, even Konoha, seemed unlikely to him. "No," the great toad sage replied, then shifted his gaze to Naruto. "Your fate has changed because of your disciple, Jiraiya-chan. You've taken on a good student. Don't resist the flow of destiny, change is coming to the shinobi world." "Is he the child of prophecy?" Fukasaku asked, eager for confirmation. "No," the great toad sage denied, "he's not the child of prophecy. However, I've seen a vision of him in the future of the shinobi world." "Then what is he?" Fukasaku was stunned. If Naruto wasn't the child of prophecy, then he wondered what was the strange figure he had seen. The great toad sage's voice grew older and more somber. The night was torn apart, and the yellow spring water flowed backwards. The dead crawled out from the ground, and there was a sea of blood and dry bones everywhere. Hearing this, both Jiraiya and Naruto were stunned. Naruto's pupils also dilated slightly. He was not talking about the Dream Master, Kabuto, was he? Seas of blood and bones were easy to understand. Likely a reference to the Fourth Shinobi World War. But the part about "the night was torn apart" was bizarre. Only the Otsutsuki clan could manage something like that, right? And what was the deal with the yellow waters flowing backward? "Is it the end of the world?" Fukasaku asked, deeply concerned. "I don't know," the great toad sage replied casually, leaving it at that. Fukasaku was equally shocked, but since the great elder had spoken, he no longer had any doubts about Naruto. Even though the towering soul still couldn't be explained, it was good to know that Jiraiya's new disciple wasn't some sort of dangerous anomaly. Although Mount Myoboku is powerful, when faced with bizarre and unknown forces, they still couldn't be too cautious. Fukasaku's wariness was for the sake of both Mount Myoboku and Jiraiya. As they exited the stone palace, Fukasaku turned to Jiraiya. "It's mealtime, let's eat first." At those words, Jiraiya's face turned pale, and he suddenly felt some indigestion coming on. Naruto's expression also soured. "Damn it, I'd forgotten about this, the bug feast." Konoha. Hinata sank into the bathtub, then slowly floated back up. There's a faint look of frustration crossing her face. Her skin, smooth as jade, had turned a flushed pink from the hot water. Half of her long hair was wet, trailing into the bathtub. She gazed up at the ceiling light in the bathroom, with the water below her crystal clear. Time felt like it was passing too slowly. Hinata wanted to grow up quickly, but while her body was developing faster than her peers, her strength improvement was very slow. She had tried a new approach, focusing entirely on the Byakugan, which had once made her feel so inferior. Fortunately, it has finally produced some results recently. She wanted to share the news with Naruto, but when it came down to on the courage. There was a knock at the bathroom door, and Hanabi's voice came from outside. "Sister, are you in there, huh?" Hinata's heart skipped a beat. She was lost in her thoughts, as if someone had suddenly seen right through her. "I'm here, what's wrong?" "Nothing much. Are you going on a mission tomorrow? I wanted to ask if you'd like to go shopping with me." "No need, I'll be right out." Hinata pushed herself up and then immediately sank back into the water. "Hanabi, can you wait for a little while?" "What's wrong? Bathing takes a bit of time." Although Hanabi outside the bathroom was confused, she didn't press further. She glanced down at her shoes and replied with a simple, "Okay." Hinata's face flushed, and she let out a soft sigh, submerging her head underwater as bubbles rose to the surface. "Ah, this feels great." Naruto emerged from the water and spit out a mouthful of water. Around him, the water was rushing fast. "Pervy sage, are you sure it's safe to bathe in the river?" Mount Myoboku, with stars hanging low over the vast plain. Jiraiya curled his lips in the water. "You sure are demanding. There aren't even any women around here, so why bother bathing? What's the point of worrying about appearances? Wouldn't it be great if you could squeeze out this little time to practice?" "Didn't we already train enough during the day?" Naruto said as he swam to the shore, standing there dripping wet, shaking the water out of his ears. Jiraiya rolled his eyes. "You ate during the day, too. But you're still hungry by night, aren't you?" "Don't remind me about lunch. It made me sick," Naruto said as he put on his clothes. "It was all bugs. I had to force them down." "You still had to eat them." Jiraiya also came ashore, put on his clothes and said seriously, "It's the price you pay for learning senjutsu." Under the starry night sky, Naruto collapsed onto the grassy riverbank, staring up at the heavens as he muttered his complaints. "But bugs, really? And besides, my training failed today, didn't it? All the natural energy I absorbed got expelled. It's no use." "Stop with the nonsense." Jiraiya sat beside him, unwilling to give up. "We'll try again tomorrow and figure out what went wrong." Naruto turned his head slightly and glanced at Jiraiya. "Whatever you say." "Really, you brat. At least show some motivation." "Damn it," Jiraiya was angry. "Am I the one learning senjutsu, or are you?" "There's nothing I can do about it." Naruto replied lazily. "I've been telling you for a while now. Natural energy and I just don't get along. Do you believe me now?" "What kind of nonsense is that?" Jiraiya sat up, took out the notebook he carried with him and began to continue drafting his novel. Naruto casually glanced over and, pretending not to care, asked, "Hey, pervy sage. It seemed your manuscript looks pretty thick. Are you almost done?" "What's this? You're interested now?" Jiraiya paused and turned to ask, "Don't you always say that what I write is boring?" "It's for Kakashi-sensei. He really likes your books. He's helped me a lot, so I thought I'd get him 2 pre-release copies of Icha Paradise if you're finished." "Oh, it's for Kakashi? Sure, no problem." Jiraiya replied casually. "It's almost done, but it may take a while." "Why 2 copies, though?" The next day, Fukasaku, holding an iron staff, stood in front of the Toad Oil waterfall. The waterfall roared like distant thunder. Jiraiya stood nearby as he watched with his expression serious. "That's Toad Oil. Applying it on your body can help draw in natural energy into your body." Fukasaku dipped his finger into the Toad Oil and applied it on the back of Naruto's hand. "Didn't we already try it yesterday?" Naruto felt a little helpless. He then feels the natural energy enter the back of his hand, only for it to immediately be expelled with a soft pop. "What's going on?" Jiraiya walked forward, grabbed the back of Naruto's hand and inspected it from all angles. "It's really strange. Logically speaking, after absorbing natural energy, it will at most turn your hand into a frog's hand. Why is it bouncing off? I've never seen anything like this before." "Let's try again," Fukasaku said. "Maybe it was just a fluke. We can try applying it somewhere else." Hearing this, Naruto rolled his eyes. At the same time, he secretly thought, "This is probably because Asura's chakra has been erased from my body. It seemed that without Ashura's influence in my body, My compatibility with natural energy had dropped to nearly zero. Naruto already expected the failure. As for the natural energy bouncing off, he had no idea and didn't care to think much about it. Without Asura's chakra, Naruto actually felt more at peace. No matter how much the Sage of Six Paths tried to help him, he was still an Otsutsuki, an outsider just like him. The biggest difference might be that Naruto came from a higher dimensional world. Senjutsu was valuable, but if he couldn't master it, so be it. This was the price he paid, the cost of being a soul transferred into another body. Everything he had now was essentially granted to him by the system. Failed. Fukasaku shook his head and looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya-chan, did you notice anything wrong? No, Jiraiya also looked frustrated. On the contrary, Naruto, the person involved, remained optimistic and consoled both Fukasaku and Jiraiya. It's fine, maybe I just don't have the aptitude for it. He had already mentally prepared himself for this, so when the result came, he actually felt relieved. Putting aside the system, he was just an ordinary shinobi, which was good enough for him. Jiraiya, however, looked at Naruto in disbelief. Without Senjutsu, how do you plan on facing the Akatsuki? Even just Uchiha Itachi alone would be too much for you. Hearing this, Naruto thought about it carefully and said, I know sealing technique. When did you learn sealing technique? Jiraiya was slightly stunned and turned to look at Naruto. You mean actual sealing technique? Yeah. Naruto nodded. After the destruction of the Uzumaki clan, sealing techniques have become extremely rare. Fukasaku said with emotion, if it's just basic sealing technique, though, it'd be better to focus on learning Senjutsu. Even if we can't figure out the problem right now, there's no need to rush. Fukasaku said with his hands behind his back. Jiraiya-chan, you too can stay in Mount Myoboku without worry. You can train for as long as you want. And there's plenty of food. What? Naruto gasped, immediately recalling the fear he felt at being dominated by the bug feast. Those fat, squirmy insects, and the gooey, greenish juices, just the memory made his stomach churn. No way. If I stayed here any longer, I'd be ruined. Thank you, Fukasaku-sama, Jiraiya said with a bitter face. Although Jiraiya didn't want to eat bugs every meal, he also didn't want to give up so easily. After all, he had returned to Konoha with the sole purpose of bringing Naruto to Mount Myoboku to learn Senjutsu. Jiraiya didn't care about any prophecy. Even if his fate changed or was destined to be a tragedy, he felt it wouldn't be bad to have a settled ending after a life of wandering for half of his lifetime. Whether it was his disciples or his teacher, he hadn't been able to protect any of the people important to him. He fully believed in the great Toad Sage's prophecy, but he couldn't resign himself to accepting that fate. Besides, once they returned to Konoha, they'd have to begin the investigation in the Land of Rain. If Naruto didn't have Senjutsu, Jiraiya wouldn't feel comfortable taking him there. Let's call it a day for now, Jiraiya said, shielding his eyes from the sun. Naruto, get some rest. We can continue training tomorrow when you are in better condition. Hearing this, Naruto couldn't sit still any longer. If they kept dragging this out, his taste buds would be completely destroyed. Wait, I think there's still a chance we can salvage this. Jiraiya looked at Naruto in confusion. How? Are you going to try again? Fukasaku asked with a smile on his face. Looking at Naruto, he thought to himself, as expected of Jiraiya-chan's disciple, he's as tenacious as Jiraiya-chan. Yes. Naruto stripped down to his shorts and, without hesitation, leapt into the toad oil waterfall with a loud splash. You're crazy. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock and he quickly rushed forward. Quickly get him out of there, Jiraiya-chan. Fukasaku reacted quickly and quickly picked up the iron rod that could dispel natural energy. If his whole body is covered in toad oil, the overwhelming natural energy will cause him to explode. Even though they knew Naruto's body rejected natural energy, that was in small amounts after all. With enough quantity, there would be a qualitative change, and an influx of massive natural energy into his body was no joke. In the end, Jiraiya managed to pull Naruto out, with toad oil covering him from head to toe. Despite everything, Naruto still looked energetic. I can't absorb it, Naruto said dejectedly as he wiped off the toad oil, then added, does this stuff even work? You little brat, are you trying to give me a heart attack? Jiraiya slapped the back of Naruto's head. Of course it works. I also relied on these toad oils to guide me in absorbing natural energy in the past. Everyone's different, though. You can't just apply the same method to everyone, Naruto replied as he stood up, his face flushed. He could roughly sense the existence of natural energy, but he couldn't bring it into his body. Jiraiya sighed, we'll try again tomorrow. Fukasaku was also shaken. He looked at Jiraiya with complicated eyes and said, Jiraiya-chan, your disciple's condition is truly rare. It's as if he's completely isolated from natural energy. If that's the case, so be it. Naruto wiped his face dry, gritted his teeth and said, I can clearly sense the natural energy, but they are just on the surface and refuse to come in. Even if it does get in, it just gets bounced back out. Upon hearing this, Fukasaku became thoughtful. He recalled the towering soul residing within Naruto, and he gave Naruto a serious look, unsure of what to say. Jiraiya-chan had already said that Naruto-chan was his only disciple, so he couldn't just ignore him. The great Toad Sage had also approved, and there was also his relationship with Minato-chan. Just as Fukasaku was contemplating other possible solutions, he heard Naruto's loud voice yelling angrily nearby. It sounded like he was about to lose his cool. Has he reached his breaking point? Fukasaku didn't pay much attention, as frustration was normal for beginners. However, in the next moment, Naruto's furious voice came through clearly. It won't come in, it was just toying with me. I can't just indulge it like this. Damn it, if it won't come in, I'll just seal it in. Four symbols seal. A ripple formed in the space around them as the natural energy within a few meters was forcibly drawn into the four symbols seal. Fukasaku watched in astonishment as the strands of natural energy were sucked into the four symbols seal, shaking him to his core. You need to absorb into your body, not sealing it, damn it. Meanwhile, Jiraiya's brow furrowed slightly. Four symbols seal? Where did this kid learn it from? The four symbols seal wasn't a basic sealing technique, and I had never heard of it being used to absorb natural energy. Still, it was an interesting new approach. Naruto, feeling relieved at last, thought to himself, since the four symbols seal could even suppress Kyuubi inside me, there was no reason why it couldn't seal the natural energy. He turned to Jiraiya with a grin. Pervy sage, I've now absorbed the natural energy into my body. Jiraiya. Naruto even snapped his fingers, making a crisp sound, and asked cheekily, want me to release it now? Just shut up. Jiraiya turned and walked away, though a smile crept across his face. If the natural energy couldn't be absorbed into his body directly, using the four symbols seal wasn't a bad alternative, though it did feel a bit odd. Well, I'll have to ask more about this tomorrow. Maybe it is a new method. Suddenly, boom. Just as Jiraiya took a few steps, a loud explosion erupted behind him. He turned around suddenly and saw a dumbfounded Naruto standing near a boulder that had been blown to pieces. Jiraiya stared at Naruto. Naruto. Huh? I just let a little out, and it exploded, Naruto explained. I didn't do anything. Alright, I get it, Jiraiya said helplessly. After countless failed attempts, Jiraiya finally accepted the situation. That month of bug feasts had left his stomach in bad shape, especially with Shima's passionate cooking efforts. Despite their disgust, they couldn't refuse the meals out of politeness. As Bear Grylls once said, bugs may look gross, but they're essentially just protein if you remove the heads and tails. Besides, the rich folks in Konoha enjoyed fresh sashimi, be it fish or premium beef. While Naruto found it a bit dull, thinking he might as well just eat it raw, that was the style. Fortunately, there was a dish of bugs that were fried and tasted almost like regular meat. No more bugs. Let's go back for now. Jiraiya sighed and said, your condition is indeed a bit abnormal. So we'll just come back later. Yay, I mean, what a pity. Naruto quickly corrected himself. Half a day later, Jiraiya took Naruto to bid farewell to the two Toad Sages, and with a bang, he lifted the reverse summoning technique. The moment Naruto's feet touched the ground in Konoha, he felt an overwhelming excitement. Ever since he failed to master Sage Mode at Mount Myoboku, he had been longing to return. But Jiraiya, refusing to give up, insisted on trying again and again. Naruto, feeling guilty about how hard Jiraiya was working for him, gritted his teeth and endured. But he couldn't stand it anymore. That's when he decided to use the four symbol seal. Perhaps it was the use of the seal that finally convinced Jiraiya to set aside the senjutsu training. But Naruto didn't plan on asking what Jiraiya was thinking. What mattered was that they were back. Standing in front of Konoha's gate, Naruto jumped up and playfully patted Jiraiya on the shoulder, smiling in reassurance. Pervy sage, even Fukasaku-sama has said that senjutsu are not for me. You brat, Jiraiya chuckled, feeling a bit exasperated. We went all that way, and you're this happy about it? I really don't get you. It wasn't for nothing, was it? Naruto began counting on his fingers. At least we ate bugs. I'll probably never have to eat them again in this lifetime. Hearing this, Jiraiya's face twitched and he said, even though I've eaten it so many times, the taste is still hard to describe every time I think of it. Besides, there's also Great Toad Sage's prophecy. Naruto said, walking alongside Jiraiya as they headed toward the village. So, does that mean the prophecy will come true? And what if it does? Jiraiya replied as they approached the village's entrance. He greeted the two Konoha's gatekeepers spinning pens, acknowledging them with a nod. Pervy sage, the prophecy said that you will eventually settle down somewhere lively, right? Naruto asked. Maybe. The Great Toad Sage's prophecies have never been wrong. Jiraiya mused, and then stroked his unshaven chin and said, but I find it hard to imagine someone like me, the great Jiraiya, ever settling down. In my mind, I always thought I'd die while traveling the world. That may be true, but wouldn't it be nice to have a stable ending? Naruto said casually, dying on the road just feels too tragic. And dying old in a house doesn't sound like a great ending either. Jiraiya said as they walked through Konoha's streets, heading toward the Hokage Tower. Hearing this, Naruto didn't say anything. He just rolled his eyes and thought to himself, of course, you're carefree. No one can compare to you. You're the legendary sage of Mount Myoboku. If the rain gets too heavy, you're bound to stay in the land of rain. Hokage Tower. Naruto briefly greeted Tsunade before leaving, while Jiraiya stayed behind for a bit. Not going well? Tsunade asked, leaning back in her chair. Yeah. Jiraiya nodded. Naruto couldn't merge with natural energy. We tried several times, but it didn't work, so he could only come back first. It's okay if it fails. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief, then suddenly smiled. Jiraiya, oddly enough, I'm not even disappointed to hear that. If anything, I feel a bit happy. Why? Because he's finally not good at something. It shows he has limitations. Tsunade said, people who are perfect in every way, with immense power, are more likely to lose themselves and go to extremes. Are you talking about Uchiha Itachi? Jiraiya asked. Yes. Tsunade admitted, his personality was always pessimistic, bottling up pressure until it could explode. I'm worried that he will lose himself when he becomes more powerful. You have a point. Jiraiya smiled. Speaking of which, I have something else to discuss. What is it? She asked. Hearing this, Jiraiya paused, looked up and said, I want to publicly announce that Naruto is no longer the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, and that the Kyuubi has escaped from Konoha. This could cause unrest in the village, and the other villages, especially Kumogakure, might make a move. Tsunade said, Konoha has just established an alliance with Sunagakure. If they hear this news. I understand, Jiraiya said, looking visibly conflicted. But I accept. Tsunade stood up, I've been considering it for a while. Losing the Kyuubi is indeed a loss for Konoha, but keeping it in the village is also a danger that will explode sooner or later. The future of Konoha lies in the hands of the new generation. We need to trust in their strength. Naruto, after returning home, yawned, washed up, and fell asleep on his bed, unaware that Tsunade was preparing to announce the Kyuubi's escape. By the time he woke up, it was already evening. Since he was feeling hungry, Naruto decided to head out. At the end of July, the streets of Konoha were filled with the sound of insects. In the distance, Naruto spotted a few familiar faces. Someone pointed in his direction, and a group of people turned to look at him. When did you get back? Shikamaru patted his shoulder. I haven't seen you for more than a month, and now I run into you while out for a stroll. I just got back today. Naruto replied, wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, without his forehead protector as usual. He glanced behind Shikamaru, noticing the group with him. You've got a lot of people with you. Where are you going? Just to get together. Shikamaru said. What else? Everyone's here except for Shino, who's on a mission. If you're free, why don't you join us? Yeah, come with us. The more, the merrier, Choji chimed in. Naruto glanced at Ino and Sakura standing nearby. He then sighed and said, alright. How did you grow so fast all of a sudden? Shikamaru asked enviously. You're almost 180 centimeters, right? No, just over 170 centimeters. When Naruto spoke, his eyes swept over Ino and Sakura. He always felt that there was a strange atmosphere between them. Why aren't you two saying anything? He asked directly. And no reason. I just don't know what to say. Ino was a little flustered and turned her head away. Hinata will be coming to the gathering too. Huh? Naruto was puzzled when he heard this. And nothing. Ino's face turned bright red, feeling extremely regretful. Why did I have to bring that up? Naruto was a little confused. Why did she emphasize Hinata? So what if Hinata's coming? His eyes shifted to Sakura, who gave him a sweet smile, sending a chill down his spine. He suddenly felt a little regretful. It must be Dark Sakura. Damn it. Naruto, who vaguely sensed something was off, chatted absent-mindedly with Shikamaru and Choji, while occasionally glancing at Ino and Sakura out of the corner of his eyes, and found that the two seemed to have a good relationship. Weird. After thinking about it for a while, Naruto gave up on trying to figure it out and walked ahead. His hands swung loosely by his sides as he strode along. Ino's face turned red as she averted her gaze, while Sakura leaned in and whispered, Don't you like him? No, Ino instinctively denied, but then her mood sank. Hinata likes him, she told me herself. When? Sakura asked. Last year, Ino replied. The two women walked slowly, gradually putting some distance between themselves and the guys, so they didn't need to speak in whisper anymore. It happened so long ago, she might have already forgotten by now. Sakura said, she liked him last year, but who's to say she still does this year? She still does. Ino shook her head. How do you know? Sakura glanced at Ino out of the corner of her eye, looking like a scheming best friend, and continued to bewitch her. What if she doesn't? There's no what if, Ino insisted. Hinata has liked him for a long time, longer than I've known him. And I don't like him. I don't like anyone, she added. Is that so? Then are you okay with just watching him and Hinata hug each other? Rolling around together in the same bed? Sakura asked casually. And no, I'm not. Ino fidgeted awkwardly. I mean, that shouldn't happen. After all, they're still too young for that. Hearing this, Sakura's lips curled up slightly. Oh. Sakura glanced at Ino and said, if you're with someone you like, everything you do together becomes addictive. Over time, the relationship will become so strong that it's impossible to separate. Hearing this, Ino's face immediately turned red with embarrassment, and she muttered softly, Sakura, what are you talking about? I'm talking about Hinata. She said. Huh? Ino's expression visibly dropped, and jealousy was written all over her face. Seeing this, a playful smile crept across Sakura's lips. Just mentioning Naruto always elicited a strong reaction from Ino. No matter how much she tried to deny it, it was useless. It's just a guess. You don't have to take it seriously, Sakura said casually, as if she didn't mean it. Ino. What? Nothing. Hurry up, or we'll lose sight of them. Sakura pointed toward the disappearing figures ahead. The brightly lit streets of Konoha. I have another mission in a few days. Naruto put his hands in his pockets and said lazily, I also wanted to participate in the Chunin exams, but I don't know if I'll make it in time. Hearing this, Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Who's going to face you in a match? Obviously, missions are more important, right? The share of the reward for doing missions as genin is too low. Isn't this just working for nothing? Naruto said matter-of-factly. It feels like a rip-off. How can a shinobi continue to work like this? Are you short of money? I could lend you some, Choji offered. Damn it. You bunch of rich dogs, Naruto complained, feeling defeated. Shikamaru and Choji seemed to have never ran out of money, while he could only, humbly, rely on Gato's inheritance. Gato-sama is such a kind-hearted man. I cried so hard. I wonder if there are any flowers blooming in front of Gato-sama's grave now. The three of them walked arm in arm into a yakitori restaurant. Before even stepping inside, the smell of grilled meat filled the air. The summer night's breeze was still hot, and the boys laughed and joked as they entered, with a grumpy Neji following behind them. Tenten, walking alongside Hinata, spread out her hands with a helpless look on her face. Those boys sure are full of energy. Hinata smiled softly. As Sakura and Ino caught up with them, the four girls greeted each other and headed inside together. Teenage worries came and went quickly, and once gathered together, the group's mood became cheerful again. Around the long table, laughter never ceased. At some point, Kurenai also joined them, with Anko following behind. It's so lively in here. Anko stood at the edge of the long table. Her gaze met Naruto's and her brows immediately furrowed. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto's reaction was more direct. He immediately spat towards a trash can. Patui. Damn it. You little brat. You old hag. Naruto shot back. You deserve to die, Uzumaki Naruto. Anko pounced over two seats, and grabbed Naruto, causing chaos to erupt at the table. Ino turned to look in their direction, while Hinata let out a soft, Sakura looked back and forth between Ino and Hinata's faces, and smiled calmly the moment she lowered her head. Anko ended up sitting right next to Naruto, stubbornly squeezing herself between him and Shikamaru, taking up half of both their seats. Kurenai-sensei, please sit here, Hinata offered, standing up to give up her seat. Kurenai-sensei, why didn't Asuma come? Shikamaru suddenly turned around and asked Kurenai. Well, Kurenai was momentarily caught off guard, but fortunately, Ino quickly came to her rescue. Come on, Shikamaru, Asuma-sensei must have something important to take care of, Ino said, pausing before adding, otherwise, if Kurenai-sensei were here, Asuma-sensei would definitely come too. Hey, you Team 10, don't bully Kurenai-sensei. Kiba chimed in, defending her. After all, Kurenai was the Jonin instructor of Team 8. Kurenai's face turned slightly red as she endured their teasing. Anko, meanwhile, glanced up and, seemingly realizing something for the first time, asked, what about Asuma? Just then, with a sudden noise, the door to the private room slid open, and Asuma entered with a cheerful smile. Sorry, I had something to take care of, so I'm late. The room fell silent for a brief moment, then erupted with excited cheers. Shikamaru and Choji, in particular, were causing a scene, clapping and shouting as if enjoying the spectacle. Not too late. There's a seat next to Kurenai-sensei. Shikamaru was the most excited. Despite claiming earlier that he wasn't interested in women, he was clearly invested in Asuma's love life. Asuma, not one to get flustered easily, confidently took a seat next to Kurenai. Shikamaru stood up to order drinks, since Asuma, Kurenai, and Anko certainly wouldn't be drinking juice like the rest of them. Hinata, don't they look so sweet together? Tenten rested her elbows on the table, propping her face up with her hands as she sighed. Ah, I guess so. Honestly, I don't really understand these things either, Hinata murmured softly. Huh? Isn't that simple? It's love. Who would have thought that a beautiful girl like Kurenai-sensei would actually like someone like Asuma-sensei? Tenten mumbled like an old man. But it really is hard to understand. Love makes people blind. Well, I don't like Asuma-sensei's type anyway. Though, it's not like I have a specific type. Hey, Hinata, are you even listening? Oh, yes. Hinata suddenly replied. Go on, Tenten. Ah, I'm still so envious, Tenten pouted, sipping her juice and pretending to cry in envy. Hinata seemed a little distracted, her gaze wandering toward the corner where Naruto was sitting, which is a bit farther away. Shikamaru and Anko had left their seats to join in on the teasing around Asuma and Kurenai, adding to the lively atmosphere. The table was full of laughter, and Naruto, holding a glass of juice, watched the scene from the sidelines with a smile on his face. Though he seemed happy, he didn't join in the fun. Hinata wasn't used to such a boisterous environment too, however, being part of the group, she couldn't avoid the attention entirely. They really are a perfect match, how did I not notice before? After causing ruckus for a while, Anko shook her head and muttered to herself. She then sat back in her original seat. After grabbing a skewer of meat, and then turned to Naruto. Why don't you go say something? Say what? Naruto narrowed his eyes and huddled his arms and legs together. He always felt extremely uncomfortable sitting cross-legged like everyone else. I'm not one for joining the crowd, unlike you, a fake Jonin. You're a strange one. Everyone's having fun, and yet you're sitting here chatting with me. Anko remarked, are you always like this? Pretty much. I usually just sleep at home. You don't train? Anko asked in surprise, as if she had just heard a top student say they slept through class and spent their free time playing games. What's training? Naruto smirked and returned to his usual cocky expression. No one still bothers with training, right? Training hard is for second-rate Jonin. Don't mock my hard work. Damn you, Anko pinched him, then let out a small burp and muttered, ordinary people like us have to work very hard. Damn you geniuses. Ture. He agreed with a nod. You don't get to say that. Anko, a little tipsy, gave Naruto a playful shove. By the way, have you figured out anything about what we saw in the Land of Whirlpools? What Anko was referring to as the underground temple in the Land of Whirlpool they had explored. There were probably more strange secrets hidden in the crack behind that underground temple. However, for the sake of safety, the two did not choose to continue the adventure at that time. Naruto took a sip of his red juice and replied, nope. That's a shame, it'll be hard to return there. Anko sighed, with a faint smell of alcohol lingering around her. She put a hand on Naruto's shoulder and leaned in close to whisper, look, I know you'll go back eventually, and don't worry, I won't tell anyone. But as your former team leader, I have to remind you, don't take unnecessary risks if you're not sure. Naruto was taken aback for a moment. He hadn't expected Anko to say something like that. Okay, I understand. Good, as long as you understand. Anko patted him on the shoulder before downing another drink. So, how is it? Didn't I seem like a real Jonin just now? Hearing this, Naruto's mouth twitched, this old hag. Sorry, not at all. Still just a second-rate Jonin. He teased, grabbing a piece of grilled meat while casually glancing toward the center of the crowd. Asuma and Kurenai were sitting together, while Shikamaru and the other two from Team 10 were egging them on. Kiba were trading jabs with them. Tenten was trying to mediate, Neji watched calmly, and Rock Lee wore a confused but enthusiastic expression. Another half-hour passed, and Asuma and Kurenai were encouraged to share a drink together in front of everyone. Both looked a little embarrassed, with Asuma blushing slightly, but clearly enjoying the attention. After all, both of their students had gathered to push them together. He felt that it was just a shame that Kakashi wasn't there, and Guy had a mission, as those two friends usually appeared together. How about it? Pretty fun, right? Anko nudged Naruto gently. Huh? Love. I never realized before how close Asuma and Kurenai had gotten. Anko said, clearly tipsy. The table in front of her was littered with 7 or 8 empty bottles. Everyone's attention in the room was focused on Asuma and Kurenai. No one was paying attention to the banter in the corner between the odd duo. One was a drunkard and the other was a sharp-tongued freak. What do you know about love? Naruto shot back bluntly. Anko was stunned, her face turning red and pale in turns, like she was about to say something but couldn't find the words. She opened her mouth and pointed at Naruto with a trembling finger. How can you say something so mean? Isn't that the truth? Naruto glanced at her indifferently. Even if it is, saying it out loud is too hurtful. Anko grumbled like a child, drunk and sulking, you're really rude. Konoha had generally valued the relationships between seniors and juniors, but geniuses were an exception. During their rebellious period, people like Neji, Shikamaru, and Sasuke all called their Jonin instructor by name. All you ever do is eat dango and got drunk. How could anyone like an old, immature woman like you? Naruto added mercilessly, and your reactions are way too slow. What's slow about me? Anko automatically ignored most of what Naruto said, focusing only on the last bit. Asuma and Kurenai's relationship, Naruto said in a low voice, they've probably already, and soon they might need some time alone. Huh? Anko was stunned, her eyes widening as she absorbed this bizarre piece of information. She was immediately wide awake, gasping as she processed what Naruto had just implied. Wait, asterisk. What does that mean? Anko asked, utterly confused. Naruto had been subtle and refrained from using any crude language to express the unspeakable things. As a result, Anko, still tipsy, couldn't quite grasp what he meant right away. Naruto glanced around the room to make sure no one was looking in their direction. With nothing better to do, he decided to mess with Anko for fun. Leaning in, he whispered in her ear, "That means." Naruto explained carefully word by word. As Anko listened, her drowsy eyes slowly widened in shock, and she took a breath of cold air. She sobered up instantly, and her mouth opened and closed again. She looked at Naruto, then glanced at Asuma and Kurenai. She looked like in a daze and couldn't utter a word. "Damn it, you. How do you know so much?" Anko asked in a low voice, her face flushed. It wasn't clear whether it was from embarrassment or drunkenness. "I read it in a book." Naruto directly put the blame on Jiraiya and said with a smile, "I read the work of a certain unscrupulous writer and learned it by myself." As he glanced at Anko, Naruto remembered that Orochimaru had erased part of her memories with a forbidden technique. He wasn't sure if she had recalled any of those lost memories yet. "Your teacher is Orochimaru, right?" Naruto asked suddenly without any hesitation. Anko knew about Naruto's secret concerning the land of whirlpools. While Sakura would definitely keep it a secret, Naruto wasn't as sure about Anko's discretion. In this situation, he felt it was better to strike a mutual understanding with her. Even though Anko had a quirky and simple nature, she also carried a hidden past. Although that perverted snake monster, Orochimaru, had long since disappeared, he had left his mark on Anko. In his early years, Orochimaru, despite his cold demeanor, treated Anko quite gently, more like a parent figure. He took her on missions, often letting her tag along in a somewhat casual manner. When she made mistakes, he didn't reprimand her, and when she succeeded, he wasn't stingy with praise. His unique charm had already surfaced by then. If it hadn't been for his later experiments being exposed, Anko might still hold Orochimaru in high regard to this day. Now, though, the mere mention of Orochimaru was a painful trigger for her. "What are you trying to say?" Anko asked, her tone calm as if she had sobered up completely. "I've learned some things about you from other sources, including parts of your memory that were sealed," Naruto said. "I can help you." "Help me? How can you help me? Don't joke around." Anko scoffed. Even the interrogation department couldn't do anything. What can you possibly do? "I have my ways. Don't forget my teacher is Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin," Naruto replied, dropping a heavy hint. "But why are you helping me?" "As a thank you for keeping my secret, in return, I'll help you recover that lost memory," Naruto explained. "I may not have time for now, but I'll contact you when the time is right." Anko narrowed her eyes suspiciously. "Although I don't understand why you're doing this, but fine, I'll wait for you." The two continued their quiet conversation for quite a while, completely unaware that some people in the room had been sneaking glances in their direction. Ino eventually withdrew her gaze and glanced at Hinata again. Her brows furrowed in mild dissatisfaction and she muttered softly to herself, "That guy. Why is he so familiar with everyone? Kurenai-sensei wasn't always like that. She used to dislike large gatherings and wouldn't normally eat with such a big group." Ino explained, however, ever since she got closer to Asuma-sensei, she's changed a lot. Sakura nodded but didn't say anything, while her eyes quickly darting elsewhere. She was skilled at glancing around without lingering, moving with subtle precision. As the gathering was over, Anko left early and Asuma and Kurenai also left together. "We're going out first." Shikamaru waved to everyone, and he and Choji walked off in another direction. The midsummer night breeze was cool and refreshing. Lee had gone to train, and Sakura and Tenten left together. Hinata and Neji were heading back to the Hyuga clan's compound, and they bowed politely to the group. "Thank you for the invitation, please excuse us." As the two Hyugas left, Naruto and Ino were the only ones left at the room. "Let's go. I'll walk you home," Naruto said. "I can go back on my own," Ino said without looking at him, struggling for a while. "That's fine, you could come over to my place," Naruto said, completely ignoring her reply and continuing to speak as if it were a foregone conclusion. "Huh?" Ino said in protest. "No way, it's too late for that." As soon as she said this, she suddenly remembered what Sakura had told her. She had already shared a bed with Naruto once, though nothing had happened. Still, the mere thought of it made Ino's heart race in shock. Why was I even thinking about that? I seem to have been growing more distracted recently, unable to focus on simple things that should have been clear. How could I even begin to compare myself to Hinata over something like this? It was ridiculous. I had a mission to focus on, there was work tomorrow. If I let emotions get in the way and slowed down, I'd fall behind. Hinata was probably thinking the same, which is why she had restrained her feelings and avoided speaking to this guy tonight. Ino slapped her cheeks lightly and said silently to herself, "Wake up." "What's wrong with you?" Naruto asked with confusion. Nothing," Ino stammered and said awkwardly. "Let's just go, it's already really late." "To my place? No way, you idiot," Ino refused with a snort. "I'm strong, you know. I'll grow into an amazing kunoichi like Tsunade-sama someday." Sure, you're awesome. Naruto humored her, like coaxing a child. Though Ino had claimed it was getting late, she still walked slowly beside Naruto, wasting a lot of time on their way. It seemed like she had dressed up especially for the occasion. She was wearing a crisp white short-sleeved shirt, with her long blonde hair tied neatly behind her. As they talked, her hands swung behind her back, her eyes narrowing slightly like cicadas hidden among summer leaves. After each brief exchange, Ino would glance at Naruto, gauging his reactions. Only when she didn't see any sign of boredom on his face would she continue speaking. Yesterday, an older customer came into the shop. He said his wife asked him to buy flowers, but he forgot which kind. Ino rambled on. And then? Naruto prompted, just at the right moment to keep the conversation going. What Ino talked about most was the things in the Yamanaka flower shop. She had spent almost all of her childhood in the shop, diligently helping out and watching the sunset every evening. Later, of course, I helped him pick out a lot of different flowers, both expensive and cheap. However, he said that none of them seemed right. In the end, he chose a pot of very common yellow flowers. Ino turned her head to look at Naruto's profile and said, "Do you know? That customer's wife was one of our regulars at the shop. She passed away 2 years ago, and her favorite flower was that yellow one." "Then why didn't you just give him the right one from the start?" Naruto tilted his head. His shoulders were very broad, and the rough outline of his shoulder blades was outlined under his shirt as he walked beside her. "That would have been too harsh. What if he had forgotten that she had already passed away? If I gave him that flower right away, he might have remembered all at once," Ino explained earnestly, taking small steps as she spoke. "People die, but as long as someone remembers them, they don't truly disappear. Although that old lady has passed away, there is light in life, which was extinguished once when they died," Ino continued, frowning slightly as if she was unsure how to put her thoughts into words. "But when that old man came to buy flowers, his memory was already fading. I could tell he was trying really hard to remember. He was probably remembering not only the flowers that the old lady liked, but also the time they had shared together." So, Ino trailed off, struggling to find the right words. Upon hearing this, Naruto spoke up. "So, if you just gave that old man the answer, it would cut short his process of remembering. The answer alone is hollow and can't provide him any true comfort?" "Yeah," Ino's brows relaxed, and she said with a smile, "Exactly." When he slowly started to remember, his face brightened up more and more, and by the time he found that yellow flower, he was almost jumping with excitement. He fully remembered his wife, and the light of her life flickered back to life. Ino paused here, her pale fingers gesturing in front of her chest as she frowned and tried to explain. "I don't know how to describe it. Do you understand? It was just so striking. Like it made me realize how fragile life really is. Everyone wants to live well, but Naruto turned his head and glanced at Ino, filling in the words for her. "All the sorrow and separation are like a narrow beam of light that shines on someone at a particular moment. As long as someone still remembers, they haven't truly disappeared. As long as the yellow flowers keep blooming, there will be someone who loves you." "That's right," Ino whispered. Then Ino didn't say anything again. She just glanced at Naruto, then turned her head away in panic. Her face was flushing, and it is unclear what she was thinking. Even though Naruto was still young when he died suddenly in his previous life, he had experienced a lot of things. He understood some things a little bit, but not very well. Seeing Ino's happy expression surprisingly made him feel a sense of joy. Maybe this is what loving someone felt like. "We're here," Naruto said when they arrived. "Then, I'll go back first." Ino's face was still flushed as she ran into the store as if escaping. Naruto stood there for a while, thinking, when you walk a girl home, don't rush to leave. Stay for a bit longer. If she doesn't look back, it's fine. If she does, and you lock eyes, it's a win. Just as Ino opened the shop door, she quickly glanced back and saw Naruto still standing at the other end of the road. Under the dim streetlight, his shadow stretched out infinitely. Suddenly, she bumped into the door with a loud thud. "Ouch!" Ino covered her head and cried out in pain. She wanted to take another look, but was stopped by her mother's call from inside the shop. "Ino, can you help me with something?" "Coming," Ino replied. When she looked back outside again, Naruto was already gone. She sighed softly, changed her shoes, and slowly walked over to help. "Why are there so many white chrysanthemums? Mr. Noda passed away yesterday. His family specifically asked us to prepare some flowers for the service," Rhino said, her hands moving non-stop. "Are you okay?" Rhino turned to look at her daughter. "You don't look well." "I'm fine." Naruto strolled down Konoha's main street, heading home. He bought a popsicle and licked it leisurely. For some reason, he felt a sense of relief. Though he had been given a second chance at life, he wasn't some immortal being trapped in a perpetual cycle. Growing old and dying with these people in this world didn't sound too bad. He took a bite of the popsicle and thought about how to tackle the mission in the Land of Rain. His head was filled with information about pain. His plan? Just cut the head off the snake. What Akatsuki? Just take out Nagato, that small-time villain, and it'd be over. As these thoughts ran through his mind, Naruto suddenly looked up and saw a familiar figure leaning against a wall. Sakura, what are you doing here? This area was on the outskirts of Konoha, nowhere near Sakura's home. He knew that there's no way she was just passing through, and she had to be waiting for him. I have something to ask you. Sakura suddenly smiled, but before that, you should think about how you're going to thank me. I've just done you a big favor. What? Naruto walked up to her and stared at her for a long moment. What favor? Sakura didn't respond, instead turning her head to glance at the corner of the street. She clapped her hands and said, "Come out." Hearing this, Naruto also looked towards the corner of the street and saw a figure emerge from behind the wall. It was a beautiful woman, whose weary face could not hide her mature elegance. Her long black hair was thick, and despite her mature appearance, she has a world-weary expression on her face. It was none other than the long-lost Kazuhana Koyuki. Princess Fune. Naruto, who usually prided himself on being calm, couldn't hold back his excitement. "You're back, full-level flying thunder god, I missed you so much." That, Koyuki had a wry smile on her face. Princess Fune came back to restart the Land of Snow mission, but Konoha rejected her. Sakura explained, she was drinking alone in a tavern, and I happened to meet her on her way out. Naruto leaned closer and caught a strong whiff of alcohol on Koyuki, but it didn't matter to him. Since Koyuki was going to restart the mission on her own initiative, it means that Naruto had the chance to get the full-level flying thunder god. At that moment, in Naruto's eyes, Koyuki's whole body was emitting golden light, like the merciful goddess. That's right. Koyuki lowered her head and said dejectedly, Sakura's right, Konoha didn't accept my request. Naruto glanced at the sky, tried his best to suppress his excitement. After regaining his calm expression, he said, "This is not the place to talk. Let's talk somewhere else." At the barbecue restaurant, Koyuki's stylish attire caught the attention of several onlookers, though their gaze quickly shifted away when they saw Sakura's forehead protector. Civilians knew better than to get involved with shinobi's matters. Naruto seemed very relaxed. There weren't many people inside, and no one recognized Koyuki's true identity. Under the chandelier, he sat on the other side of the table, with Sakura and Koyuki sitting opposite him. Koyuki placed her hands on the table, looking a little nervous. One could see the not-so-obvious blue veins on the back of her hands. "As you know, Fujikaze Yukie is my stage name. You can call me Fuka Kazuhana Koyuki or Princess Fune." Koyuki said nervously, "I am the former princess of the Land of Snow." "There's no need to be so nervous. We'll help you," Sakura reassured her, noticing Koyuki's fear of rejection. She glanced at Naruto and added, "We are friends who have been through thick and thin together, right? Don't be afraid. Just speak up if you have any difficulties." "Thank you," Koyuki replied, "I'm at my wit's end. My father was the daimyo of the Land of Snow, but my uncle killed him and usurped the position. I've been in hiding ever since. I didn't have the courage to face my father's death, nor did I have the courage to fight my uncle. So, I became an actress, portraying the brave and fearless Princess Fune on screen. But that version of me is not who I really am." With a pained expression, she continued, "My acting is very good, and everyone praises me, but the more they praise me, the worse I feel. I'm not Princess Fune, I'm just a coward. I'm unworthy of playing such a perfect role. Off camera, I'm just a mess." Koyuki became increasingly emotional, with tears welling up in her eyes. "No matter how much I try to escape, to hide, in the end, I always think of my father's face. I lack the courage to avenge him, and I have no courage to return to my homeland. Konoha rejected my request because I disappeared without a word last time. Since all the people on the ship died during that mission, they said they need to investigate before they accept any request from me again. I know it's just an excuse. Konoha sees me as a troublesome client, even if I can afford to pay the commission." "Then why did you run away?" Naruto asked, staring into her eyes. "Back then, we told you to wait, but you still fled. And then, there was no word from you for so long." It was understandable why Konoha had refused Koyuki's request. The mission's difficulty wasn't the issue. It's just that, Koyuki's manager, the one who had commissioned the mission to the Land of Snow, had concealed vital information, and even Koyuki herself had vanished afterward. Naturally, Konoha had to consider carefully whether to accept mission from such an unstable client again. "I'm sorry." Koyuki lowered her head and said, "I couldn't face everything. I didn't want to drag you all into it." "So, you never truly considered us friends?" Naruto remarked, tapping his fingers on the table. This was a habit he picked up from Tsunade. It was a subtle yet authoritative gesture, and now it was his. "I didn't," Koyuki instinctively retorted. "Princess Fune, why didn't you tell us you were coming back to Konoha?" Naruto frowned and pressed again. "Sakura and I consider you a friend. I thought we were already friends. You saw how happy I was when I found out you returned, but even when you had nowhere else to go, you didn't come to us. If Sakura hadn't bumped into you by chance, you might have already left Konoha again by now." "I'm sorry." Koyuki lowered her head and said softly, "I was wrong. Please help me. I can give you anything you want." Obviously, Koyuki regarded Naruto as her last straw, though she hadn't yet realized that he wasn't just a straw to grasp at, he was a solid tree. I don't need money. You don't even think to call me, cough, cough. Naruto almost let his words slip, and cleared his throat quickly. You couldn't even admit I'm your friend. T.N. For those who don't know, Naruto was about to say Godfather, which is a quote from movie, The Godfather, 1972. I do. Koyuki cut in immediately. Good. Naruto stood up and smiled. You've asked for my help, and I'll give you justice. Late into the night, Naruto lay tossing and turning in bed, unable to fall asleep. He reached into his seal space and pulled out the necklace, then stared at it for a long time. It was the key to the geothermal generator of the Land of Snow. With it, the Land of Snow could have spring-like weather all year round. In other words, this was the source of the small nation's endless wealth. He opened his mission panel, scrolled down a bit, and found the unfinished permanent mission for the Land of Snow. Probably because of the long journey, there was no time limit for the mission. Option 1. Protect Kazuhana Koyuki and assist in overthrowing the tyrannical regime in the Land of Snow. Reward: Wind Release. Rasen Shuriken. Option 2. Threaten Koyuki Kazuhana to hand over control of the geothermal generator and impose taxes on the people of the Land of Snow. Reward: Full-level Flying Thunder God, Gift. X6 Flying Thunder God Kunai that only the host can see. These two options were unique in that they did not conflict with each other, meaning he could complete both at the same time. If not for the incident during the previous mission, he might already have both rewards in hand by now. But that was then, and this was now. Naruto was no longer just the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. In Konoha, he had established himself as a higher-up. He can be said to be the Crown Prince of Konoha. After thinking for a moment, Naruto called up the system rewards. After staring at the description of the Jashin's hymn for a long time, his furrowed brow finally relaxed. Jashin's hymn could negate the effects of any dojutsu once, even Izanagi couldn't escape its grasp. There is no need to be afraid of that old pervert Danzo anymore. In fact, Naruto hoped Danzo would make a move, giving him the perfect reason to crush both the old bastard and his root. The mission to the Land of Snow had been delayed for too long, and it's partly due to Koyuki's disappearance. In this world, power was the ultimate authority, but doing things legitimately was still important. Koyuki's uncle had usurped the daimyo's position unlawfully, making his rule illegitimate. Koyuki, as the rightful princess, had the legitimate claim to the daimyo's position. So it was fine for Naruto to help her regain control of the Land of Snow. Helping Koyuki reclaim the Land of Snow was not only a matter of principle, but also provided a legal basis for Naruto to claim a stake in the country's wealth. Having made up his mind, Naruto gripped the necklace tightly before tossing it back into the seal space. He sluggishly got out of bed, slid on his slippers, and opened the door to the kitchen for a drink. The lights in the living room were still on, and surprisingly, Kurama wasn't asleep. He sat on the couch, fiddling with a bottle of alcohol. "What are you doing?" Naruto asked, leaning against the kitchen door while holding a glass filled with water. "I'm studying how to brew alcohol," Kurama replied. "What do you need to know that for?" Naruto took a sip of water. "Isn't there enough alcohol in the house for you to drink?" "I'm not interested in that cheap stuff anymore." Kurama looked like a scumbag dog. It seems that the saying of the dog is like the owner is true. "There's better booze out there." "Out there?" Naruto frowned. "Who's been giving you alcohol?" Kurama didn't intend to hide it, and showed a sly grin and said, "Your other owner." "My other owner? Hinata?" Naruto was stunned for a moment. "You went to the Hyuga clan's compound? She gave you alcohol? You're unbelievable, Kurama." "Haha, so what? I've been sealed for so long, don't I deserve some indulgence?" Kurama argued, showing no signs of guilt. "I'm tired of the cheap knockoffs you buy. My head's been hurting from them." "Complain all you want. Next time, just go drink gutter water." Naruto retorted unhappily, "Do whatever you want, just don't embarrass me." As he said that, Naruto put down his glass and was about to return to his room. Suddenly, Kurama stood up from the couch and called out, "Why don't you just stay with that owner of yours? Don't you humans have a term for this? Marrying into the wife's family? Get lost." Naruto gave Kurama the middle finger before slamming the door shut. That damned fox. The next day, Naruto stepped into the Hokage tower, then pushed open the door to the Hokage's office on the top floor. He never had the habit of knocking on Tsunade's door, so he just pushed the door open and walked in. "What do you want this time?" Tsunade supported herself on her elbows and looked at him boredly. Before he could say a word, Tsunade suddenly waved her hand and said, "Let's talk about what you are doing later. Now, I have an official announcement to make." "What is it?" Naruto was taken aback. It was the first time he had seen Tsunade had spoken to him in such a formal tone. "It concerns your identity as the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki," she said as she stood up. "Since Kyuubi is no longer in your body, it means that you are no longer the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, and Konoha no longer has a Biju. The news has already been spread, and all sides will soon react. It's announced to the public, Naruto asked. When did it happen? Yes, about an hour ago. Tsunade replied calmly. This was Jiraiya's request. The higher-ups didn't approve, but I did. The truth will come out sooner or later. The situation in the shinobi world has changed. Konoha has been losing ground, but the higher-ups never realized that the real issue lies within. Konoha should rely on and trust the strength of the younger generation, rather than suppressing it. You're very bold, Tsunade-sama, Naruto said with a smile. Hearing this, Tsunade rolled her eyes at him, sat back down, and said with a sigh, enough about that. What do you need? Naruto then recounted the mission in the Land of Snow. When he mentioned Koyuki, he omitted some unnecessary details as much as possible. But you're still scheduled to go to the Land of Rain with Jiraiya for that investigation mission. The Land of Snow is far from Konoha. Are you planning to sail there? Of course not. Naruto shook his head. I hope to borrow the village's spacetime ninjutsu tool. With it, the mission time can be significantly reduced. Spacetime ninja tool? Tsunade instinctively frowned. That thing hasn't been used for a long time. It was half-finished creation by the Nidaime Hokage. It might have already lost functionality by now. I can fix it, Naruto said confidently. What? Tsunade looked at Naruto in surprise and said, Are you serious? You're not joking, right? I'm serious. He nodded. I can fix it. By fixing, Naruto meant inscribing imprint, similar to the Flying Thunder God technique's imprints he had already mastered. The principles were the same. Though he wasn't completely certain, the only way to find out was by checking. As for why he knew about the spacetime ninja tool, Naruto was mostly guessing. Naruto just felt that with the character of Nidaime Hokage, who even developed the impure world reincarnation, it didn't make sense for him to lose interest in spacetime ninjutsu after developing Flying Thunder God technique halfway through. After all, Nidaime Hokage was notorious for his cunningness, being the one who combined impure world reincarnation with explosive tags to create suicide bombers out of his reanimated enemies. He's a true legend of the shinobi world. Shodem Hokage, Senju Hashirama. For the peace of the ninja world, I'll humbly bow to everyone. Nidaime Hokage, Senju Tobarama. For the peace of the ninja world, everyone should bow to me. If that kind of ninja tool really exists now, Naruto can try to use it after repairing it. The Land of Snow was indeed far away, and the investigation mission to the Land of Rain was about to begin. If it wasn't for the added security it gave for the Land of Rain's mission, Naruto would have chosen to postpone the Land of Snow's mission. After some thought, Tsunade nodded and said, okay. After getting Tsunade's approval, Naruto was led by Shizune Air. He saw a massive spacetime ninja tool. It was old, and it seemed like it could only transport 1 or 2 people at most. He carefully inspected it and discovered that it did indeed operate using imprints and chakra. However, even if it could be repaired, the distance it could cover after being fixed would still leave a considerable gap to the Land of Snow. After confirming that it could be repaired, Naruto obtained the key from Shizune and left the secret room first. On the roof opposite the hot springs. You said you were going to go on a mission first? Jiraiya turned and asked, how long? Not long, around 10 days. Naruto replied, I also need to prepare a few things, that's why I came to notify you, pervy sage. Is that a notification? Jiraiya felt a little amused, more like a warning. You're worried I'll sneak off to investigate the Land of Rain first, right? Even if you want to go, I can't stop you. Naruto didn't deny it, I'll go there by myself anyway, so I don't mind if you insist on going there first. Jiraiya was left speechless, thinking to himself, how come this brat's personality is even worse than Tsunade's? Naruto returned to the secret room and spent 2 days repairing the ninja tool. He then conducted the first experiment, curious to see what was on the other side of the imprint, which appeared to be somewhere near the border of the Land of Lightning. Meanwhile, 2 days had passed since the news of Konoha losing the Kyuubi had been made public. The news came too suddenly, causing an uproar within the village, but soon, things settled down. The official statement from the Hokage Tower was that Naruto had never been the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. So, we blamed him wrongly all this time? But it's been so long. It's the fault of those in the Hokage Tower for only clarifying it now. If they knew the truth, why didn't they say so earlier? Some villagers felt guilty but were unwilling to admit they had been wrong. That's right, maybe the Kyuubi had left Konoha long ago, and they let a child bear the burden for the village. It's terrifying when you think about it. Someone voiced such concerns. The blame quickly shifted to the higher-ups, causing the pressure inside the Hokage Tower to soar, and a small number of people in the village began to express their dissatisfaction. But others were indifferent. It's no big deal, right? It's not like anyone bullied him. Besides, isn't the more important issue that the village has lost the Kyuubi? How are we supposed to compete with the other great shinobi villages now? The point is, the village has lost the Kyuubi, so there won't be another war, will there? There is no memory in Konoha, and no one cares about matters unrelated to themselves. The higher-ups were also worried about this and were always paying attention to the reactions of the 4 great shinobi villages and other small countries around them. The one that was most affected was probably Sunagakure, which had just signed a new alliance agreement with Konoha. "This is simply outrageous," Homura exclaimed angrily. "How could this news be spread at a time like this? The village isn't prepared to deal with the consequences yet." Sunagakure has already sent their representatives to negotiate, so he should focus on handling that first. Danzo, sitting in his high seat, said coolly, "Allies can easily turn into enemies who stab you in the back. Konoha has experienced such thing many times." "Go dem. What do you have to say for yourself?" Kaharu glared at Tsunade and said unhappily, "There's news from the Anbu in Kumogakure that Raikage and their village's higher-ups are already discussing measures to take against Konoha." At this moment, Tsunade sat at the head of the table, her brow furrowed in deep thought. "The people from Sunagakure have already arrived. How are we supposed to explain this to them?" Danzo asked with a gloomy expression. "Does this mean that Konoha no longer has the qualifications to be an ally? Konoha's status and value do not depend on the Kyuubi." Tsunade tapped her finger on the table and emphasized, "Since when did the Kyuubi become Konoha's strategic weapon? My stance has never changed, not in the past nor now." She spoke loudly and firmly, her sharp gaze sweeping around the room. "The Kyuubi has always been just a sealed biju." Under the pressure from Tsunade, the two advisors and Danzo fell silent. As the granddaughter of the Shodem Hokage, Tsunade commanded a certain authority. After all, her grandfather was the one who distributed the biju back in the day. They couldn't argue, so they decided to change the topic. "What about Sunagakure? What about it?" Tsunade stood up impatiently, leaving everyone with her back. "Do what needs to be done. If they break the alliance over a single biju, then Konoha doesn't have much hope for them anyway." With that, Tsunade left, her high heels clicking as she walked away. "This imprint is strange," Naruto muttered as he worked on Tobarama's spacetime ninja tool in the secret room. He had been at it for quite some time. "Is this a random teleportation device? Damn it, if it's random, won't I have to do the experiment over and over again? The problem is, once I teleported, I can't get back." He scratched his head and felt frustrated. Naruto had spent nearly 2 days in the secret room, barely leaving. He had promised Jiraiya that he would be ready in about 10 days, but now 2 had passed, and he hadn't even departed yet. If this drags on, his only option to reach the land of snow might be by ship. What kind of half-baked thing did Naidame come up with? Why can't he make a better one? Naruto complained and kicked the ninja tool. To his surprise, it made a loud clanging noise and began to move like an old tractor. "No way." Naruto's pupils widened slightly and he took 2 steps back. Inside the secret room, the rattling noises continued for a while before finally dying down. After the clatter subsided, the now repaired Flying Thunder God technique's imprint began to glow faintly. With a creak, the door opened and Shizune walked in quietly and asked, "How's it going? Did you fix it?" "No," Naruto sighed and whispered, "it still needs some time, maybe another day or 2. Then keep working on it. I'll come by every day. If you need anything, just let me know." Shizune smiled warmly. "No need to rush. Take your time. The mission to the Land of Rain can be postponed. Tsunade-sama will help speak to Jiraiya-sama for you." Naruto noticed something was wrong and asked with a frown, "Why the sudden change of heart? Did something happen?" "It's nothing serious," Shizune said. "After Tsunade-sama announced that Konoha no longer has the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, there has been a lot of movement from all sides. Tsunade-sama believes it's Konoha's poor internal management and has nothing to do with you. If the ninja tool is repaired successfully, you can go to the Land of Snow to carry out the mission first. This means that he should lay low for a while, which is a subtle suggestion." Naruto thought about it for a while. While he wanted to do something for Tsunade, he realized that both the Land of Snow and, more importantly, the Land of Rain missions awaited him. Deciding to focus on those first, he nodded and said, "Okay, I understand." "Good, then, I'll be leaving first." Shizune waved as she left. The outside public opinion and the pressure faced by Konoha have nothing to do with him for the time being. Naruto knows very well that Tsunade and Jiraiya are more capable than him. And as long as the two are still in village, Konoha wouldn't fall apart. Another day passed, and there was still no significant progress in the repair process. On the 4th day, Naruto finally adjusted the coordinates and managed to send a paper ball through the ninja tool. Its approximate location seemed to be near the Land of Rain, or possibly the Land of Grass. At the same time, high atop the tower where Pain resided, a small paper ball floated down, and was soon soaked by the rain. Diva Path Pain looked up and flew into the rain to retrieve the ball. He unfolded it in his hand, revealing a few simple scribbled words. "I'm Danzo. I'm coming to your house tonight." With a snap, the soggy paper ball was thrown out, and fell from the high tower. After falling to the ground, it dissolved and disappeared. Day 5. A rabbit fell from the sky over the Land of Grass. A live fish fell from the sky over the Land of Hot Water, and a chicken dropped into the sky over Kumogakure. Animals falling from the sky became a recurring phenomenon in various regions, but it did not attract much attention. Kumogakure. Yondaime Reikage, A, was sitting in his office, listening to Darui recount the story of the chicken that fell from the sky. His face grew increasingly irritated. Bang! Unable to bear it anymore, A slammed his fist onto his desk in anger. I asked for news about Konoha and the Kyuubi, and you're telling me a story about a chicken? The world is big, so what if a chicken falls from the sky? Why make a fuss over it? Apologies, there's no further information about those matters for now. Darui said nervously. We've sent scouts to the Konoha's border to investigate the situation. We'll report as soon as we have results. With a smack to his forehead, Reikage groaned in frustration. Alright, just less nonsense next time. Where's Samui and the others? You guys should head to the border too and put some pressure on Konoha. Understood. Darui replied as he left the office. The burly Reikage leaned back into his chair and rubbed his temples in frustration. Ever since the death of Konoha's Yondaime Hokage, he had become the fastest man in the shinobi world. The Land of Lightning is located overseas, and Kumogakure is even more isolated from the world. As one of the 5 great shinobi villages, Kumogakure was quite powerful, just slightly weaker than Konoha. It also has 2 Biju, Nibi and Hachibi, both of the Jinchuriki capable of using complete Biju transformation. This meant Kumogakure wielded 2 mobile Bijudama cannons, which held considerable deterrent power against the other major countries. But compared to Konoha's Kyuubi, they were still somewhat inferior. Now that Kyuubi has disappeared, it is a blow to Konoha, but it is an opportunity for Kumogakure, an opportunity to become bigger and stronger. As the cage of one of the 5 great shinobi villages, Reikage is an ambitious man. As time went by, Konoha gradually declined, and those legendary shinobi that once dominated the shinobi world disappeared one by one. In contrast, under his leadership, Kumogakure had emerged from the era of his father, the Sandaime Reikage, moving beyond the stubborn, nepotistic governance of the past. Konoha was on the decline, while Kumogakure was gradually rising. Reikage believes that the shinobi world needs a stronger voice, and that voice was destined to come from Kumogakure. Reikage stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the sea of clouds outside. Once we figure out Konoha's situation, we'll apply more pressure on them. Even the so-called legendary Sannin are just relics of the past. They don't know how to develop their Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. What a waste. Day 6. You're not asking for more live chickens, are you? Shizune wanted to cry but had no tears. She grabbed Naruto by the shoulders and said helplessly, do you know how many live chickens I've caught for you in the past 2 days? 35 chickens, and there are more than 40 live fish, all slippery and slimy. I feel sick just thinking about fish now. Naruto could only scratch his head and laugh awkwardly. Having the esteemed medical department's director personally catch chickens for him was definitely inappropriate, but… Shizune-san, didn't you say to come to you if I needed anything? Naruto asked innocently. Besides, I have a small favor I need your help with now. That being said, I don't want to catch chickens or fish anymore, Shizune said as her face turned pale with frustration. I've fixed it, so we don't need to catch any more fish, Naruto said sheepishly, lowering his head. What is it, then? Shizune asked after a moment of silence. Shizune-san, can you bring the mission client, Fujikaze Yukie, here? I'm ready to start the mission, Naruto said, rubbing his chin. Oh, it would be best if you could bring my foxhound here too. For the past few days, Koyuki had been hiding out in a lively tavern, drinking away her frustration as rumors swirled around her. While she didn't doubt Naruto's abilities, her worries were more instinctual. I wonder what's going on with that little fox demon. He brought disaster to the village, and now they say he's not the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, one drunken patron said as the group around him chatted loudly in the tavern. What else could it be? It must be another smokescreen from those guys in the Hokage Tower. If you say that that little devil is innocent, I won't believe it even if you kill me. A third man slurred, having something so terrifying inside him. Why does he even deserve to live? Hey, you're going too far. Koyuki couldn't take it anymore and slammed her glass on the table, shattering it. As an actress, Koyuki understood better than anyone how much damage rumors could do to a person. Even the strongest individuals could be torn apart by rumors, leaving them broken. She had seen such situations too many times. It was precisely because of this that she felt so uneasy. No matter how powerful Naruto was, at the end of the day, he was still a teenager, and his status didn't seem particularly high. Too far? What's too far? One of the drunks staggered toward her, pulling out a chair as he wobbled in her direction. Why do you look so familiar? You're not from this village, are you? What are you sticking your nose into our business for? She looks like that actress or something. What? You're drunk. What actress? She's just a crazy woman. What does what we're saying have to do with her? As the group closed in, Koyuki sobered up quickly. She nervously fumbled with her bracelet that doubled as a pepper spray. She gulped nervously as she backed away. At this moment, with a rustling sound, the tavern's entrance curtain was pulled aside. A slender figure stepped in, and the light momentarily blinded Koyuki. It took a while for her eyes to adjust to the passing light. She then turned her head and took a closer look, then was surprised when she saw who had entered. It was a female shinobi wearing an animal mask, with purple hair and a short sword strapped to her back. The first thing she saw when she came in was a glance at everyone. The uniform of the Anbu she was wearing is extremely oppressive. The rowdy, drunken men immediately shut their mouths, as they knew that the Anbu were notorious lunatics. Princess Foon. The other party called out Koyuki's character name, so she is clearly someone who had seen her movies. Then again, it wasn't surprising, as Princess Foon's film was still quite popular in the Land of Fire. Yeah. Koyuki forced herself to stand up, though her legs wobbled from her hangover. Yugo let out a sigh of relief and swiftly pulled out a document, then said seriously. This is your mission assignment notice. Konoha's higher-up, Uzumaki Naruto, has officially accepted your commission and notified you to follow me to the Hokage Tower as soon as possible to start the mission. Konoha's higher-up? What? Koyuki was stunned. She stood there for a while and asked again with some uncertainty, did you say Konoha's higher-up? Yes. Yugo said, glancing at the group of drunkards, is morning at 8 a.m. Are you still going to waste time here, Princess Foon? The mission is about to start. How could it be someone from the village's higher-ups? Those people in the Hokage Tower? The drunkard's eyes widened, but his words abruptly stopped halfway, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. He had seen the blade behind Yugo and immediately sobered up a little. For ordinary people, the authority of Konoha's higher-ups was not to be challenged. They're an untouchable presence for them. Even though they all lived in the same village, this is a shinobi village. The higher-ups were all either immensely powerful individuals or people who had made significant contributions to Konoha's development. To insult them in front of an Anbu? It's purely asking for trouble. Koyuki stood there, opening and closing her mouth but unable to utter a word. What she had assumed and what she was now learning were worlds apart. Even though she was an outsider, Koyuki knew what it means to be a higher-up in Konoha, the leader of the 5 most powerful shinobi villages in the shinobi world. Oh boy, it was inside information, so I had been worrying for nothing. She glanced at the stunned drunkards, then suddenly smiled and pointed at a group of people before saying, they wouldn't let me go. Yugo turned her head and looked toward the group of drunkards. I'm drunk. The leader of the group immediately turned around and stumbled away with unsteady steps. I just remembered I have something to do, me too. The group dispersed, and Yugo calmly said, let's go, we still need to find a dog. A dog? Koyuki chased after her and asked, what dog? As they walked down the streets, Koyuki could clearly sense a shift in the atmosphere. Yesterday, she could still hear occasional negative comments about Naruto, but today, she couldn't hear any. If the previous news that Konoha no longer had a Jinchuriki was controversial and divided public opinion, then today's announcement had completely silenced everyone. Naruto is now one of Konoha's higher-ups, possibly the youngest in Konoha's history. All the rumors and slander crumbled in the face of this official news, collapsing like a house of cards in less than half an hour. Silence was the best response in this situation. This thing is a bit weird. Naruto looked at Tobarama's space-time ninja tool, stroked his chin and muttered to himself, why are the set locations in places like Kumogakure and Omegakure? It looks like it's meant to drop bombs on those places. After thinking for a few seconds, Naruto came to a conclusion. Naidame Hokage was truly a top-tier schemer. He must have been planning to blow up Kumogakure every day. Although Naruto didn't know why the space-time ninja tool had been abandoned, after some tinkering, he managed to get it working, albeit barely. After spending some time in the secret room, and since Koyuki hadn't arrived yet, Naruto decided to go look for Tsunade. He dashed up to the 5th floor, stretched his neck to peek inside the office, but saw no one. He couldn't help but feel disappointed. He had wanted to ask Tsunade about the Naidame Hokage, but she wasn't there. Naruto-kun? A familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Hearing the sound, Naruto quickly turned his head and saw Hinata standing there, looking a bit shy as she glanced at him. What are you doing here? Naruto asked in surprise. Tsunade-sama, Hinata lowered her head and softly said. Shino had something come up, so it was my turn to submit the mission report. Naruto's gaze shifted downward and he caught a glimpse of the mission report clutched in Hinata's hands. Oh, I see. He stepped aside to make way for her and said, just leave it inside. Tsunade-sama will definitely see it when she gets back. Okay. With flushed face, Hinata quickly ran in to place the mission report on Tsunade's desk. Naruto, who had been meaning to ask about Kurama's drinking escapades with Hinata in Hyuga clan's compound, was about to speak when Hinata turned around. It seemed she expected him to have left, as she was surprised when she saw him still standing there, making her blush even more. Naruto-kun, what's wrong? She asked nervously. No, nothing's wrong. It's just been a while, and you've grown taller, Hinata. Naruto said, gesturing to her head, you're about up to my eyebrows now. Naruto-kun has grown taller too. Hinata mustered the courage to look up, and for a brief moment, their eyes met before she quickly looked away. The windows in the hallway were wide open, and sunlight filtered through the leaves of the trees outside. The dried leaves gave off a faint grassy scent, mingling lightly with the summer breeze as it drifted in. Hinata was wearing a long coat and long pants, and was a little shorter than him. Hinata glanced down at her shadow, which overlapped with Naruto's in the sunlight, almost looking as though they were kissing. The sudden loud cry of a cicada outside made her heart skip a beat. Hinata felt a pang of guilt, as if she had stolen something secret. And also, Hinata, you've gotten much prettier too. Is that true? Hinata stammered, her face turning even redder. I haven't really changed that much. Naruto wasn't embarrassed at all. He believed in complimenting others when it was deserved, and it certainly didn't hurt to say something nice. Really, Hinata? You're amazing, he said, and then asked, how's your training going? We haven't been on a mission together since last time. Have you been preparing for the upcoming Chunin exams? Hinata blinked quickly, her face flushed as she tried to cope with Naruto's back-to-back questions. Even though she was embarrassed, she felt a warm happiness inside. I've been preparing, and just as she began to speak, footsteps echoed from the other end of the hallway. 3 seconds later, Shizune appeared at the other end and waved toward Naruto. Naruto, the client has arrived, but we haven't found that dog of yours. Huh? Hinata seemed a bit flustered by the interruption, but she quickly reacted, Naruto-kun, you should go first. That foxhound is probably at my place. She lowered her head, closed her eyes, and gave a small bow, ready to leave. It's fine, Naruto said as he grabbed her wrist. From Shizune's angle, she couldn't see his movement. Got it, Shizune-san. I'll be there in a minute. Okay. Shizune turned and left. Once again, it was just Naruto and Hinata in the hallway. He could clearly feel her trembling hand. He glanced at her with slight surprise, noticing how deeply she had buried her head. Using a bit of force, he gently squeezed Hinata's wrist and said, it's okay, go ahead and finish what you were saying. But Naruto-kun, don't you have something important to do? Hinata asked in a low voice. Too shy to lift her head, she tried to struggle free but failed. Indeed, there's a pretty important mission I have to do. His face was expressionless, which made him look serious, but I'd like to hear what you have to say first before I go. Hinata's body trembled, and the muscles in her hands stiffened for a moment. Her expression was strange, not exactly embarrassed, but more like shy. I have been preparing and training for a long time, she said earnestly, trying twice before speaking without stuttering, because last time, Naruto-kun told me that I didn't have to follow someone else's path, so I've been focusing on training with my Byakugan. At first, it was really difficult, but I wanted to catch up to Naruto-kun, and after some effort, I started seeing results. I also came across your foxhound by chance, and it wanted some sake, so I gave it a little. A few days ago, when that news came out from the Hokage Tower, I was worried about you. But today, when I heard you've become one of the higher-ups, I wanted to congratulate you. I was just too embarrassed to say it. Hinata lowered her head, her face flushed as she spoke quickly, spilling out everything on her mind. Naruto continued holding her wrist, calmly listening to every word without interrupting. He simply stood there, quietly letting GHTS. Every bit of her feelings was written plainly on her face, without reservation. I have finished, Hinata said softly. Yeah, don't worry, I'm fine. Naruto smiled and said, to be honest, being part of the higher-ups is just a title. But it's still useful for scaring people a bit. He released her wrist. Anyway, thank you, Hinata. In the secret room. Are you alright? Koyuki asked. What could be wrong? I've been here the past few days fixing this machine. Naruto kicked the space-time ninja tool, then turned to look at Koyuki. This thing is a space-time ninja tool. What? Koyuki was momentarily stunned. In simple terms, it's a tool that can instantly teleport someone from one place to another. Naruto explained. That's amazing. Koyuki marveled. Yeah, well, now there's good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? He walked towards the space-time ninja tool and asked while tinkering with it. The good news, I guess. The good news is, he paused, bent down, and stuck his head into the device to flip a switch. His muffled voice came out. This thing can just about fit 2 people, you and me. And the bad news? Koyuki gulped. Well, Naruto pulled himself out of the machine. The bad news is that this thing is really old. Even if I've spent a lot of time fixing it, I still can't completely fix it. If we make a jump, the destination will be random. Random? Koyuki almost choked on her own saliva, so we wouldn't even know where we'd end up. That's basically a gamble with our lives. Well, not exactly. Naruto furrowed his brows. I'm good at what I do, and after fixing it, this thing's pretty sturdy. We just have to try a few times. Koyuki's face turned pale, but seeing Naruto's confident expression, she didn't know what to say. Forget it, since you're so confident, I'll trust you. Trusting me is the right choice. Naruto climbed into the device first and gestured for Koyuki to follow. What are you still standing there for? Get in here. Alright. Koyuki was speechless, but still crawled in obediently. Tobarama's Spacetime Ninja tool is a platform activated by chakra. Although it had been tested many times with live chickens and fish, Naruto still made a protective shell to be on the safe side. This is something similar to a spherical space capsule, which can accommodate 2 people if they squeeze together. Naruto had inscribed imprints on the surface of the Spacetime Ninja tool, so if they ended up in the wrong place, he could directly teleport to the platform and then make another jump. "Why are you holding onto me?" "Because I'm scared of death," Koyuki replied. "Alright then," Naruto said with a sigh, then activated the Spacetime Ninja tool. In the next instant, above the skies of Kumogakure, an iron ball suddenly appeared. The iron ball hovered motionlessly over Kumogakure. Inside, Koyuki was clinging tightly to Naruto's neck, and her legs wrapped around his like a pair of scissors. She felt utterly frustrated, even to the point of wanting to die. Without any explanation, she had been pulled into this Spacetime Ninja tool by Naruto, and she nearly lost control of her bladder due to the intense atmospheric pressure. Her entire body felt as if it had been beaten, and her joints were aching. What scared her even more was that she barely managed to clamp her legs together in time, otherwise, she feared she might have lost her first experience to the cursed atmosphere. "Is this what you call safe?" She was on the verge of losing her mind. Koyuki had a natural face that seemed to exude world weariness. She looks good even when she is angry. It is the kind of face that looks ordinary at first glance, but becomes more and more elegant the more one look at it. Her father, the daimyo, had passed away before achieving his ambitions, and as the runaway princess of the land of snow, she had a natural disdain for fate in the world. Ironically, life had granted her a small escape, allowing her to live as an actress. "Safe? I never said it was safe." Naruto pried her hands off with some effort. "Wait a minute. Let me stick my head out and see where we are." As he said this, Naruto was about to get up. He didn't know that the iron ball had been hovering over Kumogakure, so he planned to take a look to confirm. After all, if they weren't in the land of snow, he planned to use the Spacetime Ninja tool to continue jumping. "Wait!" Koyuki seemed to realize something and suddenly grabbed Naruto's hand, preventing him from getting up in this cramped space. "What?" Naruto looked at her in confusion. "You also didn't mention that the jump would mess with my bladder." Koyuki said awkwardly, coughing to maintain her dignity. "I was wondering if you could find a place where I can relieve myself." She felt mortified, both embarrassed and unwilling to lose face in front of a younger boy. But the problem is, if they jumped again, she wouldn't be able to hold it anymore. Despite that, she didn't say this out loud, thinking that as an adult, it was normal to want to save face. But she was also a little nervous. After all, this was a mission. If they faced any danger, she'd have to follow the lead of the shinobi in charge. "Let me see where we are first." Naruto chuckled lightly, not taking it too seriously. He gently pushed her down, then slowly stood up in the cramped sphere. She sighed and looked at Naruto, who had half his body already sticking out. "Where are we?" "Good news and bad news." Naruto's somewhat annoying voice came faintly. "The good news," Koyuki gritted her teeth and said. "The good news is, you can go relieve yourself." Naruto said, "By the way, I'll tell you the bad news too. We are above Kumogakure, and it seems we have been spotted." "Spotted?" Koyuki gasped, and the word, "what a bad luck," was stuck in her throat but she couldn't say it. It's because from the way Naruto spoke, it seemed he didn't care much about being spotted. Exhaling, she nervously replied, "Then there's no time for that. Let's just escape." After a while, she didn't hear Naruto's reply, nor did she see him retract his body, and she was immediately stunned. A bad premonition came to her mind, and she thought to herself, could our luck really be that terrible? "We can't escape," Naruto said after a moment of silence. In an instant, Naruto withdrew the iron ball into his seal space. As they began to fall, he grabbed Koyuki, pulling her tightly against him. Their heights were almost the same, so he easily held her close. From the perspective of the Kumogakure's Chunin team that was chasing from a distance, a huge black object in the air in the distance was falling rapidly. "What is that?" one of the Kumogakure's Chunin asked. "I don't know, let's go over and take a look first." Another voice answered and then passed by him. "Darui-sama." The Chunin was startled when he saw the figure passing by him. Just as he was about to say something, he saw 3 other figures also rushing ahead. It was Team Samui, which is led by the blonde, busty, ice-cold Jonin of Kumogakure. She passed them and followed closely behind Darui, the elite Jonin who is the right-hand man of the Raikage. "Wasn't Samui-sama sent to the front lines?" Tthe Chunin muttered, "Why is she here?" "Quit talking and hurry up," his teammate urged as they passed him. Kumogakure had a tradition. The bodyguards of the previous Raikage were typically next in line for the Raikage's position. Much like a bandit gang, where the chief and deputy chief were pre-selected, they ran like a mafia in the shinobi world. Darui is the deputy leader of the Kumogakure. His strength and status are comparable to Konoha's Kakashi. But if you really wanted to compare them, he is roughly equal to 0.86 Kakashi. He had fading silver hair, dark skin, small eyes, a muscular build, and a lazy, carefree attitude. He is good at lightning release and fighting with wits. Naruto had sensed a strong presence watching him from several kilometers away, so he decisively retracted the iron ball and opted for free falling with Koyuki without hesitation. As they fell, "Ah!" Koyuki reflexively screamed, but Naruto quickly covered her mouth. "Damn it, don't scream." Naruto threw a flying thunder god kunai into the distant woods, then instantly put imprint on Koyuki's body. Just as they were about to hit the ground, the two of them disappeared instantly. Near the crash site, Darui stopped and carefully observed the area for a while, his brow furrowing. Half a minute later, Team Samui landed softly behind him. "What's the issue?" Samui asked, her icy expression contrasting with her eye-catching, statuesque figure. "The target has disappeared," Darui replied, and then added after a pause, "The enemy might still be nearby. Search the area carefully, and tell your subordinates to be cautious." "Understood." Samui nodded expressionlessly. Darui had already moved forward on his own to search. Samui turned around and said to the two Chunin subordinates behind her, "The enemy is close. Search cautiously. This is too dangerous. One slip and we'll be dead, right?" Omoi, sporting a gloomy expression and sucking on a lollipop in his mouth, muttered. "Samui, I guess it's because only Karui and I are just Chunin, so you asked us to be careful." The cold, stoic leader Samui watched her two unreliable subordinates, maintaining her expressionless demeanor, and said, "That's right." The dark-skinned, red-haired girl, Karui, immediately lost her composure and punched Omoi in frustration. "Go to hell, you pessimistic freak. We don't even know who the enemy is yet. Stop saying such discouraging things. Damn it." Even so, Samui senpai's comment was a bit too blunt. While the bickering trio lagged behind, Darui had already ventured deeper into the forest, steadily tracking the infiltrators on his own. At a forest somewhere in Kumogakure. Due to the recent rain, the path through the forest was muddy, and each step pushed the grass and plants into the ground. The leaves glistened with fresh rain, and everything around was damp. Naruto and Koyuki's clothes were soaked from the rainwater on the tall plants and leaves as they trudged deeper into the forest, each step leaving them more drenched. Koyuki shivered, hugging herself as she trembled. "Are we running for our lives?" "Something like that," Naruto replied, snapping a dripping green branch in front of him. The pale fibers of the branch hung loosely after it broke. "So, the shinobi from Kumogakure think we're intruders and are trying to kill us?" Koyuki struggled to keep up, and asked while panting, "Can't we just explain and clear up the misunderstanding?" "My dear princess, we are intruders, there's no misunderstanding." "I'm not a princess," Koyuki responded solemnly, her breathing was a little rapid due to the exertion. "Look at me. Do I look like a princess right now?" "Nice attitude. I hope you can still be tough when we are locked up in Kumogakure's dungeon together." Naruto chopped down the small tree blocking his way and remarked without turning his head. "Aren't you supposed to be protecting me?" Koyuki asked, gasping in surprise. "I paid you, remember?" Hearing this, Naruto stopped. Just as the cool sunlight pierced through the post-rain clouds and illuminated the forest, he turned back toward her. The dew-dappled light glinted sharply, making her squint. She saw Naruto smile at her within the halo of light. "Before going on a mission, you should inquire about the character of the shinobi you're hiring." Hearing this, Koyuki's heart immediately sank, so much for him keeping his word and doing things fairly. It was all a lie. Despite Naruto's less-than-friendly attitude, Koyuki knew she had no other options. After all, only a madman would accompany her to overthrow the regime of a small country. The 5 great shinobi villages would obviously weigh the consequences of such actions, and the smaller villages didn't have the strength to pull it off. Right now, Naruto was the only straw she had. Including the initiation of this mission, it was Naruto who was in charge. Koyuki didn't know what excuse he had used to get the mission approved, but all she had to do was pay for it. Whatever you wrote in the mission description, there was no way he'd explicitly mention that they were planning to overthrow the Land of Snow's daimyo. "Whatever, my life's a mess anyway," Koyuki muttered in defeat. "If I die, I die. Just make sure to come back and retrieve my body if you manage to escape." "Don't worry, I won't abandon you." Naruto continued walking ahead. "I still have moral bottom line." "Well, before I die, could I maybe kiss you a few more times?" "I haven't." Koyuki struggled through the muddy path, following after him, "and I have a question." "What question?" "I need to pee." "Naruto." Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy as Koyuki squatted down in front of Naruto, tilting her head up to stare at him without any sense of shame. "I've almost forgotten about what happened on the ship. I barely managed to pick up my lost sense of shame, and now I'm tossing it right back at you," Koyuki said casually. For no reason, Sakura's words flashed through Naruto's mind. "Would you feel a bit excited by this?" Damn it. Who would be emotionally affected by such trivial matters? Naruto stood aside calmly, waiting until Koyuki finished and stood up. When she told him they could move on, he finally spoke. "I've never looked down on you. And we're not just in a client-hireling relationship, we're also friends." Koyuki interrupted and said, I know, that's why I'm willing to trust you. Even if you leave me behind, I won't blame you. I'll wait for you to save me, or at least bring back my body. Glad you understand. Naruto nodded and said, let's go, I'll find a safe place for you to stay, and then I'll use a space-time ninjutsu to teleport again once it's clear. As he said that, he turned and began walking deeper into the forest. Koyuki was stunned for a moment, then chased after him, but almost slipped and fell. What about you? Me. Naruto glanced back at her. I've received the money, so of course I'll protect my client, what else can I do? We agreed to go to the front line but were suddenly called back, the red-haired girl, Karui, asked as they continued their search. Samui-senpai, do you know why? It's Raikage-sama's decision. Maybe he's worried we'd die on the front lines and wants to protect us. Omoi speculated pessimistically, then again, even with this mission, we can't be sure we'll come out unscathed. You bastard! Stop saying those discouraging words, Karui erupted, punching Omoi again to vent her frustration. Their towering leader, Samui, watched her two subordinates and, without changing her expression, rubbed her shoulder. It's really tiring to carry out missions with you guys. Your shoulder might be sore because you— Shut up, Karui dragged Omoi away and said, no more of your commentary. Just find the enemy so we can get this over with and go home. Don't worry, Darui is very strong. Samui still had an icy poker face and tilted her head slightly. The mountain breeze after the rain blew her short, golden hair into an arc. He will definitely find the enemy before us. What we have to do is to make sure they don't escape. Deep in the forest, Naruto stopped, looked back, and said, okay, this will do. He pointed to the mountainside ahead and said patiently, hide over there, okay? Don't make a sound, and don't get too close to the mountainside. It could be dangerous. Yes, right there. See the open area? Hide in the middle of those bushes. Then, I'll head over there first. Koyuki, knowing she had to follow Naruto's lead, ran a few steps toward the spot before looking back. What about you? Naruto chuckled, I'll hide somewhere safer. Koyuki obviously didn't believe his words. She turned around and ran towards the bushes with trepidation. Once she hid in the bushes, she looked back and saw a strange figure standing where Naruto had been. After a moment of stunned silence, she realized that the man should still be Naruto, but she didn't know what means he used to alter his appearance. Why isn't he hiding? She said anxiously in her heart, but remembered she couldn't make a sound. Soon, she understood why Naruto didn't hide. A silver-haired, dark-skinned shinobi emerged from the forest's muddy path, exuding a powerful aura. Who are you? Why did you trespass into Kumogakure? Darui stared at the person in front of him with his one exposed eye, his brow deeply furrowed. Ha ha ha. Naruto, now using transformation technique, laughed loudly. Remember this, I'm just a passing Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto, who had transformed into Sasuke's appearance, said this with the Uchiha clan's signature wild grin on his face, pointing dramatically behind Darui. You can come at me together. Uchiha, what are Konoha's shinobi doing in our Kumogakure? Darui asked, his muscles tensing as he prepared for a confrontation. At this moment, Naruto, who has turned into Sasuke's appearance, is wearing clothes with an open chest with a disdainful smile on his face, playing the role of a proud Uchiha to perfection. This was the essence of the Uchiha clan. At this moment, Naruto cherished the Uchiha clan's glory even more than Sasuke himself. I already told you, I'm just passing by. Can't you pretend you didn't see me? Naruto said, his voice dripping with disdain. Besides, there's no place in this shinobi world that I, Uchiha Sasuke, can't go. Naruto was truly bold, stepping up to take the heat for Sasuke. As the saying goes, if you are in the shinobi world, you will inevitably get hurt. Sasuke has already defected from Konoha, so it shouldn't be a big deal for him to have to bear more sins. But for Uzumaki, one of the Konoha's higher-ups, it would be a stain on his reputation. Naruto left in a hurry when he came here, so he was not sure whether Kumogakure had used the disappearance of Kyuubi to put pressure on Konoha. What if he attacked the wrong people? It would be so embarrassing, so he felt it would be better to let Sasuke take the blame for now. Uchiha Sasuke? Darui's chakras surged, and thick black lightning coiled around his body like a black panther, with a terrifying presence. This was a lightning-release ninjutsu developed by the Sandaime Raikage, where black lightning shaped like a panther was unleashed from the body. If it hit, it would paralyze the enemy, causing their muscles to rapidly deteriorate and inflict unbearable pain. Naruto's eyes shifted to the team Samui behind Darui. He glanced at Samui, who was dressed in pure white, and then looked at the two Chunin standing next to her. I think it'd be better if all of you came at me together. Darui remained unmoved. He then said with drooping eyelids, Samui, I'll keep him busy. You search the area, there could be more of them nearby. Understood. Sam responded coolly. But soon, with a sound cutting through the air, a kunai tied with an explosive tag flew toward them at high speed. Boom! The resulting explosion forced Samui back. Using the cover of black smoke, Naruto used Flying Thunder God technique to teleport, and then launched a lightning-fast strike that sent the pessimistic Chunin Omoi tumbling back. Then, he flipped and unsheathed his sword, slashing directly at the red-haired Chunin, Karui. It's still the same strategy, take down the weaker ones first with lightning-fast precision. The battlefield is ever-changing, and victory comes to those with bloodlust and guts. Kumogakure is also a shinobi village that values companions first, so attacking the weaker members first would disrupt the stronger ones. If Naruto succeeded in taking one down, the bloodshed would serve to increase his morale, pushing him into an even more ferocious state. In simpler terms, he would use the enemy's blood to fuel his fury, forcing himself into a berserker-like rage. Naruto had used this tactic countless times, and it rarely failed him. Ding! However, the expected outcome changed. Naruto's sword was mere inches from cutting down Karui, but at the last second, Darui arrived to block it. Using his combat instincts honed from countless battles, Darui had guessed Naruto's intentions and managed to save Karui in the nick of time. Clang! Their blades clashed, producing a shower of sparks. The force of the collision sent Karui tumbling backward, landing hard on the ground. The overwhelming killing intent left her frozen in shock for a moment. Even though she had survived, her neck felt cold, and a faint line of blood appeared. Just now, she had barely escaped with her life. Bang! Naruto decisively tossed his sword aside, and his body was immediately enveloped in a blood-red chakra. He spun around and threw a powerful punch, landing it squarely on Darui's face. The speed was so fast that Darui even paused for a moment. With a resounding bang, Darui was sent flying and a puff of white smoke exploded. Lightning clone? Naruto frowned, thinking to himself, he must have prepared that the moment he summoned the Black Lightning. As expected from someone in Kumogakure who could rival Kakashi, the master of drawing. The moment Naruto shattered the lightning clone, Samui lunged at him from below with her short sword with an expressionless face. Meanwhile, Darui attacked from the right, unleashing a lightning-release ninjutsu in the form of a black panther charging toward Naruto. Naruto didn't dodge. He knew he had to seriously injure one of them, otherwise, Koyuki's position would be unsafe. Focusing his mind, the red glow of the Biju chakra cloak flared up again. He quickly reached into his seal space and pulled out the Kusanagi sword, slashing it through the oncoming lightning panther. With a sizzling sound, Naruto was instantly struck by the lightning release ninjutsu, seemingly paralyzed. Seeing an opportunity, Samui switched to a two-handed grip on her sword and flipped gracefully, aiming a heavy stab at Naruto from behind. Darui frowned, and he instantly realized that something was wrong. This person wasn't weak, so why did he run into my lightning release without even trying to dodge? Samui! Darui shouted as he rushed to intercept, but it was too late. Naruto, who was struck by lightning, was actually not paralyzed. He spun around and threw another punch. The blood-red chakra swirled around his fist, accompanied by the roar of a beast, as it hurtled straight toward Samui's face. Fortunately, Darui's warning caused Samui to abruptly halt her attack, so she managed to raise her sword to block the punch. Bang! Her short sword shattered into pieces, and her breathing grew heavy. After all, it was a chakra short sword that was made with a lot of money and could cut iron like mud, but now... Boom! Samui was sent flying, with her shoulder blade visibly twisted. She crashed heavily into the ground, creating a large crater. Samui Senpai, the red-haired girl Karui rushed over, while Omoi, the other Chunin, cautiously drew his blade and positioned himself in front of Naruto, preventing him from getting any closer to the unconscious Samui. Seeing Samui was knocked out, Naruto's brows relaxed a little. I finally took care of one opponent. The other two Chunin would likely be preoccupied and wouldn't pose much of a threat for now. Naruto estimated that Samui had the strength of a Jonin, so now, the only remaining troublesome person is Darui. Storm release. Laser circus. Several blue laser-like beams, which is a mixture of water and lightning release, whizzed past Naruto's ears, breaking apart some of the blood-red chakra surrounding him, only for it to quickly reform. It's really a chakra cloak. Darui landed in front of Naruto and said in a deep voice, "No wonder you could resist my lightning release. You pretended to be affected just to deceive us. You're pretty crafty," he said. Patui. Naruto didn't bother responding with words. Instead, he spat on the ground, showing his disdainful attitude as the arrogant Uchiha. However, Darui hadn't completely figured it out. While the chakra cloak theory was correct, what Naruto wore was no ordinary chakra cloak. It was the genuine Kyuubi chakra cloak. It was because this power is backing him that he dared to take Darui's lightning release ninjutsu head-on. A fake Uchiha. Fire release and Sharingan. A real Uchiha. Biju chakra cloak. But after saying that, Darui still felt something was off. Looking at this Uchiha Sasuke, enveloped in blood-red chakra, Darui's frown deepened. Is this really how an Uchiha is supposed to be? Blamed Konoha's actions for this confusion. After all, Darui had barely gotten to know the legend of the Uchiha clan before realizing they had been wiped out by their own village. Any hidden truths about them were probably only known by someone as knowledgeable as Samui. Unfortunately, Samui was out cold and couldn't wake up, for the situation became a tense standoff as Darui drew the sword from his back, and the forest grew eerily silent. The sun hung low in the sky as both fighters moved in unison. In the distance, Koyuki watched the intense battle between Naruto and Kumogakure's shinobi. She couldn't help but clench her fists in worry for Naruto, wanting to close her eyes but fearing he'd be ambushed if she did. Many to one, so shameless, she fumed internally, completely forgetting that the two of them were the intruders. In the heat of battle, Naruto swiftly leapt away, evading Darui's fierce storm release attack. Behind him, several giant trees were peppered with holes before collapsing with a resounding crash. The ground shook and dust filled the air. In the next instant, Darui flickered to Naruto's side with sword in hand, delivering a powerful slash, while his other hand crackled with lightning release. His strikes are fierce and relentless. No wonder he was considered a candidate for the Godem Raikage. His strength is indeed formidable. Naruto reacted swiftly, his speed reaching the maximum under the blessing of the Kyuubi chakra cloak. He sidestepped the slash, then his fist was enveloped in lava release as he punched forward, with a layer of blood-red chakra covering the surface. In an instant, Naruto's lava release enhanced punch collided with Darui's black lightning release. Although Darui's lightning release inherited from the Sandaime Raikage was incredibly powerful, it was not strong enough against the Kyuubi chakra cloak. It only managed to break through one layer of the cloak before it got stuck. With a loud crash, Darui was sent flying by Naruto's punch. The lightning release attack veered off course, smashing into the ground with a deafening explosion, leaving a massive crater. The lava release strayed as well, instantly melting the branches of dozens of trees. The terrifying force and sound waves generated by the collision shook nearly half of Kumogakure. From the dust and debris, Naruto spitted and walked out of the ruins, without any injuries on his body. In contrast, Darui was looking worse for wear, his arm bent unnaturally. It can be seen that he was seriously injured. "What's your real objective, Uchiha Sasuke?" Darui asked, struggling to stand up. "I've told you already, I'm just passing by," Naruto replied in Sasuke's voice. "It was you who insisted on pursuing me. We could have just left each other alone." Naruto knew very well that if he ran away now, no one would be able to stop him, but with Koyuki in tow, he might not be able to run far. Kumogakure and Konoha have always been at odds with each other, so a fight could break out over the smallest reason. Naruto had prepared himself for battle as soon as he initiated the space jump, and if it came down to it, he was ready for a full-on confrontation. Besides, it would be a good opportunity to cut Kumogakure down to size and avoid a future conflict. He'd rather fight now than have to return later if things escalated. Coincidentally, Kumogakure thought the same. When the Raikage learned that Kyuubi had disappeared from Konoha, he immediately sent people to investigate the situation. With Konoha's power waning, conflict seemed inevitable. Just passing by, Darui's brows furrowed further, clearly not believing Naruto's words. But with his arm injured, he knew that continuing the fight wouldn't yield any benefits. Darui could sense that Naruto seemed to be anticipating and predicting his moves, which made him tense. Was this the power of the Uchiha's Sharingan, the ability to sense and predict attacks? Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed from the direction of the Valley of Clouds and Lightning. Two figures descended onto the battlefield at the same time. With a bang, Killer Bee, sporting his signature sunglasses, and Ni Yugito, the Nibi's Jinchuriki who had survived thanks to the early deaths of Kakuzu and Hidan, stepped out of the smoke. Killer Bee was a tall man with dark skin. He wore small black sunglasses on his face, a white bandana on his head, a long white scarf around his neck, and 6 long swords on his back. He initially wanted to sing and rap a couple of lines, but upon seeing the Biju chakra cloak swirling around Naruto, his expression turned serious. Where did this little Biju's Jinchuriki come from? How did he end up in Kumogakure? Biju's Jinchuriki. The injured Darui was stunned when he heard this, and then he quickly realized what had happened. He'd been deceived. Because he had been so focused on defending against the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, he had been tricked by this cunning opponent. After seeing that his deception had been uncovered, Naruto remained unfazed. He knew there was no hiding it now, especially once he used the Biju chakra cloak. There was no point in trying to cover it up. But that didn't matter. After all, it didn't make any difference whether they figured it out after the fact. As long as he won the fight, even if the truth came out, it would still be framed as Uchiha Sasuke invading Kumogakure. It had nothing to do with him, Uzumaki Naruto. Yugito is tall and has mature look. She stared at Naruto for a long time but couldn't figure out anything from his appearance. "I'm not a Biju's Jinchuriki," Naruto said with a smile. "I just happened to be passing by. I was about to leave, but you all insisted on pestering me. You have entered the Kumogakure's territory without permission. I advise you to surrender." Yugito said sternly, spare yourself the suffering. Yo, that's right, Killer B, the Hachibi's Jinchuriki, chimed in, just surrender, and we'll take your partner with you. I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm just passing by. Naruto drew out the Kusanagi sword and pointed it at Killer B and Yugito. Stop with the nonsense. If there are more of you, bring them all on. Facing ordinary elite Jonin might be troublesome, but when it came to more powerful Biju's Jinchuriki, Naruto is actually less worried. Biju's Jinchuriki had thick skin and could heal quickly during battle, so he could fight without much concern against these two. More importantly, although sealing technique were widespread across the 5 great countries, with each village having their own methods for sealing Biju, but when it came to sealing technique, the most authentic and powerful ones still belonged to the Uzumaki clan, as it's more versatile and much stronger. At the back, Darui, with an injured arm, gritted his teeth and slowly stood up. Samui had already been escorted off the battlefield by Karui and the ever-pessimistic Omoi. Just one exchange was enough for them to realize the vast difference in power. Even Darui, the right-hand man of the Yondaime Reikage, had been injured, so the two Chunin stood no chance if they stayed here. Therefore, when Killer B and Yugito arrived on the scene, Karui and Omoi decisively retreated, taking their unconscious team leader, Samui, with them. Despite his injuries, Darui remained on the edge of the battlefield, not wanting to risk any more surprises. At the same time, his eyes scanned the surroundings, trying to locate Naruto's companions. In battles between shinobi, it was kill or be killed, and there was no such thing as nobility or dishonor. Naruto didn't hold back, but he considered that it would be much easier to seriously injure them than to kill them one by one, so he did not drag these people into a life-and-death battle. His opponents are a village's worth of combat power, and Reikage and another elite Jonin had yet to make their appearance. It would be foolish for Naruto to exhaust all his strength and reveal all his cards in advance. After all, he wasn't here to single-handedly attack Kumogakure. His goal was to leave, but before he could do that, he had to intimidate them enough to prevent a prolonged chase. Then there's nothing more to say. Yugito unsheathed her sword. No matter who you are, since you've hurt our comrades, don't think you can just leave. That's right. Killer B repeated with a nod. After saying that, Yugito's aura completely changed. Her eyes erupted with white light, and blue-black cat-like markings of Biju chakra cloak quickly covered half of her body. A wild, turbulent force surged from her, making her appear fierce and terrifying. Killer B didn't use his complete Biju transformation either, but he activated the Hachibi chakra cloak. 8 blood-red chakra tails extended behind him as he stared intently at Naruto. Naruto frowned and asked, "Are you guys underestimating me?" Naruto couldn't transform into Biju form, nor did he need to, so he just used the Kyuubi's chakra to wrap his whole body. The Kusanagi sword in his hand suddenly disappeared, replaced by a bunch of flying thunder god kunai. Swoosh, 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 20 or so flying thunder god kunai flew out from all directions, embedding themselves into the ground, forming what appeared to be a massive formation, encircling the 3 of them. The flying thunder god kunai formation also cut off Darui's path. If he tried to head toward where Koyuki was hiding, Naruto would instantly teleport and intercept him. That is, Killer B's pupils dilated slightly, and the memories of being dominated by the yellow flash of Konoha flooded back to his band. It can't be. Killer B's heart raced as he gulped nervously. He knew that the yellow flash of Konoha had died long ago. But the battle style in front of him, the meticulous placement of kunai before a fight, was deeply ingrained in Killer B's memory. He knew that no matter what, he couldn't underestimate the young man standing before him. Be careful, Yugito. There's something off about those kunai, Killer B warned. Roar! Yugito let out a growl and darted toward Naruto with incredible speed. After using partial Biju transformation, she was as quick and agile as a real cat. Naruto stood still, not even flinching as he watched Yugito's sharp claws lunge toward him. At the moment when she was about to hit him, Naruto disappeared. Bang! Naruto appeared on Yugito's left side and delivered a powerful punch to her head. With a resounding crash, blood splattered as Yugito was sent flying like a kite with a broken strain. In the instant his fist hit her head, Naruto noticed that Yugito had activated her complete Biju transformation, taking the blow head-on. Naruto found Nibi as surprisingly weak, even inferior to the Ichibi, and this is his honest impression. Seeing this, Killer B wasted no time and immediately entered a partial Biju transformation. Although he still maintained humanoid shape, he no longer had many human features, with 8 tails swaying behind him. His body was enveloped in dark red chakra, and he crouched on all 4s, resembling a beast. Meanwhile, Yugito, who was sent flying, had completely transformed into Nibi, and a gigantic cat demon appeared before Naruto. 1 red and 1 blue monster roared at Naruto. With a thunderous boom, a massive crater formed where Naruto had been standing. Killer B had somehow instantly appeared in front of Naruto and smashed down with a heavy punch. The speed was too fast, leaving no sign at all, But no matter how fast Killer Bee was, he couldn't be faster than Flying Thunder God technique. The speed of space-time ninjutsu completely surpassed the physical speed, perfectly syncing with instantaneous reaction time. Naruto disappeared again and kicked the dark red Killer Bee, whose face could no longer be seen, with a lava release kick, causing a large dent in his form, showcasing terrifying strength. Even though Naruto only has 73% of Kyuubi's power now, 73% at Kyuubi's peak is already very strong. If he uses his full strength, even Hachibi will not be able to resist it. The main reason was that Killer Bee and Yugito had no idea who Naruto was. Upon seeing him with Sasuke's appearance, they instinctively didn't fight with full force. In a battle between shinobi, besides obtaining intelligence, seizing opportunities is key. Neither of them had fought with their full strength, giving Naruto the opportunity he needed. He just seized that opportunity, and directly injured Killer Bee severely. At this moment, both Yugito and Killer Bee were injured to varying degrees. But their wounds were healing rapidly and they would be fully recovered in a short while. So it is the Yellow Flash's technique. Killer Bee was uncharacteristically serious at this moment. He recalled that the last time he saw the Yellow Flash, it almost led to a mutual defeat even when he's with Yondaime Reikage. Yellow Flash has been dead for years. What's going on? Yukito, who had used complete Biju transformation, retreated, and stared at Naruto cautiously while glancing quickly at Killer. I don't know, Killer Bee replied honestly. He then roared and used complete Biju transformation without hesitation. A giant bull-octopus hybrid appeared out of nowhere and said a little excitedly. Anyway, let's just fight and take him down, yo, it's been a while since I faced a worthy opponent. Yugito was a bit speechless, but she knew this Reikage's brother had been living alone in the Valley of Clouds and Lightning for a long time, so he was probably bored out of his mind. Don't expand the battlefield. Avoid destroying the village, she reminded. I know, since it couldn't be avoided, we might as well fight seriously, Yugito thought to herself. Show me your complete form now. Let me see what you really are, Killer Bee roared excitedly, looking very interested. Hachibi's massive body was clearly capable of ignoring the Flying Thunder God Kunai. So in Killer Bee's mind, under the threat of 2 Biju, Naruto would have no choice but to use complete Biju transformation to fight against them. However, in the next moment, Naruto simply clapped his hands together and shouted, Sealing Technique, Adamantine Sealing Chains. The perfected version of the adamantine sealing chains granted by the system was activated instantly. Dozens of golden chains surged up from the ground like vines, rapidly ensnaring both fully transformed Biju. What is this? Damn it, it's a sealing technique. Yugito tried to escape, but her hands and feet were tied up by golden chains and she was pulled down with a loud bang. With its enormous body, Hachibi could only turn around before the golden chains enveloped it. Killer Bee, both shocked and curious, let out an enraged roar, but despite using all his strength, he couldn't break free. Damn it, Killer Bee controlled Hachibi to raise its head, and a huge Bijudama slowly took shape. Naruto, who was not far away, looked at the huge Bijudama and felt a surge of irritation and uncontrollable rage in his heart. He took a deep breath and stared at Hachibi coldly. Reaching out his hand toward Killer Bee, who had turned into Hachibi, he commanded, restrain him. The adamantine sealing chain seemed to be alive, and it suddenly tightened the moment Naruto gave the command. The golden chains locked onto the forming black Bijudama, and with a bang, it strangled the Bijudama that had not yet fully formed. Even though the Bijudama wasn't fully formed, being torn apart by the golden chains caused it to split in two and swayed in the air for a moment. After a short pause, it actually split into 2 directions and headed straight for the village. Oh no! Yugito no longer cared about Killer Bee's predicament, and spat out a flaming cat roar from her mouths to chase after one half of the black Bijudama. At the next second, she was also tightly bound by the golden chains, and the fire in her throat that had just spurted out of the flaming cat roar was immediately silenced. At this moment, a powerful voice came from a distance. The Yondaime Reikage, wearing a white robe and glowing with blue lightning, descended from the sky and punched the incomplete Bijudama that was on the verge of exploding. The other half of the incomplete Bijudama was shattered by Reikage with a resounding explosion. Koyuki, who was hiding in the bushes, was completely confused. She couldn't see clearly from a distance. She wondered why the style of the battle suddenly changed. What is that creature that looks like a cross between a bull and an octopus? And that giant blue flaming cat. Just as she was wondering if Naruto would also transform into some giant creature, a swarm of golden chains appeared, binding the 2 beasts. But the way they were tied up looked strange. Was that some kind of tortoise shell binding technique? How shameful. Meanwhile, in Konoha, in the Hokage's office, Tsunade sat in a chair, deep in thought, with grim expression. There was a knock on the door and Shizune walked in with some documents. Seeing that Tsunade was in a bad mood, she hesitated for a moment before placing the documents on the desk and speaking up. Tsunade-sama, the delegation from Sunagakure has arrived. Also, the Land of Birds has sent an envoy and they're waiting for you below. The Land of Birds? What are they here for? Tsunade rubbed her temples. A trace of annoyance flashed in her eyes, and she grabbed a glass from the table and took a sip. She could understand why Sanagakure would send people to investigate the disappearance of the Kyuubi. Tsunade was even prepared to renegotiate the alliance treaty, or possibly the entire alliance itself. But the Land of Birds? They're just a minor, insignificant country. What were they doing meddling at a time like this? Tsunade-sama, have you forgotten? Shizune smiled awkwardly. The Land of Birds signed a friendship treaty with Konoha, though it's not quite at the level of a full alliance. When did that happen? Tsunade was stunned for a moment. She genuinely forgot about such thing. After Team 3 and Naruto completed the mission in the Land of Birds, the new daimyo of the Land of Birds, Toki, sent envoys here to sign a mutually beneficial trade and friendship treaty with Konoha. Shizune explained. So far, relations between both sides have been positive. What are they doing here at a time like this? Tsunade asked, feeling more frustrated as she thought of Danzo, who always exploited every situation, and the two stubborn old advisors clinging to their ways. The Kyuubi's problem hadn't been properly addressed during Sandame's time. He was constantly hindered by his old colleagues and the other higher-ups, dragging the situation out and turning the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki into a ticking time bomb. She wished those damned higher-ups could see how far their so-called Biju's Jinchuriki has grown, but now, they're still greedily trying to control the Kyuubi. How stupid, even now, they still don't understand that the complete disappearance of the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki would actually be the best outcome for Konoha. Rubbing her temples, Tsunade realized one thing. As long as Danzo remained in power, Konoha would have no future. Hearing this, Shizune hesitated before responding. The other party wants to deepen their alliance with Konoha. The Land of Birds seems eager to collaborate further with us. They're not here to terminate the relationship. A deeper alliance? Tsunade was a little surprised. Why? As far as I know, the Land of Birds has never expressed much interest in closer ties with Konoha before, right? That's correct, Tsunade-sama. Shizune replied dutifully. Their first real interaction with us is after the Cursed Warrior mission in the Land of Birds that Team 3 and Naruto dealt with. Tsunade pondered for a moment, frowned, and asked, Shizune, do we still have the report on that mission? And bring me the mutually beneficial treaty that was signed with them as well. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Please wait a moment, I'll look for it. Shizune nodded and walked over to a nearby file cabinet, which contained the mission reports of the past 3 years. After rifling through the neatly arranged documents, Shizune found the mission report of the Team 3 in the Land of Birds. Tsunade took the report and lazily leaned back in her chair, then read it carefully. Shizune stood quietly by her side, watching the subtle changes in Tsunade's expression out of the corner of her eye. Bang! Tsunade suddenly her hand on the table and said angrily through gritted teeth. What deeper cooperation? Princess Toki. That damn woman has ulterior motives, she just wants to steal Naruto away. Shizune was startled, and her heart almost jumped out of her chest. She looked at Tsunade and timidly asked, should we reject the proposal? Are you crazy? Of course we have to accept it. Tsunade took a deep breath, calming herself. This is something that benefits Konoha, so why would we refuse? Yes. Shizune smiled. However, Tsunade-sama, the delegation from Sanagakure has arrived. It's about time for you to meet them. Tsunade pursed her lips dismissively and let out a nonchalant, oh, but showing no hint of moving. Shizune, feeling somewhat helpless in the face of Tsunade's stubbornness, could only smile wryly. She also knew that Sanagakure's visit likely wouldn't be a friendly one. Although they were allies in name, the truth was that their cooperation was driven by mutual benefit, and tensions could easily flare up behind closed doors. Tsunade's reluctance to attend was likely because she didn't want to see Danzo and the two old advisors with their self-righteous attitudes. If Sanagakure used the fact that Konoha didn't have Biju to put pressure on her, the situation could turn very unfavorable for Tsunade. The summer breeze was blowing, and the pages of paper were turning with a rustling sound. Tsunade raised her hand, pointed to the door and said, damn those old bastards. Naruto brought down his sword, which is covered with lava release, with tremendous force, striking Reikage with a thunderous crash. The ground beneath them cracked and shattered under the impact, sending up a cloud of dust amidst the deafening noise. In the brief moment that Naruto and Reikage exchanged glances, Naruto, without saying a word, drew the Kusanagi sword and swung it toward Reikage. Reikage's lightning armor cannot conduct lightning chakra through the legendary Kusanagi sword. It can be said that when it came to who had the best equipment, Orochimaru certainly took the crown. The lightning wrapped around Reikage can enhance his speed and also activated his cells, forming the core of his combat style, which was centered on two principles, fast and fierce. Who are you? Reikage roared, his voice full of power. Lightning chakra gathered instantly at his right elbow. Naruto's figure vanished, and where he had been standing, a massive crater appeared. At this moment, the open battlefield was filled with large pits and craters. Raikage's muscular frame exuded raw power, and his wide back is as broad as a pair of wings. After his strike missed, he leapt out of the crater. His whole body was radiating blue lightning, and the thunderous vibrations from his massive fists echoed as he steadily walked toward Naruto with a serious expression. Body flicker technique, his voice rumbled like thunder, making Naruto's ears buzz. Big brother. It's Konoha's yellow flash, Killer Bee, who was tightly bound by the adamantine ceiling chains, shouted from the distance, watch out for his kunai. So much nonsense. Naruto said with some dissatisfaction, and clenched his palm, causing the golden chains to sink deeper into Hachibi's flesh. Immediately, Hachibi howled in pain as multiple wounds burst open across its body. Yugito, who had initially wanted to speak, closed her mouth when she saw Killer Bee had beaten her dead. At this moment, she stayed silent, trying to blend into the background. The chains binding her were so tight it could be called an advanced bondage technique. What made it worse was that she could feel one chain pressing against a rather sensitive area. Although Biju was essentially a mass of chakra and any injuries they sustained didn't harm their Jinchuriki, the feeling of pain was still transmitted. If the chains tightened even more, the sensation would be unbearable. Raikage was getting desperate, as he saw his brother was still in the enemy's hands. He glared at Naruto furiously. The Uzumaki clan's sealing technique, who the hell are you? I'm just a passing Uchiha. Naruto replied nonchalantly, maintaining an air of mystery while scanning the surroundings. Koyuki was still hiding there. Dragging this out any longer wouldn't benefit me. It's time to wrap things up and make our escape. At this moment, 3 figures landed beside Raikage. They were the Kumogakure's Jonin who came to support him. One of them was at the level of elite Jonin, but it was hard to say about the other 2. Darui, whose arm was injured, was still watching the battle from the sidelines and was reluctant to leave. Including Raikage, the Kumogakure's side now had roughly 4 Jonin-level fighters and 1 Cage-level powerhouse in action. On the other hand, Naruto's greatest advantage in the situation was that he held 2 hostages. No matter how powerful the Jinchuriki are, every force had its counter, and now, the fierce Biju were reduced to helpless kittens in his grasp. It doesn't matter whoever you are. Do you really intend to take on the entire Kumogakure alone? Raikage asked loudly, with a hint of anger in his voice. He had never suffered so many setbacks in a single day. First, both of their village's Jinchuriki were subdued, and then, without so much as a word, he had been struck by Naruto's sword. On top of that, the enemy also seemed to excel in speed, leaving him utterly exasperated. If you have the guts, just come at me. Let's see how long those 2 Jinchuriki can hold out. Naruto taunted, casting a glance at Killer Bee. Then, he instantly used Flying Thunder God technique to appear before Nibi. After he stretched out his hand, the surrounding space warped and collapsed instantly. Max level 4 Symbols Seal. Naruto had never used the 4 Symbols Seal on a living being before, but since Biju were essentially masses of chakra, he wasn't concerned. But when it came to living creatures, it was a different story. After all, inside the seal space, there was no air. In addition, after removing Kyuubi from inside his body, Naruto used the seal space as a storage space. Since there was money in there, he deliberately avoided using the 4 Symbols Seal on living people. But now, he didn't have the luxury to worry about that. What did you do? Raikage was extremely furious. He wished he could teleport over and tear Naruto to pieces immediately. However, when he saw Naruto glance at Killer Bee, he had no choice but to suppress his anger. What do you want? Raikage asked. I want to leave this place, and no one is allowed to follow me. I'm taking Nibi with me. I'll release her once I reach a safe place, Naruto said in a firm tone. And why should we believe you? Darui landed beside Raikage, and stared at Naruto coldly. You've been ruthless so far. It's hard to trust your words. Thank you for the compliment, and also, how can I not be ruthless? Are you expecting me to play house with you all? Naruto's retorted, then frowned and said, you have 10 seconds to decide. As he said that, Naruto had already secretly channeled the chakra within his body, and the dark red Biju chakra cloak began to reappear around him. Naruto was not so naive, and he did not believe that the always domineering Raikage would let him threaten him so easily. Regardless of the terms, Raikage would definitely lead people personally to hunt him down. Rather than taking his brother, Killer Bee, hostage, which would be riskier due to his strength, it made more sense to capture the weaker Yugito. First, Raikage deeply cared for his younger brother, and second, Killer Bee is very powerful, and Naruto is afraid that something will happen along the way. If he wanted to leave, he has to find a way to drag out Raikage and his group. 3, 2. Sensing the slight twitch in the Raikage's shoulder, a sign that he was about to make a move, Naruto cut off the countdown and used Flying Thunder God technique instantly. Boom! The spot where Naruto had just stood was obliterated by Raikage's punch. Capture him! Raikage shouted. His body accelerated once again, leaving a trail of blue lightning behind. His hand crackled with electricity, spreading out like a silver serpent as he unleashed a wide area attack, instantly submerging a large area of the battlefield. In order to prevent Naruto from using the Flying Thunder God technique to switch positions, Raikage used such trick. As expected of the Yondaime Raikage, who is famous in the shinobi world for his absolute speed and absolute defense, "You are truly extraordinary," Naruto remarked and teleported to a safe position with the Flying Thunder God technique. Despite the dire situation, his mouth wasn't idle at all. "Huh? You still have time to run your mouth?" Raikage showed no hesitation and relentlessly chased after Naruto. His palms slapped towards Naruto, accompanied by the rumbling sound of thunder. Darui positioned himself in another corner, with his intact arm wrapped in black lightning, ready to attack in the direction of Naruto's next teleportation. "Over there, see," the elite Jonin, who is also Raikage's left-hand man, called out as he leapt in another direction, "Raikage-sama." The five of them joined the battle against Naruto, and the battlefield erupted in an explosion of lightning as if the Thunder God himself had descended. The air was filled with the booming sound of lightning strikes, and clouds of sand and debris were thrown into the air. Yet, even amidst all this, Naruto continuously managed to switch positions using his flying there around the battlefield and narrowly avoid everyone's attack. What infuriated his opponents most was that his speed was always just a fraction faster than Raikage's. The more this happened, the more astonished everyone, including Raikage, became. A group of Jonin and a cage-level fighter was actually being toyed with in terms of speed. Although it is obvious that Naruto's strength is not overwhelming, this slippery feeling of being just a little bit faster than them makes Kumogakure's group even more angry and helpless. "Destroy his kunai," Darui shouted, and took the lead to break a few of the scattered kunai with his black lightning. Seeing this, Naruto still looked nonchalant. The pile of kunai was intended to be used only once, so after dodging so many attacks, most of them had already been rendered useless. Throughout the battle, Naruto had stuck close to Raikage, forcing the other four to hold back. But now, with his tricks nearly exhausted, it was time to change tactics. In a swift motion, Naruto threw out the permanent version of the Flying Thunder God kunai given by the system, and instantly teleported away, putting a significant distance between himself and the Kumogakure's shinobi. Naruto stood still, and then clasped his hands together. What is he going to do? Raikage had a bad feeling and his pupils dilated slightly. That hand gesture, was it a ninjutsu that doesn't require hand seals? Damn it, why did Konoha have so many freakish abilities? Raikage gritted his teeth and his gaze was fixed on Naruto as his hand twitched, ready to act at any time. "No, stop him quickly, we can't let him cast that ninjutsu." Darui's instincts screamed danger, and he shouted at the top of his lungs. But it was too late. Naruto's eyes sharpened as he clapped his hands and yelled, "Arise." Ding! Confirmed. Impure World Reincarnation, activated. The ground split open, and with a thunderous explosion, 6 coffins rose from the earth, scattering the Kumogakure's shinobi. "What is that? Coffins? This is bad, it's that despicable technique. Damn it! It's the Impure World Reincarnation. Stop whoever's inside from coming out." Raikage's bodyguard, C, shouted loudly, "If they come out, we'll be in serious trouble." Everyone present was a Jonin or higher from Kumogakure, and they had all heard of Konoha's forbidden technique, the Impure World Reincarnation. Even if they had never witnessed it firsthand, they have heard of its terrifying reputation. Their knowledge of Konoha included more than just the legendary White Fang and the Yellow Flash. There was also the infamous war maniac, Naidame Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Unlike the compassionate Hashirama, Tobarama was far more aggressive, especially in his unrelenting assaults on Kumogakure. His mutually multiplying explosive tags, paired with the Impure World Reincarnation, was simply a nightmare on the battlefield. Just imagining their ancestors crawling out of the ground, strapped with exploding tags and charging toward them, was a chillingly absurd thought. Raikage was the first to dash forward. With his powerful physique and unparalleled speed, he was like an unstoppable sharp sword. Raikage concentrated his chakra on his left foot and into his left foot and brought it down with the force of a giant battle axe, unleashing his guillotine drop directly at the 6 coffins. However, it was too late, the coffins did not slide open but exploded instead. With a loud bang, black lightning suddenly appeared and struck Yondaime Raikage, sending him flying back. Seeing this, Darui shuddered. "No way, black lightning, there's no mistake, it could only be that lord." 6 coffins shattered, and a burly middle-aged man walked out of the smoke. A grotesque scar ran across his chest, and he wore a black headband. His expression was stern, his eyes sharp. His silver, wild, and disheveled hair billowed behind him like the mane of a white lion ready to pounce. Sandaime Raikage-sama. Even though he already prepared himself, Darui still gasped in shock upon seeing that figure. "Father?" Yondaime Raikage staggered back. His father's death had deeply scarred him, and it's this fear of losing family that had led him to restrict even Killer Bee's freedom. Senju Tobarama's Impure World Reincarnation? At this moment, another voice rang out, and a tall, thin, dark-skinned man walked out. That guy's technique is still as unbridled as ever. Nidame Reikage-sama. C was momentarily paralyzed with shock, then those other coffins. Shodem Reikage-sama. And who are those? That's Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Why are they here too? No way. Is that the previous B, Blue B? The 6 coffins had all opened, revealing the Shodem, Nidame and Sandame Reikages, alongside the notorious Kinkaku and Ginkaku, their domineering voices sending shivers down the spines of everyone present. Blue B, however, remained silent. This, damn it, it's all that evil Uchiha's doing, Yondaime Reikage roared, leapt more than 10 meters away in the blink of an eye, and rushed towards his father directly. Once again, the adamantine sealing chains were activated, and Hachibi's anguished howls echoed across the battlefield. The tide of battle shifted abruptly, and the Kumogakure's side, which had the advantage in numbers, was immediately overwhelmed. This is a proper ninjutsu, not some evil trick. Mind your words. Naruto raised his sword to point at them and said contemptuously, now, it's one-on-one, fair and square. Naruto suddenly clapped his hands, and the 6 figures summoned with the impure world reincarnation suddenly froze in place like puppets. Go ahead, say hello to your ancestors. Upon hearing this, all the Kumogakure's shinobi were filled with hatred, while the 4th Reikage was nearly consumed by rage, shouting that he would kill the evil Uchiha. Naruto, however, remained unfazed. After all, this ninjutsu was provided by the system. It required no sacrifices and could raise the bodies of powerful warriors within a certain range. Compared to others, Naruto is quite professional. A single clap, and the ancestors truly woke up. C's face turned pale. There were 6 resurrected figures and 1 person on her side, while there were only 5 people on our side. What kind of one-on-one fight was this? How shameless. What's even worse is that the death of Sandame Reikage had always been a deep emotional scar for Yondaime Reikage, one that he had never been able to heal. Now, with his father brought back by the impure world reincarnation, C knew this situation could spiral out of control. Despicable, C said angrily. And 5 of you against 1 isn't despicable? Naruto curled his lips. Since he was currently disguised as Sasuke, he felt free to speak without restraint. After all, any problems he caused now would be attributed to Sasuke. I've already told you, I was just passing by, and my demand is not excessive either. I just want to leave safely. But you refuse to back down. You must know, even a cornered rabbit bites. Well, it's too late for negotiations now. Naruto sneered. What, now that the impure world reincarnation is in play, you suddenly can't handle it? Where was your earlier attitude? Yondaime Reikage wasn't even listening to Naruto. At this moment, he stared at Sandame Reikage, who stood like a puppet after being resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, as if he was possessed by a demon. Seeing this, C and the injured Darui exchanged a glance, and without speaking, nodded in tacit understanding. Why don't we all stand down? C slowly stepped forward and said, reinforcements from the village are on their way. You can't win this. Take back this forbidden technique, and Kumogakure will let you leave in peace. It's a little too late to say that now. Do you think I don't know what you're planning? Naruto replied. I know exactly what you're trying to do. You're assuming I have companions nearby and won't be able to get far. Stand down. Naruto laughed coldly. You Kumogakure has always been domineering. Now that things have come to this point, there's no use debating who's right or wrong. From the start, I knew you wouldn't agree to my demands, and sure enough, I'm not wrong. Indeed, I have a companion hiding nearby, and escaping unharmed won't be easy. Naruto's killing intent suddenly flared up. Since that's the case, there's nothing left to say. Today, I'll slaughter all the Jonin from your Kumogakure. With a thunderous crash, half of the cliff collapsed. Konoha, inside conference room. Tsunade sat at the head of a long conference table. Several key higher-ups of Konoha were lined up and sat down in a row with intervals between them. On the other side, Temari and Tsunagakure's higher-ups sat silently in their chairs. The meeting dragged on, and Tsunade, resting her head on her hand, looked visibly bored. She had not wanted to attend this meeting in the first place, as she despised pointless meetings the most. Even if the meeting had a formal structure, if the content was irrelevant or the outcome predetermined, it felt utterly meaningless for her. Just like this meeting, Tsunagakure was indeed Konoha's ally, but their relationship is not unbreakable. Now that Kyuubi has disappeared, Konoha was left without a tailed beast, which weakened their standing. It was akin to having an ally without a deterrent weapon. While the treaty was signed with the assumption that both sides possessed such power, now that the truth had surfaced, it made sense for Tsunagakure to send a delegation. Given the gravity of the situation, it wouldn't be surprising if Tsunagakure suggested altering the terms of their alliance or even canceling it. However, given the similar predicaments both villages faced, it is highly unlikely that Tsunagakure would directly cancel the alliance. With all that in mind, Tsunade had little interest in attending such meeting. It was nothing more than Sanagakure's side using Kyuubi as an excuse to propose some harsh terms to amend the treaty. Then Konoha would refuse, and eventually, both sides would reach some compromise. It's so boring. There were professionals for this kind of thing. So there is no point for her to sit here except being a target for Danzo's ridicule. The negotiation was still dragging on, and the emotionless voice of Shikaku, the military strategist of Konoha, made Tsunade drowsy. Suddenly, she heard Sanagakure's side, who had been silent for a while, bring up the matter of the Kyuubi's disappearance. Is the news true? Someone from Sanagakure asked. As of now, Shikaku coughed lightly. There is no concrete evidence yet. All we can say is that there is no way to directly prove that the Kyuubi is still sealed in the body of the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Konoha has always been dedicated to promoting peace in the shinobi world. We've been working towards the elimination of Kyuubi's Jinchuriki and creating a peaceful image for our village. Shikaku's calm, evasive response left Sanagakure's people speechless for a moment. So, what's the conclusion? Konoha doesn't deny the reports, but we also have no evidence that Konoha does not have a biju. We won't engage in any self-incriminating behavior either. Shikaku said, then took a strategic sip of water. Whether the Kyuubi is still with us or not, well, believe it if you wish, doubt it if you must. Tsunade, supporting her head on her hand, stifled a yawn, her face showing signs of fatigue. She thought to herself, how long is this going to drag on? These Sanagakure's diplomats are no good, they keep digging into trivial matters. She wished they would just get to the point, lay out the new terms, negotiate, and be done with it. But this was Shikaku's plan, and she wasn't going to interfere. The discussion continued in circles for a while longer, with Shikaku repeating the same ambiguous rhetoric. He didn't deny the truth, nor did he confirm it. The message was clear. Figure it out for yourselves. Yes or no, anyway, this is the current situation. Konoha is not in good shape, and Sanagakure is not much better. You know the consequences, and it's up to you to weigh your options. The Sanagakure's diplomats were utterly dumbfounded, and couldn't help but complain in their hearts, what kind of thing you Konoha people are doing? After some consideration, one of the representatives from Sanagakure finally spoke. In that case, there's no need to continue discussing this particular issue. Danzo opened his eye, glanced at the person speaking, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Tsunade curled her lips, still looking listless. The result has already been determined. If nothing unexpected happens, the other party will start proposing to amend the details of the alliance treaty. Shikaku also sighed in his heart. There was no avoiding this situation. Managing to stall the conversation this far was already the best-case scenario. Although the truth would come out sooner or later, the immediate crisis had to be dealt with first. He supported Tsunade's decision. He also knew that the matter of the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki had always been a ticking time bomb. Naruto couldn't be treated like a minor just because he hadn't reached adulthood yet. Years ago, the third Hokage was always influenced by his old colleagues, Danzo, Kaharu, and Homura. Therefore, in the process of guiding Naruto's growth, he chose a not-so-correct way, which also laid hidden dangers for Konoha. Danzo's stubbornness and the two advisors' mistrust of Naruto hadn't escaped Shikaku's notice. Times were changing. If things continued this way, it would lead to serious issues. Shikaku's thoughts drifted momentarily before he snapped back to the present. We have decided to further strengthen cooperation with Konoha and reach a consensus to deepen the relationship between the two villages. The Sanagakure's diplomat said, "What's your stance on that?" Huh? Shikaku was confused for a moment. What? So, the Sanagakure's diplomat repeated what he had just said with a complicated look. This time, it was Danzo's turn to be dumbfounded. Even Tsunade, who found the meeting extremely boring, was confused. Her eyes kept darting back and forth among the Sanagakure's representatives. This is not right. Shouldn't they threaten Konoha with the fact that we have no biju, and then propose changes to the distribution of benefits and the amendment of the alliance treaty? When did the Sand Village become so righteous? Something is not right. Tsunade frowned subconsciously and looked over there again and again, but couldn't figure out what was going on. Danzo's eye changed instantly, and the original plan in his heart fell through. He had been eager to see Sanagakure put pressure on Konoha, which would force Tsunade to bear the full brunt of the blame. After all, it was she who insisted on announcing that Konoha would no longer have a Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Naturally, she should be held accountable for any consequences that followed. Even if these mistakes and dissatisfactions could not force Tsunade to resign directly like Sandaime did, they were enough to make her suffer. Danzo had been hoping to use this to slowly erode Tsunade's position, eventually forcing her to hand over the Hokage's position to him. And he could no longer tolerate Tsunade helping Naruto reach that position step by step. Kakashi was enough to give him a headache, and now there is another Naruto. When will it be his turn to be the Hokage? But now, Sanagakure wasn't using this opportunity to demand treaty revisions or changes in the balance of power. Instead, they wanted to strengthen the alliance. Are they crazy? Danzo thought so in his heart, and so did the two advisors. Kaharu and Homura looked at each other with unusually grave expressions. Why? Why did Sanagakure suddenly propose to deepen cooperation at a time like this? At this moment, Danzo couldn't help but ask. He hadn't intended to speak, but based on his understanding of Shikaku, although Shikaku wouldn't ask directly, he would just find an excuse to stop the meeting temporarily and then send someone to ask discreetly. Danzo couldn't wait for that, because Sanagakure's diplomat was about to respond when another clear voice interrupted. Because our Sanagakure is optimistic about the future development of our ally, Konoha. More precisely, we're here for that news, Tamari said. But regardless of whether that news is true or not, we are always optimistic about Konoha's future, especially in your genin, Uzumaki Naruto. Does that make things clearer? Asked politely. Cough, yes. Shikaku coughed, and then added, it's getting late. Let's take a break for lunch and resume this discussion in the afternoon. As the meeting was adjourned, Tsunade glanced at Tamari on her way out and muttered under her breath, another princess. Uzumaki Naruto, what in the world have you been up to? At the outskirts of Kumogakure, Naruto teleported using Flying Thunder God technique, and his body is covered by a massive, red, indistinct chakra cloak. In an instant, he punched a weaker Kumogakure Jonin straight through the chest. Although the strength of that Kumogakure's Jonin was not very strong, he was still a Jonin after all. And yet, after just a few clashes, Naruto's unpredictable speed had landed several blows on him, leaving him heavily injured. As he turned his head, a molten fist pierced into his chest, killing him instantly. Darui couldn't stand it any longer. If the battle continued like this, Kumogakure's forces would suffer catastrophic losses. He unleashed the black lightning with one hand and directly bombarded the reincarnated Blue Bee, shattering his arm. Blue Bee was the former Hachibi's Jinchuriki, and he died because Hachibi lost control. Now, as a resurrected zombie, his movements were somewhat sluggish, far from his peak abilities. The same is true for the other 5 who were summoned with the Impure World reincarnation. Their strength is less than 1/10 of their peak period, but the disgusting thing is that this group of people is extremely difficult to deal with, and there is no way to defeat them in a short time. And Naruto was playing the ultimate opportunist, using his Flying Thunder God technique to constantly harass the 5 shinobi on Kumogakure's side with ambush attacks. In less than 5 minutes, another Kumogakure's Jonin had let his guard down and lost his life at Naruto's hands. This sight filled both Darui and C with an overwhelming sense of dread. They knew it would be disadvantageous for them to continue to fight. Yondaime Reikage was still fighting against his father, Sandaime Reikage, but he was visibly struggling. Konoha, inside conference room. Tsunade sat at the head of a long conference table. Several key higher-ups of Konoha were lined up and sat down in a row with intervals between them. On the other side, Tamari and Sanagakure's higher-ups sat silently in their chairs. The meeting dragged on, and Tsunade, resting her head on her hand, looked visibly bored. She had not wanted to attend this meeting in the first place, as she despised pointless meetings the most. Even if the meeting had a formal structure, if the content was irrelevant or the outcome predetermined, it felt utterly meaningless for her. Just like this meeting, Sanagakure was indeed Konoha's ally, but their relationship is not unbreakable. Now that Kyuubi has disappeared, Konoha was left without a tailed beast, which weakened their standing. It was akin to having an ally without a deterrent weapon. While the treaty was signed with the assumption that both sides possessed such power, now that the truth had surfaced, it made sense for Sanagakure to send a delegation. Given the gravity of the situation, it wouldn't be surprising if Sanagakure suggested altering the terms of their alliance or even canceling it. However, given the similar predicaments both villages faced, it is highly unlikely that Sanagakure would directly cancel the alliance. With all that in mind, Tsunade had little interest in attending such meeting. It was nothing more than Sanagakure's side using Kyuubi as an excuse to propose some harsh terms to amend the treaty. Then Konoha would refuse, and eventually, both sides would reach some compromise. It's so boring, there were professionals for this kind of thing. So there is no point for her to sit here except being a target for Danzo's ridicule. The negotiation was still dragging on, and the emotionless voice of Shikaku, the military strategist of Konoha, made Tsunade drowsy. Suddenly, she heard Sanagakure's side, who had been silent for a while, bring up the matter of the Kyuubi's disappearance. Is the news true? Someone from Sanagakure asked. As of now, Shikaku coughed lightly, there is no concrete evidence yet. All we can say is that there is no way to directly prove that the Kyuubi is still sealed in the body of the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Konoha has always been dedicated to promoting peace in the shinobi world. We've been working towards the elimination of Kyuubi's Jinchuriki and creating a peaceful image for our village. Shikaku's calm, evasive response left Sanagakure's people speechless for a moment. So, what's the conclusion? Konoha doesn't deny the reports, but we also have no evidence that Konoha does not have a Biju. We won't engage in any self-incriminating behavior either. Shikaku said, then took a strategic sip of water. Whether the Kyuubi is still with us or not, well, believe it if you wish, doubt it if you must. Tsunade, supporting her head on her hand, stifled a yawn, her face showing signs of fatigue. She thought to herself, how long is this going to drag on? These Sanagecure's diplomats are no good, they keep digging into trivial matters. She wished they would just get to the point, lay out the new terms, negotiate, and be done with it. But this was Shikaku's plan, and she wasn't going to interfere. The discussion continued in circles for a while longer, with Shikaku repeating the same ambiguous rhetoric. He didn't deny the truth, nor did he confirm it. The message was clear. Figure it out for yourselves. Yes or no, anyway, this is the current situation. Konoha is not in good shape, and Sanagakure is not much better. You know the consequences, and it's up to you to weigh your options. The Sanagakure's diplomats were utterly dumbfounded, and couldn't help but complain in their hearts, what kind of thing you Konoha people are doing? After some consideration, one of the representatives from Sanagakure finally spoke. In that case, there's no need to continue discussing this particular issue. Danzo opened his eye, glanced at the person speaking, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Tsunade curled her lips, still looking listless. The result has already been determined. If nothing unexpected happens, the other party will start proposing to amend the details of the alliance treaty. Shikaku also sighed in his heart. There was no avoiding this situation. Managing to stall the conversation this far was already the best-case scenario. Although the truth would come out sooner or later, the immediate crisis had to be dealt with first. He supported Tsunade's decision. He also knew that the matter of the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki had always been a ticking time bomb. Naruto couldn't be treated like a minor just because he hadn't reached adulthood yet. Years ago, the third Hokage was always influenced by his old colleagues, Danzo, Kaharu, and Homura. Therefore, in the process of guiding Naruto's growth, he chose a not-so-correct way, which also laid hidden dangers for Konoha. Danzo's stubbornness and the two advisors' mistrust of Naruto hadn't escaped Shikaku's notice. Times were changing. If things continued this way, it would lead to serious issues. Shikaku's thoughts drifted momentarily before he snapped back to the present. We have decided to further strengthen cooperation with Konoha and reach a consensus to deepen the relationship between the two villages. The Sanagakure's diplomat said. What's your stance on that? Huh? Shikaku was confused for a moment. What? So, the Sanagakure's diplomat repeated what he had just said with a complicated look. This time, it was Danzo's turn to be dumbfounded. Even Tsunade, who found the meeting extremely boring, was confused. Her eyes kept darting back and forth among the Sanagakure's representatives. This is not right. Shouldn't they threaten Konoha with the fact that we have no Biju, and then propose changes to the distribution of benefits and the amendment of the alliance treaty? When did the Sand Village become so righteous? Something is not right. Tsunade frowned subconsciously and looked over there again and again, but couldn't figure out what was going on. Danzo's eye changed instantly, and the original plan in his heart fell through. He had been eager to see Sanagakure put pressure on Konoha, which would force Tsunade to bear the full brunt of the blame. After all, it was she who insisted on announcing that Konoha would no longer have a Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Naturally, she should be held accountable for any consequences that followed. Even if these mistakes and dissatisfactions could not force Tsunade to resign directly like Sandaime did, they were enough to make her suffer. Danzo had been hoping to use this to slowly erode Tsunade's position, eventually forcing her to hand over the Hokage's position to him. And he could no longer tolerate Tsunade helping Naruto reach that position step by step. Kakashi was enough to give him a headache, and now there is another Naruto. When will it be his turn to be the Hokage? But now, Sanagakure wasn't using this opportunity to demand treaty revisions or changes in the balance of power. Instead, they wanted to strengthen the alliance. Are they crazy? Danzo thought so in his heart, and so did the two advisors. Kaharu and Homura looked at each other with unusually grave expressions. Why? Why did Sanagakure suddenly propose to deepen cooperation at a time like this? At this moment, Danzo couldn't help but ask. He hadn't intended to speak, but based on his understanding of Shikaku, although Shikaku wouldn't ask directly, he would just find an excuse to stop the meeting temporarily and then send someone to ask discreetly. Danzo couldn't wait for that, because Sanagakure's diplomat was about to respond when another clear voice interrupted. Because our Sanagakure is optimistic about the future development of our ally, Konoha. More precisely, we're here for that news, Tamari said. But regardless of whether that news is true or not, we are always optimistic about Konoha's future, especially in your genin, Uzumaki Naruto. Does that make things clearer? Asked politely. Cough, yes. Shikaku coughed, and then added, it's getting late. Let's take a break for lunch and resume this discussion in the afternoon. As the meeting was adjourned, Tsunade glanced at Tamari on her way out and muttered under her breath, another princess. Uzumaki Naruto, what in the world have you been up to? At the outskirts of Kumogakure, Naruto teleported using Flying Thunder God technique, and his body is covered by a massive, red, indistinct chakra cloak. In an instant, he punched a weaker Kumogakure Jonin straight through the chest. Although the strength of that Kumogakure's Jonin was not very strong, he was still a Jonin after all. And yet, after just a few clashes, Naruto's unpredictable speed had landed several blows on him, leaving him heavily injured. As he turned his head, a molten fist pierced into his chest, killing him instantly. Darui couldn't stand it any longer. If the battle continued like this, Kumogakure's forces would suffer catastrophic losses. He unleashed the black lightning with one hand and directly bombarded the reincarnated Blue Bee, shattering his arm. Blue Bee was the former Hachibi's Jinchuriki, and he died because Hachibi lost control. Now, as a resurrected zombie, his movements were somewhat sluggish, far from his peak abilities. The same is true for the other 5 who were summoned with the Impure World reincarnation. Their strength is less than 1/10 of their peak period, but the disgusting thing is that this group of people is extremely difficult to deal with, and there is no way to defeat them in a short time. And Naruto was playing the ultimate opportunist, using his Flying Thunder God technique to constantly harass the 5 shinobi on Kumogakure's side with ambush attacks. In less than 5 minutes, another Kumogakure's Jonin had let his guard down and lost his life at Naruto's hands. This sight filled both Darui and C with an overwhelming sense of dread. They knew it would be disadvantageous for them to continue to fight. Yondaime Reikage was still fighting against his father, Sandaime Reikage, but he was visibly struggling. When the two stopped again, they found themselves in an unfamiliar forest, somewhere in the middle of nowhere. The thick white fog rustled with movement, startling Koyuki. Her long legs had just touched the ground when she quickly leapt back onto Naruto in fright. At this moment, her lazy and world-weary face had shattered instantly. Frankly speaking, looking at this deep mountain forest, even Naruto himself felt a bit uneasy. Just when he was about to wake up all the corpses nearby, the thick fog suddenly dispersed. "Where is this? You're asking me, how would I know?" Naruto grumbled as he pried Koyuki's hands off his neck, showing no mercy in his response. "Get ready. We'll start here." Start what?" She looked at Naruto nervously, wondering if there was more trouble ahead. Naruto gave her a strange look, hesitated for a second, then said, "It's cramped inside. Just don't pee on me." Koyuki nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. She wanted to retort, but then realized she couldn't argue with that, so she coldly replied, "I won't." "Good." Naruto casually responded, making Koyuki gnash her teeth in frustration. Her cool and lazy expression was about to break, then she turned her head expressionlessly, and her ice blue eyes looked towards another part of the forest. She still looks like a goddess on the surface, but she is mentally keeping a record of her grudges in her little notebook. With a bang, to summon a large iron ball, the space-time ninja tool. Without saying anything, he directly stuffed Koyuki inside and then squeezed in himself, though with more difficulty. An imprint was engraved on the space-time ninja tool, so it could be summoned again after a space jump. Inside the cramped iron ball, the two were squeezed together. The space jump was accompanied by violent shaking, making dizziness the least of their worries. By the time they stopped, Koyuki could barely keep her eyes open. Naruto was in no better shape. He barely crawled out, took a look around, and realized they were in the wrong place again. This time, they're in the land of grass. Wrong place. Let's keep going. Koyuki no longer had the strength to speak. The burden of space jumping on the body was immense, and only someone like Naruto, who is a shinobi, could handle it. For an ordinary person, 2 jumps would have been the limit. "Let's take a break. I'm about to die," she muttered. "Alright." Naruto agreed easily. "This place is remote enough. At least we didn't land on top of a shinobi village this time, so no one will disturb you. If you want, you can even sleep for a while before we go." Who'd sleep in a place like this? Koyuki struggled to crawl out of the iron ball and looked around at the desolate area. This place looks so barren. Is this? She turned around and wanted to ask Naruto, only to see him calmly pulling out a bed and a canopy, which he casually tossed onto the ground. Koyuki was stunned for a few seconds, and her pupils dilated in shock. This bleak, yellowing forest looked completely out of place with the luxurious bed Naruto had just laid out. It was a striking contrast. She took a few steps back. Naruto stared at her, said, "Take a rest," casually, and then went back to the space-time ninja tool to carve more imprints. Koyuki was speechless. When she had mentioned resting, she had meant finding a spot to sit, or, if being a bit more indulgent, maybe leaning against a tree for a light nap. After all, she also knew the current situation. The space-time ninja tool was basically a piece of junk, not a mature technology. She was willing to take the risk, even accepting the fact that she had to squeeze into a tiny iron ball with a tall guy, practically sitting on top of each other. But now, this guy had pulled out a luxurious bed from who knows where. Isn't this a bit too outrageous? It was like wearing an Armani suit to eat a steak, and then driving a 120-mile-per-hour modified tractor on the highway. The contrast made no sense to her. This bed completely shattered her perception of what a tough journey should be like. As the sun set, casting an amber glow, Koyuki poked her head out from the blanket. Illuminated by the soft orange light, Naruto was sitting nearby, tending to his wound. "Have you rested well?" Naruto asked while wrapping a bandage around his injury. Without Kyuubi inside him, Naruto's wound healing had slowed. After spending half the day treating his injury, it had barely closed, though it would still take another day or two for the wounds to fully heal. Chakra can stimulate cells in the body, promote cell division, and speed up healing. But in the past, it was always Kyuubi's chakra doing the work. So now, Naruto wasn't used to doing it himself. "Is your injury serious?" Koyuki walked up to him and asked. "It's not that bad. I just don't want a scar." Naruto replied casually, "Since you've rested, let's keep moving." As the crimson sunset bathed the wilderness, Koyuki squinted her eyes, golden light reflecting in her gaze. She wanted to say she didn't believe him unless he showed her. But she found the words too ambiguous and swallowed them back. Instead, she silently grumbled her heart. "Why would a grown man like you be afraid of leaving a scar? Why don't you show it to me?" They then go for another space jump. This time, before Naruto even opened the iron ball, the temperature has dropped dramatically. Naruto shivered instinctively and thought, "We've arrived. It's so cold." Koyuki was wearing a thin windbreaker at this moment, so now that they are in cold environment, she shivered while hugging her arms. "Stop shaking." Naruto jumped out of the iron ball and threw a warm coat and white cloak to her. "My bad. I should have reminded you to bring something warmer before we go. It might not fit perfectly, but you'll have to make do with it." Koyuki felt a little warm in her heart, thinking that there were still some good qualities in Naruto. Just as she was about to thank him with a smile, she suddenly heard Naruto add, "Now that we've come this far, you're not thinking of running away, are you?" Her smile froze on her face, and Koyuki silently took back what she had just thought. She realized that this man wasn't showing concern for her, and he was just constantly thinking about his mission. "I won't," she said through gritted teeth. But after a moment, she lowered her head, realizing it was childish to be upset with him. It only made her seem immature. Even though standing next to each other, they were about the same height. "That's good. We've arrived in the land of snow," Naruto said as he walked ahead. "Let's go. Remember to stick close behind me. If there's any danger, it'll be easier to protect you." "Okay," Koyuki replied. After realizing that she had really returned to the land of snow, her mood suddenly sank. But for now, she could only obediently follow behind Naruto. The snow-covered landscape was indeed dangerous, and her uncle, Kazuhana Dodo, had never given up trying to capture her over the years. When the two stopped again, they found themselves in an unfamiliar forest, somewhere in the middle of nowhere. The thick white fog rustled with movement, startling Koyuki. Her long legs had just touched the ground when she quickly leapt back onto Naruto in fright. At this moment, her lazy and world-weary face had shattered instantly. Frankly speaking, looking at this deep mountain forest, even Naruto himself felt a bit uneasy. Just when he was about to wake up all the corpses nearby, the thick fog suddenly dispersed. "Where is this? You're asking me, how would I know?" Naruto grumbled as he pried Koyuki's hands off his neck, showing no mercy in his response. "Get ready. We'll start here." Start what?" She looked at Naruto nervously, wondering if there was more trouble ahead. Naruto gave her a strange look, hesitated for a second, then said, "It's cramped inside. Just don't pee on me." Koyuki nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. She wanted to retort, but then realized she couldn't argue with that, so she coldly replied, "I won't." "Good," Naruto casually responded, making Koyuki gnash her teeth in frustration. Her cool and lazy expression was about to break, then she turned her head expressionlessly, and her ice blue eyes looked towards another part of the forest. She still looks like a goddess on the surface, but she is mentally keeping a record of her grudges in her little notebook. With a bang, to summon a large iron ball, the space-time ninja tool. Without saying anything, he directly stuffed Koyuki inside and then squeezed in himself, though with more difficulty. An imprint was engraved on the space-time ninja tool, so it could be summoned again after a space jump. Inside the cramped iron ball, the two were squeezed together. The space jump was accompanied by violent shaking, making dizziness the least of their worries. By the time they stopped, Koyuki could barely keep her eyes open. Naruto was in no better shape. He barely crawled out, took a look around, and realized they were in the wrong place again. This time, they're in the land of grass. Wrong place. Let's keep going. Koyuki no longer had the strength to speak. The burden of space jumping on the body was immense, and only someone like Naruto, who is a shinobi, could handle it. For an ordinary person, 2 jumps would have been the limit. "Let's take a break. I'm about to die," she muttered. "Alright." Naruto agreed easily. "This place is remote enough. At least we didn't land on top of a shinobi village this time, so no one will disturb you. If you want, you can even sleep for a while before we go." Who'd sleep in a place like this? Koyuki struggled to crawl out of the iron ball and looked around at the desolate area. This place looks so barren. Is this? She turned around and wanted to ask Naruto, only to see him calmly pulling out a bed and a canopy, which he casually tossed onto the ground. Koyuki was stunned for a few seconds, and her pupils dilated in shock. This bleak, yellowing forest looked completely out of place with the luxurious bed Naruto had just laid out. It was a striking contrast. She took a few steps back. Naruto stared at her, said, "Take a rest," casually, and then went back to the spacetime ninja tool to carve more imprints. Koyuki was speechless. When she had mentioned resting, she had meant finding a spot to sit, or, if being a bit more indulgent, maybe leaning against a tree for a light nap. After all, she also knew the current situation. The spacetime ninja tool was basically a piece of junk, not a mature technology. She was willing to take the risk, even accepting the fact that she had to squeeze into a tiny iron ball with a tall guy, practically sitting on top of each other. But now, this guy had pulled out a luxurious bed from who knows where. Isn't this a bit too outrageous? It was like wearing an Armani suit to eat a steak, and then driving a 120-mile-per-hour modified tractor on the highway. The contrast made no sense to her. This bed completely shattered her perception of what a tough journey should be like. As the sun set, casting an amber glow, Koyuki poked her head out from the blanket. Illuminated by the soft orange light, Naruto was sitting nearby, tending to his wound. "Have you rested well?" Naruto asked while wrapping a bandage around his injury. Without Kyuubi inside him, Naruto's wound healing had slowed. After spending half the day treating his injury, it had barely closed, though it would still take another day or two for the wounds to fully heal. Chakra can stimulate cells in the body, promote cell division, and speed up healing. But in the past, it was always Kyuubi's chakra doing the work. So now, Naruto wasn't used to doing it himself. "Is your injury serious?" Koyuki walked up to him and asked. "It's not that bad. I just don't want a scar," Naruto replied casually. "Since you've rested, let's keep moving." As the crimson sunset bathed the wilderness, Koyuki squinted her eyes, golden light reflecting in her gaze. She wanted to say she didn't believe him unless he showed her. But she found the words too ambiguous and swallowed them back. Instead, she silently grumbled her heart. "Why would a grown man like you be afraid of leaving a scar? Why don't you show it to me?" They then go for another space jump. This time, before Naruto even opened the iron ball, the temperature has dropped dramatically. Naruto shivered instinctively and thought, "We've arrived." It's so cold. Koyuki was wearing a thin windbreaker at this moment, so now that they are in cold environment, she shivered while hugging her arms. "Stop shaking." Naruto jumped out of the iron ball and threw a warm coat and white cloak to her. "My bad. I should have reminded you to bring something warmer before we go. It might not fit perfectly, but you'll have to make do with it." Koyuki felt a little warm in her heart, thinking that there were still some good qualities in Naruto. Just as she was about to thank him with a smile, she suddenly heard Naruto add, "Now that we've come this far, you're not thinking of running away, are you?" Her smile froze on her face, and Koyuki silently took back what she had just thought. She realized that this man wasn't showing concern for her, and he was just constantly thinking about his mission. "I won't," she said through gritted teeth. But after a moment, she lowered her head, realizing it was childish to be upset with him. It only made her seem immature. Even though standing next to each other, they were about the same height. "That's good. We've arrived in the land of snow," Naruto said as he walked ahead. "Let's go. Remember to stick close behind me. If there's any danger, it'll be easier to protect you." "Okay," Koyuki replied. After realizing that she had really returned to the land of snow, her mood suddenly sank. But for now, she could only obediently follow behind Naruto. The snow-covered landscape was indeed dangerous, and her uncle, Kazuhana Dodo, had never given up trying to capture her over the years. Naruto vaguely sensed something was off, but seeing Koyuki lower her head without saying anything more, he chose not to press further. Once dawn broke, everything in the land of snow would change. The runaway princess had grown up, returned to her homeland, and brought with her a blade-wielding demon. Although Naruto was just an outsider and this matter was nothing to him, but who made the new daimyo's position illegitimate, and Koyuki was still alive. Moreover, Koyuki had requested his help. This made everything justified, both morally and procedurally right. Just as 20 years ago, Kazuhana Dodo led a rebellion and killed the old king, Kazuhana Sosetsu. Now, the wheel of fate had turned, and it was time to repay blood with blood, an eye for an eye. It was late into the night. Both of them went to sleep with their thoughts swirling. Naruto closed his eyes and did not move. In contrast, Koyuki tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She walked back and forth by the fire several times. It is unknown what she's doing. She even squatted in front of Naruto, as if looking at him carefully. Fortunately, Naruto didn't want to pay attention to her because he probably had to work tomorrow, otherwise, he would have pinned her down to stop her antics. Koyuki, under the dim firelight, meticulously examined Naruto. He was wearing his regular shinobi combat uniform, a slim-fitting jacket, with a straight and neat posture and smooth facial lines. Koyuki felt conflicted. Though Naruto didn't seem that young anymore, in reality, he wasn't that old either. Perhaps the recent pressure had been too much, so her thoughts had become confused and erratic. But this would be the last time. After all, they had already reached the land of snow. Whether there would be a future together or not was uncertain. It wasn't that she doubted Naruto's ability to handle the situation in the land of snow, but she simply couldn't bring herself to feel optimistic. After all, it was just the two of them. How could they possibly overthrow her uncle's rule? She prepared herself mentally, thinking that if things really couldn't work out, then so be it. In the second half of the night, she thought through countless scenarios. At one point, she even wondered if she should just give up and return to Konoha, waiting for Naruto to grow stronger. She slowly closed her eyes in a daze, but she felt like she had only slept for a few seconds before someone pushed her awake. "Wake up! How long are you planning to sleep?" Naruto asked in an indifferent tone. The snow at the entrance of the cave had been cleared, and a ray of bright sunlight streamed in. "It's morning already?" Koyuki asked with dark circles under her eyes. "Well, who told you to pace back and forth all night? Who can you blame?" Naruto complained and walked out first. "Hurry up and follow me. Let's settle this matter today." "You knew about last night?" She followed him and suddenly felt like dying due to the embarrassment. "I didn't, but you kept walking around, making so much noise," Naruto said unhappily. "If I didn't know, I would have thought you were dancing there." "I wasn't." Koyuki gave up the argument. "So, what are you going to do?" She instinctively looked at Naruto, who had a broad back and looked very powerful. He didn't appear skinny but instead exuded a strong sense of power. His posture was as straight as a young tree. "What do you mean, what am I going to do?" Naruto asked without turning his head. "How do you plan to overthrow Kazuhana Dodo?" "My uncle," she asked. "He has many shinobi under his command, and I've heard that the Land of Snow has been researching shinobi technology and weapons in recent years." "You sure know a lot," Naruto praised. "During the time I was away from Konoha, I collected some information about the Land of Snow." Koyuki explained. "The source of the information should be accurate, but the Land of Snow is remote, so information is scarce." "How did you collect it?" "Spend money," she said proudly. Naruto was a little speechless. He felt she could have just given him that money. After all, he knew even more details. But he couldn't say that directly right now, so he shifted the conversation. "I have information too. How about buying mine?" "I don't have any money left," she suddenly said in frustration. "Someone scammed me with fake information about the Land of Snow. I gave him most of my money to him." Hearing this, Naruto sighed. "Okay, but I think you might be able to get that money back." "What?" Koyuki was stunned, and she looked up at Naruto and asked, but that person has already run off. I have no idea where to find him. How could I possibly get the money back?" As the two continued walking forward, Naruto glanced back at her and rolled his eyes. "You said it yourself, the Land of Snow is remote, and information is hard to gather. So, how did you get all that information? Someone must have deliberately sold it to you?" "Deliberately sold it to me?" Koyuki frowned. "If that's the case, the only person I can think of is my uncle, Kazuhana Dodo. Although he's a very scheming person, if he deliberately leaked information to me but didn't make a move against me, it's hard to explain. What does he want?" "Yeah, what does he want?" Naruto responded perfunctorily. "How would anyone know what he's after?" She exhaled heavily. "Anyway, it's definitely not because of some damned blood relation. He probably wishes I were dead already." "Fine then, let's go ask him directly and find out what he wants." "What?" Koyuki was stunned. Seeing her fall behind, Naruto turned his head to glance at her, seemingly displeased. No way, you mean?" She rushed in front of Naruto, waving her arms frantically in the cold, snowy air, her breath turning into puffs of white. "Are you saying, we just go to the castle and ask him?" "What else?" Naruto responded, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "It's the fastest and simplest way. He killed your father, seized the position, and even swindled your money. Since you've been wronged and Konoha has accepted your mission request, then Princess Kazuhana Koyuki, we're now the righteous side. But he's the daimyo of the Land of Snow, and he has a group of shinobi under his command." Koyuki stammered, struggling to adapt to Naruto's straightforward approach. "I think you haven't grasped the situation. Konoha, as one of the 5 great shinobi villages, has the authority to investigate and gather evidence on injustices in the Land of Snow. And you, as the mission client, the victim, and the rightful heir to the throne of the Land of Snow, have already provided valuable information for my investigation. Kazuhana Dodo has committed many crimes. And I, conveniently, am one of Konoha's higher-ups. Though I don't hold much power, I do possess a small, temporary decision-making authority, which exceeds that of a regular jonin. For example, your words just now have been recorded as evidence, and I will now file a formal request to investigate Kazuhana Dodo." As he said this, Naruto took out a mission order that he had prepared long ago from his pocket, with the seal of Konoha engraved on the front. "Now, on behalf of Konoha's higher-ups, I will review your request, and after careful consideration, I will use my temporary decision-making authority to approve it." Then, he pulled out a red stamp from his pocket, blew on it for effect, and stamped it heavily on the temporary mission order. Under Koyuki's stunned gaze, Naruto raised the dazzling official paper in his hand and gave a reassuring smile. Alright, all the paperwork's done, let's head out. This Koyuki was overwhelmed, and her brain barely able to keep up, but he's the daimyo of the Land of Snow, and he has a whole team of shinobi. Do you really think the Land of Snow compares to Kumogakure? Naruto asked. No, then why do you think I would be afraid? Even elite Jonin and Reikage from Kumogakure can't get anything from me. So why would you think the daimyo of the Yae, Kazuhana Dodo, could? They're just a bunch of weaklings, I'll just wipe them all out. Right, Koyuki was left dumbfounded. Koyuki clearly watched how Naruto had single-handedly crushed the terrifying shinobi from Kumogakure before leaving casually. Although she didn't fully understand his prowess, she knew that Naruto's strength was indeed terrifying. Yet why was it that the moment she stepped back into the Land of Snow, her worries and fears kept surfacing? After thinking it over, Koyuki could only arrive at one reason. The psychological trauma caused by Kazuhana Dodo and the Land of Snow had left a deep scar on her, intensifying her fear over time. In her mind, Kazuhana Dodo was an insurmountable mountain of death. He had destroyed everything she held dear, forcing her to flee, unable to even recall memories of the Land of Snow. And yet, the other party felt no remorse. He even intentionally leaked information to her, hoping she would return on her own. You're right. She took a deep breath and said, only to start coughing violently from the cold wind, with tears welling up in her eyes. Naruto stood there lazily, looking at her as if to ask, are you done coughing? Once you're done, let's get going. After a few minutes, once Koyuki had composed herself, she silently cursed Naruto in her mind but didn't make a fuss. She kept her head down and continued on the path. She admitted to herself that she had misjudged him. Naruto wasn't just some genin, nor was he simply a shinobi with a bit of power. His thinking was crystal clear, always guiding her, who had been lost in confusion, forward. From the beginning, Naruto hadn't really had any elaborate plan. His idea was simply to bulldoze through any obstacles. And his thinking makes sense, after all. How could a big shinobi village like Konoha take small countries like the Land of Snow seriously? The massive palace of the Land of Snow, nestled halfway up the snowy mountain, loomed like an impenetrable fortress. Is that the palace? Naruto shaded his eyes with his hand, peering at the structure in the snow-covered mountains. Looks kind of gloomy. Living there would probably give you arthritis. That's what you're focused on right now, Koyuki couldn't help but complain. As she gazed across the snowy landscape, her body tensed up. Her mouth tasted sour, and her heart was pounding wildly. As expected, returning to this place filled me with a profound sense of dread. Suddenly, with a swish, Naruto removed his snow cloak and stuffed it into Koyuki's hands. Koyuki was taken aback for a moment, and was about to feel touched, when she suddenly heard him say, please hold on to this for me. It's very expensive. Who are you? The sound of shuffling echoed as 7 or 8 figures landed in front of Naruto on the snow. A group of shinobi from the Land of Snow, clad in chakra armor, emerged from the snow fog. The leader glanced at Naruto but didn't recognize him. However, the moment he saw Koyuki, a twisted grin appeared on his face. It turns out that the princess has returned. Koyuki's face suddenly turned gloomy and she spoke through gritted teeth. You were the ones who sent someone to sell me that information about the Land of Snow, right? The princess truly is sharp, but that doesn't matter now. The tall, skinny leader clearly had no concept of shame, and lied through his teeth without blinking. After all, if Koyuki could be called sharp, then it would be an insult to the word itself. Enough with the pleasantries. Naruto interrupted and pointed at the people in front of him impatiently. All of you should come at me together. I'm in a hurry. Who are you? The leader narrowed his eyes at Naruto with hostility. It wasn't entirely his fault for not recognizing him, after all. Naruto had a smooth forehead as he had forgotten to wear the Konoha's forehead protector. Naruto stepped in front of Koyuki, using his body to shield her. With a flick of his hand, he produced a mission order, stamped with the seal of Konoha. Konoha has received an investigation mission. The current daimyo of the Land of Snow, Kazuhana Dodo, is suspected of defrauding our client of a significant amount of wealth. We are here to reclaim the stolen assets. Huh? The Land of Snow's shinobi were stunned for a moment and looked at each other in confusion. Then, they burst into uproarious laughter as if they had just heard the biggest joke of the century. The leader clutched his stomach in an exaggerated manner, laughing so hard that tears streamed from his eyes. Are you some kind of entertainer? Ha ha ha. Must be the famous star's lackey, huh? Princess Fune's lackey, ha ha ha. I've seen that movie too. The princess really put her heart into that role. Hearing this, Naruto glanced at these people and said nothing. In an instant, 7 or 8 kunai flew out, followed by a loud boom. At this moment, the leader was already slammed into the snow with a single punch, and blood sprayed from his chest, staining the snow crimson. Ah! Before the rest could even register what had happened, Naruto's afterimages suddenly appeared before them, colliding with them at lightning speed. They had no time to react as their chakra armor shattered and their bodies were blown up by a punch. The howling wind swept through the scene. Within moments, the 7 or 8 elite Jonin from the land of snow were reduced to just one, standing frozen in place, trembling. The blood of his companions splattered everywhere, steaming in the cold, painting the snow red. His face and body were covered in blood, while just a second ago, those people had been standing beside him, laughing alongside him at the seemingly insignificant shinobi who wasn't even wearing a forehead protector. The last remaining Jonin was frozen in place, completely devoid of the courage to flee. Even though they were a little inferior to the Jonin from the 5 great shinobi villages, they were at least Chunin level with the help of chakra armor. But now, they had been slaughtered without even a chance to struggle, dispatched in mere moments. You, his voice trembled as he stared at Naruto, whose clothes were untouched by blood. His face turned deathly pale. Who are you? However, his question was met with silence. Naruto slowly approached him, and in that moment, on the verge of life and death, the last land of snow's shinobi found a surge of courage. Die! He roared and activated the chakra armor. But before he could even form his hand seal, there was a loud crack. Naruto had kicked his hand, breaking his fingers. Ah! Screaming in agony, he tried to kick Naruto, only for his knee to be shattered with a swift kick in return. The man collapsed to the ground with a roar of pain, kneeling in the snow in despair. Where is Kazuhana Dodo? Naruto asked casually. Inside the palace. Boom! The palace doors were smashed open, splintering into a spiderweb of cracks before crumbling to the ground a moment later. 2 figures walked out of the dust and debris, and the young man in the lead spoke without delay. Kazuhana Dodo, current daimyo of the land of snow, you stand accused of defrauding our client of a large sum. We are here to deliver judgment. Kazuhana Dodo stood up from his seat and said furiously, who do you think you are? The next moment, just like in the movies, the sound of synchronized, rapid footsteps echoed from all around the palace. The previously empty hall was suddenly filled with shinobi and soldiers which poured in from all directions. The scene was somewhat intense, with soldiers and ambushers rushing in from behind curtains and windows at the signal of Dodo smashing his cup. Seeing this, Naruto felt a twinge of disappointment. He thought he should have stood on the center of the hall, not at the entrance. And if it were up to him to set up an ambush, he would never have chosen these random foot soldiers. At the very least, Jonin like Kakashi should have been the ones lying in wait. Imagine that. A battle with someone like Kakashi, the shinobi world's social butterfly, that would have been worthy of his strength. But now, Kazuhana Dodo had gathered a group of pitiful, ordinary shinobi. They weren't strong, and they were completely unaware of Naruto's strength. If Naruto could break through 7 of the land of snow's Jonin without a scratch, arriving at the palace as if no one was in his way, did Dodo really think a few arrows and kunai could stop him? I am just an ordinary Konoha's higher up, Naruto said as he looked up at the throne, where Kazuhana Dodo sat with a face full of arrogance. You refused Konoha's investigation and are attempting to harm one of Konoha's higher-ups. I can now officially determine that Kazuhana Dodo, the daimyo of the land of snow, is unilaterally provoking war against the land of fire. To prevent further escalation, I have the authority to make an immediate decision. What nonsense are you talking about? Kazuhana Dodo was stunned for a moment. Kazuhana Dodo's face was dark and stern, but confusion could also be seen. Konoha's higher up. What nonsense was this guy talking about? The land of snow had hardly any dealings with the 5 great nations. What was a Konoha's higher up doing here? He actually dared to talk nonsense without any preparation. How ridiculous. Nothing, just a casual remark. Naruto sniffed and said with a smile, you've got so many people hiding here. I'm the only outsider, unfamiliar with the area. It's making me pretty nervous. Koyuki looked at Naruto hesitantly, sensing a bad premonition in her heart. Kazuhana Dodo furrowed his brow. He wasn't in the mood for pointless banter. He pointed to Koyuki and said, hand over the hexagonal crystal, or... Before he could finish his words, Naruto suddenly clapped his hands together with a loud smack. Under Kazuhana Dodo's astonished and puzzled eyes, Naruto shouted, arise. In an instant, inside the palace, which had been surrounded inside and out, 100 coffins rose from the ground. Some even erupted from between the soldiers' legs, launching like cannonballs. Erg, what is that? Where did these coffins come from? What's inside it? Look, look, it looks like something's about to come out of them. Do something, quick, soon. Everyone realized that the most terrifying thing in the world wasn't just seeing coffins appear. It was watching as the lids of those coffins weren't sliding open, but rather flipping open. 100 coffin lids slammed to the ground with a deafening thud, kicking up clouds of dust. 100 undead summoned with impure world reincarnation stepped out of the coffins, including shinobi, soldiers, and civilians. Because of the addition of these 100 corpses, this party has become even more lively. Now there were over 200 people in the hall, with half of them not even breathing, crowding the room. With a snap of Naruto's fingers, the battle immediately erupted. The sound of combat filled the air, but Naruto stood still and didn't move, just shielding Koyuki. When anyone charged at him, He simply raised his fist and obliterated them with one punch. Ordinary shinobi simply couldn't handle the immense chakra of the Biju. Naruto directly injects the violent chakra into the opponent's body with his punch, causing them to explode. Another powerful shinobi avoided the undead from the impure world reincarnation and rushed towards Naruto. The armor on his body crackled with blue chakra, signaling that he was a new type ninja who relied on shinobi technology. He took 2 or 3 quick strides toward Naruto, and the faint sound of lightning could be heard as he opened and closed his palms. Naruto didn't even bother to dodge, and simply kicked the enemy, sending him flying 10 meters away. These were all small fries, and their combined strength is not even half of that of the elite Jonin of Kumogakure. Kazuhana Dodo stood atop the throne, watching as the situation in the palace rapidly fell apart, and his face grew paler and paler. Naruto stood in the center of the battlefield, tall and imposing. In less than 10 minutes, the battle was over. The vast palace was dead silent, with bodies scattered all over the floor. The only ones still standing were the tattered impure world reincarnations, some barely upright, others already collapsed on the ground. Koyuki glanced around nervously and was relieved after seeing that her father wasn't among the undead summoned with impure world reincarnation. On the throne, Kazuhana Dodo gripped his staff tightly, and was extremely furious. He gritted his teeth and threw off his robe, revealing his chakra armor beneath. Seeing this, Naruto shook his head. In this world, there's a definite rule. Villains who strip down are destined to die. Why aren't you saying anything? Naruto asked with a smile, walking toward Kazuhana Dodo step by step, and his footsteps were echoing through the hall. If I were you, I'd at least say something in these last moments of life. Who the hell are you? Kazuhana Dodo asked with a grim face. Can't you ask something different? Didn't I already tell you? Naruto said. I'm just an ordinary Konoha's higher-ups who works part-time as a genin. Konoha has no right to meddle in the affairs of our land of snow, Kazuhana Dodo roared. We have nothing to do with Konoha, not even the 5 great nations can act so tyrannically. No right? Naruto chuckled and stopped in his tracks. I don't know what rights Konoha has, nor do I care. I just needed an excuse. You don't matter much to me. You'll pay for this. You're nothing but a monster, using forbidden techniques to summon the deads. You'll die a miserable death. Kazuhana Dodo's entire body trembled. He hadn't expected the land of snow he had been controlling for more than a decade would collapse so quickly. Before such overwhelming power, everything crumbled like fragile clay dolls. Hearing this, a smile suddenly appeared on Naruto's face. I will die a miserable death? Do you think I will die? There are too many people who want me dead, yet here I am, alive and well. On the contrary, I can wake those people up anytime I like. Naruto then casually clapped his hands, not even bothering with the usual hand seals. He just clapped his hands lightly as if brushing off dust. Arise! Rumble, rumble! A strange rustling noise filled the palace as the corpses on the ground began to rise in eerie positions. Their eyes turned a dark red as they stood motionless. For the weaker ones, Naruto can easily wake them up without even completing the impure world reincarnation ritual. However, the downside of this is that it weakened their combat abilities, with some corpses not even as strong as an ordinary woman. But that didn't matter. The real impact came from witnessing the dead rise again right before Kazuhana Dodo's eyes. The shock of it was unparalleled. Even if the resurrected weren't particularly useful, the psychological effect was perfect. Kazuhana Dodo took a step back with the staff in his hand, his lips trembling slightly, looking at the summoned undead standing below the throne, as he recognized several familiar faces. You're insane. A madman, Kazuhana Dodo shouted with a look of fear and his hysterical volume. Koyuki, who was standing in the middle of the hall, remained calm. This wasn't her first time witnessing such a scene. She felt nothing but a slight sense of claustrophobia, as the room was starting to feel crowded. She glanced around again, confirming her father wasn't among the undead. Naruto walked to the front of the group of impure world reincarnations group step by step, and looked up at Kazuhana Dodo. Feeling a sudden whim, he reached into his seal space and pulled out a Shinigami mask, placing it over his face. The grotesque mask made Naruto's expression even more sinister, like a pool of stagnant water. The atmosphere instantly turned ominous and terrifying, a chilling wind sweeping through the palace. Despite wearing his chakra armor, which was warmer than any thermal clothing and impervious to the external temperature, Kazuhana Dodo shivered at the sight of the army of corpses and the boy in the demonic mask. Naruto, on the contrary, was very polite and gave a gentleman's salute to Kazuhana Dodo, with his pupils glowing red. Now, I shall witness your death. After saying that, Naruto suddenly took off the Shinigami mask and hesitated for a second as he stared at the mask in his hand. What he did just now was totally not his style, he just wanted to do that in his heart. It could be said that it was a whim. This wasn't in line with his usual approach. Normally, by now, Kazuhana Dodo should have already been a corpse, not still standing there trembling. Not doing meaningless things is Naruto's usual style. But under the mosque's influence, he acted in a way contrary to his usual style, much like what happened in Kumogakure when he impulsively fired off a small bijudama. He hadn't known how to use it before, but due to the frustration boiling inside him, he somehow managed to pull it off. It felt good at the time, but now, it sent a chill down his spine. What kind of sinister force was this? Ever since the bizarre, Jashin's dog, option with Tamari, things had been going wrong. The rewards kept getting stranger, first the Jashin's blessing, then Shinigami's gaze. Damn it, could it be that I had attracted some kind of malevolent presence? Kazuhana Dodo remained motionless, glued to the throne, watching Naruto remove the mask and stand there in a daze. For a moment, Kazuhana Dodo had no idea what Naruto was up to. Just as he was about to move, he saw Naruto suddenly jolted, as if snapping out of a trance, and fixed his gaze on him again. You really deserve to die. What? Ah. With a swift and clean motion, Naruto thrust the Kusanagi sword through Kazuhana Dodo's chest, and pierced his chakra armor effortlessly, ending the evil daimyo's rule hastily and simply. Koyuki stood in place and couldn't help but sigh when she realized that everything was over. The palace of the Land of Snow had been cleansed and Koyuki has become the new daimyo. At the coronation ceremony, the old minister trembled as he put the crown on Koyuki. It is unknown whether if it was because he was old or too scared, but he almost stumbled as he stepped down from the platform. Naruto stood by the side, watching Koyuki complete all the ceremonies throughout the day. The citizens below didn't seem particularly happy, and even looked worried. In their mind, they all thought of the same thing. Could a princess who had been missing for over a decade truly lead? The next day, Koyuki used the hexagonal crystal necklace to activate the geothermal generator within the rainbow glaciers. The ice and snow in the Land of Snow began to melt, ushering in spring as the land blossomed with new life. The people were overjoyed and quickly changed their tune, shouting, "Long live Koyuki-sama." In the royal chamber, Koyuki lay exhausted on the grand bed, turning her head to look at the tall boy leaning against the wall. The Land of Snow needs to find a new way out. The tax rate will be temporarily set at 0 and collection will start in 3 years. The starting rate has not yet been determined, but you can give your opinion in 3 years. Sure, Naruto replied. Ding, reward, wind release. Rasen Shuriken is successfully deployed. Ding, reward. Max level flying thunder god technique, bonus. X6 flying thunder god kanai that only the host can see, successfully deployed. Naruto had accomplished his goal and received 2 rewards from the system, and yet, he couldn't be happy at all. The 2 masks still felt like burning hot potatoes in his hand, and he knew he'd have to visit the Land of Whirlpools to investigate them at some point. This damned, lazy system wasn't as simple as it appeared. But what is its true purpose? Was it because of my vitality or my handsome appearance? Are you leaving? I've got some things to take care of. Naruto replied absent-mindedly, as his thoughts were still completely on the system. After all, this crappy system was getting increasingly treacherous. One day, it might trap him, and he wouldn't even see it coming. You should be able to handle things here on your own, right? Well, even if you can't, it doesn't really matter. Naruto almost added harshly, it doesn't matter if you can't handle it, my mission is already completed. I can manage. But when will you be back? Koyuki looked at him expectantly. Back? Naruto was taken aback. Going back to the snow country? I hadn't even considered it. This place was too far from Konoha. If I went back this time, I probably wouldn't think of this place for a long time. Naruto didn't think there was anything wrong with it. The two of them only had a mission-based relationship. While they were somewhat acquainted, it wasn't as deep as a true friendship. At best, they were friends, but not particularly close ones. The main reason was Koyuki's aloof, world-weary expression, too detached to be involved with anyone. It was as if everything was indifferent to her, and her face might as well have had, "I'll never love anyone," written on it. I'm not sure, Naruto said after a moment's silence. He moved away from the wall and walked towards her. Why? Is something wrong? It's nothing serious, I just wanted to ask when you'll be old enough to come of age. Koyuki sat up from the huge bed without even putting on her socks. Her delicate, lotus-white feet sank softly into the mattress. Her toes were long, slender, and immaculately clean, exuding the soft elegance of a woman just reaching maturity. About 3 years, why do you ask? Naruto lazily found a sofa to sit on, looked up and asked back. Koyuki smiled and simply said, I should be free by then. Naruto lowered his eyes, as if he were deep in thought. Time passed, and after an uncertain amount of silence, he finally raised his head and spoke, It's hard for me to stay in one place. I don't know where I'll end up in the future. That's fine, Koyuki replied, having understood. She smiled and continued, I won't stay here as the daimyo forever. My father has passed, and I have no family left in this place. Just as Naruto was preparing to stand up, he rubbed his hand against his pant leg and looked up, meeting Koyuki's eyes. Somewhat unexpectedly, he saw Koyuki's eyes glistening in the dark. She stared at him brightly, with a strong feeling of passion and dependence, but she quickly suppressed it. I just want to spend some time taking care of what my father left behind. I don't plan to stay like this forever. She added, once things are stable here, I'll step down and do what I really want. Is that all? Naruto asked. And to meet the person I love, she said half-jokingly, you'd better wait for me. Okay. Naruto agreed with a smile. He walked up to her and returned the hexagonal crystal to her. Since it was a keepsake from your father, it's better that you keep it. Their shadows fell upon the wall, and Koyuki's heart suddenly raced as Naruto's masculine presence overwhelmed her. She quickly shook her head, snapping herself back to reality. You don't want it? No, Koyuki hastily snatched the crystal back. Anyway, I'm leaving now. Ruling a small country in 3 years isn't going to be easy. Naruto chuckled, I wish you success. His smile was like a ray of light piercing into Koyuki's heart. She believed he understood her. Even though he hadn't directly responded, his gaze sent a shiver down her spine, from the nape of her neck all the way to her toes. It was the gaze of an adult, one filled with admiration for her body and a fleeting trace of desire. Koyuki felt her mouth go dry as her heart pounded. In the dim royal chamber, she slowly climbed off the bed, her graceful toes touching the ground. The air felt slightly humid, the moisture rising after the snow had melted. She walked over to Naruto, realizing with surprise that she was shorter than him. How did he grow so fast? She was slightly surprised, and didn't know what to say when she stood in front of him. With a delicate and world-weary face, she looked up at him slightly, and the black hair on her forehead lightly brushed over her temple. Is something wrong? Naruto asked, his gaze unwavering as he stared back at her. Koyuki's soft lips parted slightly and sighed. I've lived in a palace since birth, but I've also slept on the streets. I have suffered countless setbacks and hardships. I have seen the highest mountains and the cheering crowds. I have struggled, doubted, and given up. I thought that my life would amount to nothing as I wasted away in taverns. I kept acting, living as another person in front of the cameras. I thought I could escape, but I failed. Luckily, you pulled me out of that darkness. I've never truly lived for myself, but now I think I can. I have someone I like, at just the right age. Naruto's gaze followed the curve of her collarbone, drifting downward, and it became difficult to tear his eyes away. Koyuki squinted her eyes, as if the light bothered her, looking at him with a blushing face. I like you, she whispered as she stood on her toes and embraced him gently. You probably already know, but I'm about to leave. Naruto coughed and said, standing there without moving, I'm still a shinobi of Konoha, and I have to return and report. I wish you could stay. I'll give you everything I have. She let Naruto go, but her hands were still hooked around his neck, and she laughed dryly. Though I know that saying this won't change anything, you don't need anything from me. You have so many better options. Yeah. Naruto admitted, not hiding anything, I had to go back to Konoha. I'll probably stay there until I come of age, so I won't be back to the land of snow anytime soon. These words were like a stone dropping into Koyuki's heart. Her body stiffened slightly, and a hint of fear flashed across her face. Will you come back? It's okay. I can come find you, but I can't bear, she said almost begging, the numbness in her heart spreading little by little. She realized that in front of him, her pride was slipping away, whether as an actress or the daimyo of the land of snow. As long as he was there, she would unconsciously gravitate toward him. I will. Naruto said, his voice a little hoarse. He coughed and added, don't hold on so tightly. I'm just going back to the village, not going to hell. Before he could finish speaking, Koyuki hugged him again, her thin and fragile body pressing tightly against his as if trying to melt into him. Without warning, she kissed his neck softly and repeatedly, her breath hot against his skin. Her voice, cool and delicate, echoed as she bit down hard on his shoulder. If you forget, you're done for, she said fiercely. Farewell. She wanted to say more, but Naruto had already waved his hand and left. Before long, his figure disappeared completely, just like the snow that had evaporated from the heat, leaving no trace behind. After a few attempts at space jumping, Naruto finally returned to the skies over Konoha. The commotion was so loud that it almost attracted the Anbu. Fortunately, Naruto quickly slipped away and took a quick shower when he got home. As he stood in the living room, drying his hair, he heard a noise from the window, with the glaring white sunlight piercing through. Yugo knocked on the floor-to-ceiling window of the balcony in the living room. With a clatter, she opened it. This was her first time entering Naruto's home. Previously, she had always remained outside or stood on the big tree nearby. Did Tsunade-sama call for me? The whirring of the hairdryer stopped and he turned his head to ask. No, Yugo replied. Tsunade-sama asked you to get ready. Kumogakure is holding the 5-cage summit. Kakashi is away on a mission and doesn't have time, so you'll accompany Tsunade-sama. Oh, the 5-cage summit. Naruto subconsciously felt a little guilty. He knew that Raikage probably held the 5-cage summit due to the incident where he sealed away Nibi. However, at the time, he hadn't used his real identity, and instead disguised himself as Sasuke. So even if they wanted to issue a warrant, it would be for Uchiha Sasuke, which had nothing to do with him, Uzumaki Naruto. Once he figured that out, a relaxed smile appeared on his face. I see. What about the other mission? Did Tsunade-sama mention anything else? No, but if you have any questions, you can go directly to the Hokage Tower to find Tsunade-sama. After saying this, Yugo turned around and was about to leave, but after a few steps, she came back. You've been away for a long time, and some things happened in the village. Would you like me to fill you in? She asked coolly, her face not hidden behind the usual Anbu mask. Yes. Naruto put down the hairdryer. Please take a seat. It's quiet here. It's peaceful here, and there aren't many people around, so your identity won't be compromised. Okay. Yugo sat on the couch. Naruto turned and brought a glass of water from the kitchen, placing it in front of her, while he held one in his hand. He slowly fell back and sank into the couch in a practiced manner. What's been going on in the village while I was away? A lot of things happened. After you left, Tsunade sent some envoys here. Yugo then recounted everything that had occurred. Hearing this, Naruto was a bit speechless, and thought to himself, Temari was actually more loyal than I had imagined. She was actually able to do this and change the attitude of the Tsunade's higher-ups. This time, Naruto felt somewhat benefited from the gesture of reciprocation, and a smile appeared on his face. As for the envoy from the land of birds, that left him slightly puzzled. Shouldn't Toki hate me? After all, I had slapped her and stripped her of her dignity as a princess. When I left, I clearly remember her eyes were red and she looked like she was going to tear me apart. So why the change of heart now? Women are indeed fickle, best to stay cautious. Toki's matters have nothing to do with me, he said defensively. Why are you telling me that? Yugo looked at him with confusion. I'm just delivering the information. Anyway, that's all. Yugo donned her Anbu mask again and left, leaving the living room empty once more. Kurama was nowhere to be found, probably off wandering somewhere. Naruto reclined on the couch, squinting his eyes and thinking for a while. The matter of the mask could be set aside for now. I didn't learn the senjutsu of Mount Myoboku. I had caught Nibi's Jinchuriki, and now I have made up for the shortcomings of Flying Thunder God technique in Wind Release. Wind Release, Lava Release, and a bit of Lightning Release. Jashin's Hymn, Kurisuki Raiga's Funeral, plus that 100% rule-based technique for fishing and impure world reincarnation. In the Biju Chakra Cloak, my mind was affected, but I could still release a few Bijudama. There's Invisible Max Level Flying Thunder God technique, and also 2 sealing techniques issued by the system. The effect of the Biju Chakra Cloak on me was probably stronger than adrenaline, and it was difficult to stay awake for a long time. As for the strangeness of the power brought by the mask and the system, I didn't have time to continue to dig deeper for the time being. The system is indeed a bit weird and seems to have a certain bias, but Naruto believed that it is definitely beneficial to him and not harmful. After thinking carefully for a moment, he decided to start his future training with the sealing technique. He would temporarily put aside his exploration of the system and consult with Tsunade about studying a few sealing techniques. It wasn't unusual for an Uzumaki clan's member to be proficient in sealing techniques, and I could use the excuse of wanting to restore the glory of the Uzumaki clan as a cover. Once I had gathered enough information, I will go to the land of Whirlpool to take a look. I will see the secrets sealed there and what is hidden in the gap behind the stone door. As for the matter of the mask and Jashin, I can ask Jiraiya. With his vast knowledge, he might have some relevant information. After sorting his thoughts, Naruto allowed his consciousness to sink inward. Since removing Kurama from his body, he hadn't done this in a while. When he opened his eyes, the familiar prison had completely disappeared, leaving only a pitch-black space. When Kurama was still inside him, the seal space had been a prison created by Minato. But after Kurama was removed, due to the system's control, the seal space had transformed into an independent third dimension. It was somewhat akin to Obito's Kamui, both of which are third dimensions that do not exist in this world. However, the seal space could not accommodate Naruto himself, nor could it hold living beings. In simple terms, it was a warehouse. The Biju's Jinchuriki, however, seemed to have special circumstances. At least, Naruto could sense Yugito's life force was still present in the seal space. After removing Kurama, his sensory abilities had improved. Of course, this was limited to the sealing space, where Naruto could even count how many spare chopsticks he had stored. After opening his eyes, Naruto saw Yugito was bound to a cross, and upon hearing the noise, she raised her head abruptly, seeing a completely unfamiliar face. "Who are you?" she asked. "Me?" Naruto was a little confused and touched his face, thinking that he was not wearing a mask. But he soon realized that he used Sasuke's face in Kumogakure, and now his appearance. He quickly grabbed a mirror from among the clutter. "I can't see your face clearly." She frowned and said, "Who are you really, Uchiha Sasuke?" "Not really." Naruto looked at himself in the mirror and his eyelids twitched. In the mirror, his originally clear face was now obscured by a layer of gray mist. While his vision was unaffected, from Yugito's perspective, Naruto's face appeared blurred, like it was pixelated. What the hell is the system doing? I didn't expect there was such a function. I'm not something that couldn't be seen, you know? After thinking it over for a few seconds, Naruto gave up on the idea of a straightforward negotiation. Cough. He coughed and changed his tone. It doesn't matter who I am. This is a separate dimension. All you need to know is that I can come and go freely. Separate dimension. What's that? Yugito frowned, with a look of distrust on their faces. And what's your relationship with Uchiha Sasuke? I am his father. Naruto responded decisively, with the mentality of, if you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you are a bastard, another Uchiha? Yugito was momentarily stunned, but she wasn't an idiot. She quickly realized and angrily retorted, are you messing with me? The Uchiha clan has been wiped out long ago. Mind your words. Naruto is a top-notch expert at telling lies with his eyes open. After all, with the system, he could do many impossible things. Just like now, his body was shrouded in a gray mist, though his voice was still his own. Back in Kumogakure, he had used Sasuke's voice, so there were no discrepancies. His voice sounded a bit too childish, so he deepened it before speaking again. I really have nothing to do with the Uchiha clan. I am the controller of this different dimension. Uchiha Sasuke tossed you in here, so now you belong to me. Yugito remained silent for a few seconds. What do you want? What do I want? Naruto repeated, then spread his hands. As if he was immediately possessed, he said with a sense of evil, this is just a little experiment. Yugito was confused. What do you mean? This space is not meant for living beings, but you can survive here. I'm guessing it's because Jinchuriki are different from normal people, he said. I want to understand how you're able to do it. Of course, I won't ask you to answer for nothing. I'll show some sincerity in return. You can think of it as a deal. Hearing this, Yugito fell silent for a moment. It was clearly uncomfortable for her arms and legs to be bound to the cross. Can you put me down? Of course. Naruto snapped his fingers, and with a crisp sound, the cross disappeared instantly. At the same time, a larger, square prison rose from the ground, trapping the newly freed Yugito inside. Fortunately, the prison was large, so even if she turned into Nibi, she still had enough space to move around. She slumped to the ground and looked at Naruto. What's the meaning of this? It's just a small precaution. Naruto replied lightly, it's to prevent you from attacking me. If I accidentally kill you, I feel quite regretful. Yugito. Now, it's time for you to fulfill your part of the deal. Yugito is definitely not a pedantic person. Even as a Jinchuriki, who is feared by many, she remained confident and strong. Seeing the current situation clearly, she sat down cooperatively and started speaking, I can share life force with the Biju inside me. Even if I lack the material conditions necessary for survival, I can still use the Biju's chakra to sustain myself. Essentially, she was using the Biju like a power bank. Naruto made a sound of acknowledgement but didn't follow up. Yugito couldn't help herself and asked, how can I leave this place? Leave? Naruto put on a troubled expression and scared her a little. I'm not sure about that. Maybe you will be locked up here for the rest of your life. It's good for you to keep me company. Yugito wasn't fazed by his bluff. Instead, she sat on the ground and began to contemplate. After a brief silence, she stood up and asked Naruto directly, returning to the deal, I need water and food. Do you have any? I do. Naruto replied after a moment of thought. What do you want to eat? Anything. What do you want in return? Or rather, what do you know? She asked, staring intently at Naruto. Is she testing me? Naruto's eyelids twitched slightly. You didn't actually need food or water. It had been almost 10 days, and instead of weakening, your life force had increased. And now you're telling me you needed food and water? Are you feigning weakness, old hag? Are you here to test your bottom line under the name of a deal? The elite Jonin of Kumogakure were indeed extraordinary. She can still remain calm and collected even under such circumstances. Naturally, Naruto wasn't going to let Yugito get what she wanted. He shook his head and said, I haven't made up my mind yet. I will make the deal when I have made up my mind. With a snap, Naruto's figure disappeared from the seal space. As he opened his eyes on the sofa and sat up, he caught sight of Kurama sneaking back in from the balcony. He looked like a red version of Tomcat, peeking around before yanking open the sliding door with a swoosh. Naruto didn't even lift his eyelids and lazily asked, Where'd you go? Kurama's response was equally brief, drink. As he spoke, he swaggered across the living room and jumped onto the sofa to lie down. The cool summer breeze flowed in from the half-opened window, gently circulating through the room. Naruto ignored him, went to the kitchen to get a glass of water, and then returned to his room to rest. Lying on the bed with his eyes closed, his mind was a chaotic mess. He kept thinking about the two masks. The more one thinks during the day, the more they dream at night. Naruto figured he was dreaming again when everything felt foggy ahead, and beneath his feet was a narrow path paved with green stone slabs. The eerie sense of deja vu made Naruto feel like he was back at Mount Myoboku's underground palace, where he and Jiraiya had once met the old great toad sage. However, unlike that time, this path ended in gray mist, and instead of solid stone walls, there were dark abysses on either side. Seems like a dream, he murmured, realizing it might just be a random scenario stitched together by his brain. The underground palace at Mount Myoboku, combined with the abyss from the ruins beneath the land of whirlpools, fused into this bizarre dream. He tried to wake up but couldn't. Looking back, there was only an abyss. On both sides, more abyss. With a sigh, he resigned himself to walking forward. His footsteps echoed softly. He wasn't in any rush, and observed his surroundings with each step. Every step he took caused the path behind him to disappear. Clearly, there was no turning back. After walking for a few minutes, something finally appeared beyond the gray mist. A huge stone door. He reached out, hesitating for a moment before withdrawing his hand and kicking the door open. Sometimes, after days of overthinking and endless waiting, the answers are delivered to you with just a single kick. A dense sea of blue light burst forth from behind the door as it rumbled open. With a soft ding, a familiar mechanical voice echoed throughout the grand hall behind the door. This time, there was no pop-up panel. Instead, the mechanical voice said something unprecedented, unrelated to any mission. "Dear traveler, welcome home." The grand hall was roofless, and two gigantic stone statues were sealed by the blue light. Naruto looked up. One statue had a fierce, blue-skinned face with fangs, its hair white as snow, resembling the Shinigami. The other had a blood-red face and hair, looking like a depiction of King Yama. Shit, Naruto finally understood why there were always Jashin's blessings and Shinigami's gaze in the system. The system treated these powers as rewards because it had locked away Jashin and Shinigami's powers. Damn system, you even tried to raise God in captivity? Though Naruto didn't know whether these statues represented actual gods, they certainly held at least a portion of divine power. No wonder this crazy system had glitched several times, it's really amazing. Naruto paced back and forth within the vast hall several times. Aside from the two god statues, there was nothing else. Oh, and a massive electronic panel, identical to what he normally saw. So this is what the inside of the system looks like, he muttered as he walked to the Shinigami's statue and kicked it lightly. However, the statue did not budge at all. After wandering around for a while, Naruto sat on the ground in a daze, trying to see if he could call up the system panel. Sure enough, the system panel in the hall responded, sliding through different screens based on his thoughts. As he casually checked his unfinished tasks, his mind wandered to future plans. In the end, the system was honest and reliable. Ever since he had come to this world, the biggest support he has is the system, though he hadn't expected it to kidnap the local powerhouses. He glanced at the two statues again, feeling a renewed sense of awe in his heart. No wonder the initial rewards had been simple ninjutsu, but later they had grown more and more outrageous. However, this also made Naruto feel more at ease. After wandering around for a long time, he found nothing else of interest, so he just left. In the room, Naruto opened his eyes, feeling as though he hadn't slept at all, but since he couldn't fall back asleep, he got up. Glancing outside, he believed it was around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Yawning, he slipped on his slippers and opened the door. The sunlight outside slanted across the sky, but it was still as bright as midday. Kurama stood there lazily, still looking groggy from his nap. "How about getting something to eat tonight?" Kurama suggested. Hearing this, Naruto walked over and smacked his head, laughing coldly. "Who are you talking to?" Kurama bared his teeth, patted his stomach and said, "I'm hungry." "Hey, what does that have to do with me? Go buy it yourself." Naruto looked like a boss who didn't care about anything. He turned around and was about to go out, but Kurama followed him. "Why are you following me? It's convenient." Kurama stood up and said arrogantly, "I'm planning to stay with that owner of yours. Going back and forth is a hassle." Naruto glanced at Kurama and a cold sneer appeared on his face. "You stupid fox. Do you believe I could have you thrown out with just a word?" "Impossible," Kyuubi arrogantly declared. "Absolutely impossible. My relationship with her is stronger, unbreak AB." Outside the Hyuga clan's compound. "Sorry, I didn't realize its body couldn't handle alcohol anymore," Hinata said with a guilty look on her face, her cheeks turning red under the setting sun. "I won't feed it alcohol anymore." "It's fine. Thank you, Hinata. This isn't your fault," Naruto said with a straight face, not missing a beat. "It's all because he was too greedy for alcohol." Kurama was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that there would be no more alcohol from Hinata's place. He turned to glare at Naruto but dared not speak up, fearing Naruto might also cut off the supply of booze at home. "Damn you, Uzumaki Naruto," Kurama screamed in his heart. "Isn't the alcohol expensive?" Naruto asked. "It's not much, really. I limit it each day," Hinata said nervously. At this time, she was wearing a plain long skirt. "Actually, it's nothing, really. I'm not saying I want to repay you. I just think your kindness deserves recognition, so I'd like to pick a gift for you as a token of appreciation." Naruto smiled and asked, "When would you be available?" Hinata was taken aback, blinking several times before turning her head. "Actually, there is no need for a gift. I don't want to trouble you. Naruto stood there, looking at Hinata with a smile in his eyes. Then I won't go with you. Huh? I'll still give you something. His smile deepened, as if he was laughing at her reaction. Hinata's face suddenly turned red, and she lowered her head, not knowing what to say. Her heart beat rapidly, and her thoughts turned back to Naruto. Despite her introverted nature, Hinata wasn't slow-witted. Naruto hadn't said anything inappropriate. He had taken her feelings into consideration. She had been looking after Kurama, and Naruto had suggested a gift in return. There were no hidden meanings, but he had rapidly closed the distance between them. Hinata had the choice to either go pick out something with him or simply accept the gift. It was as if Naruto had gently stepped into a corner of her life and was now inviting her to come out and play. He gave her the freedom to choose and showed complete respect for her. However, her father, Hyuga Heishi, never once asked for her opinion. His focus was always on scolding and directing her daughter. Since she couldn't become an excellent clan head, she was assigned to Kurenai's team as a shinobi. Before every mission, Heishi would always remind her sternly not to trouble her teammates, as the Hyuga clan prided themselves on never being a burden to others. Hinata had always lived cautiously, clinging to the remnants of her stubbornness. With her low self-esteem and struggles at the bottom of the ranks, she had trained tirelessly, despite lacking talent in almost everything she tried. It seemed like nothing came easy for her, but what could she do? She just had to quietly get back up after each fall. That was the Hyuga clan's way. But suddenly, someone had continuously told her that she was already good enough and respected her choices. Even when she was dressed in her awkward and unfashionable outfits, this person would still talk to her. Hinata was overwhelmed all of a sudden, her heart melted. All her delicate feelings and affections for Naruto gradually settled on him. Especially now, with Naruto's relaxed gaze on her, the golden light from the street lamp casting dappled shadows through the green leaves. Hinata couldn't help but feel overwhelmed, eventually giving a soft, cool reply, On the way home, Naruto glanced at Kurama, who was walking beside him, and suddenly spoke. That alcohol you drank at Hinata's, can you buy it in Konoha? Kurama realized that something was wrong, and immediately perked up, turning his sullen face into alertness. You're in a good mood today? Kind of. Naruto replied. Whatever, I don't get you humans. Kurama muttered, curling his lips. You can't buy that exact alcohol, but you can buy some expensive stuff to make up for it. Fine. Naruto said, not paying much attention. I suddenly realized that you, little brat, still have some redeeming qualities, Kurama remarked excitedly. The next day, Naruto made his way to the Hokage Tower, heading straight to the 5th floor. He pushed the door open and entered. Tsunade put down the sake cup in her hand, frowned and glanced at him. What's the matter? Why the sudden decision for a 5-cage summit? He walked straight over, pulled a chair and sat opposite Tsunade. It was the request of the people from Kumogakure. I heard that Nibi's Jinchuriki was held hostage by Uchiha Sasuke. Tsunade leaned lazily in her chair, with half of her white arm resting on the table. Who knows what they're planning to do? Anyway, Uchiha Sasuke has nothing to do with Konoha anymore. Going to the summit will just be a waste of time. Hearing this, Naruto immediately frowned in dissatisfaction. But, won't that be a waste of my time? The mission to investigate the Land of Rain is about to begin. I can't keep making pervy sage wait. There's no rush for that. Jiraiya has already left the village, Tsunade replied lazily. Hearing this, Naruto's heart skipped a beat, upon hearing Naruto's question, Tsunade paused for a moment before speaking. An S-rank mission in the land of rice fields. Orochimaru has been active there, and Jiraiya went there to investigate. Oh, Orochimaru, huh? Naruto felt relieved. After all, Jiraiya's good friend, Orochimaru, was only thinking about immortality and didn't have time to settle things in a life-or-death battle with Jiraiya. Then it's all good. Naruto said. Why are you so concerned about Jiraiya's whereabouts? It's almost like you're worried about him. Tsunade tapped her desk and looked at him with narrowed eyes. Shouldn't you be worrying about yourself? Naruto chuckled, sat there with his arms and legs stretched out, leaned his head back on the chair, and said very proudly, the wicked live 1,000 years. Tsunade laughed as well, her expression bright, her chest heaving with amusement. You got a dirty mind for sure. Now I can be more at ease. But you haven't really explained the Kyuubi's incident to me clearly, have you? Naruto had no way to explain. Seeing this, Tsunade didn't press him further. She rubbed her forehead and asked, forget it, knowing would just give me a headache. How about that thing with the princess from Sunagakure, does it have anything to do with you? I have no idea. Naruto looked genuinely confused, and for once, he was telling the truth. I just heard about it when I got back. It's really got nothing to do with me. I didn't do anything. You didn't do anything? That little princess from Sunagakure seems to have a special connection with you. Tsunade glanced at him. Why else would she support you? I don't know about that. After all, I was on a mission at that time. Naruto defended himself. Besides, let's just take a step back and say that the other party might have seen my potential. It's not your potential, it's you as a person. Tsunade said, she probably wants to poach you, knowing you're no longer the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. I'm not going anywhere. I'm forever loyal to Tsunade-sama. Naruto quickly stood up, his survival instincts kicking in. As long as you stay, I'm not leaving. Tsunade rolled her eyes, completely unconvinced by his flattering words. But she didn't want to delve into it. Then she sat up straight and took a sip from her sake cup. In addition to the Princess of Sanagakure, there is also the Princess of the Land of Bird, Toki, and this time, the Princess of the Land of Snow, Kazuhana Koyuki. She frowned and looked at Naruto with a scrutinizing look. Do you have some sort of princess complex? No, absolutely not, Naruto vehemently denied and said in a low voice, Ino isn't a princess, but I really like her. She's the princess of the Yamanaka clan, so to speak. The Ino Shikacho clan of Konoha is also well known in the shinobi world. Don't underestimate the Yamanaka clan, you know. And Hinata? Tsunade asked with a teasing grin. Don't you like the Hyuga clan's princess? Well, Naruto turned his head and looked out the window. The weather sure is nice today. Oh, really? Tsunade smiled at him knowingly. I don't mind if you're a little flirtatious, and I'm not expecting you to stay in Konoha forever. But there's one thing. I'm staying in Konoha. Naruto quickly responded with a nervous laugh. Tsunade sat there, raising her eyebrows as if to say, do you think I believe you? Who can compare to you, Uzumaki Naruto? You don't even learn Senjutsu, and even the position of Hokage can't keep you here. Even if I offered you all the fame and fortune in the world, you'd still leave if you wanted to. That's not true. I couldn't bear to see you heartbroken, Tsunade-sama. I wouldn't just run off like that, Naruto said with a smile. You've got a slick tongue, but when you're hiding something from me, you don't say much. Tsunade's golden eyes glanced at him calmly. Isn't that right? Oh no, there was no avoiding that topic. Tsunade-sama, don't you think Konoha's technology is a little behind? Naruto asked, quickly changing the subject. After all, the shinobi world has been in turmoil recently, and most of the village's resources are focused on defense and shinobi training. Tsunade's attention was indeed diverted, and she said with a frown. In the future, the shinobi world could experience great upheaval, and Konoha will be the first to bear the brunt. Is this Tsunade-sama's prediction? Naruto asked in surprise. No, it's a prophecy Jiraiya brought back from Mount Myoboku. Tsunade said, openly sharing the information with him. Even Jiraiya's mission to the land of rice fields this time is also related to that prophecy. The Great Toad Sage's prophecy. Yeah. What's it about? Naruto was a little confused. He had been to Mount Myoboku to pay homage to the Great Toad Sage himself. Logically speaking, if there was any prophecy, Great Toad Sage should have told them at that time. The child of prophecy, Tsunade said. Another one? Where's this child of prophecy coming from now? Naruto was slightly taken aback. Tsunade-sama, is this information reliable? There's no way to guarantee it. Tsunade crossed her arms, her smooth skin lightly shifting with the movement. Jiraiya said he wanted to go over and take a look, but we don't know much for now. In that case, let's get back to the topic of technology in the shinobi world. Even communication devices are very common in the land of snow. Naruto said seriously, isn't it time for Konoha to start developing its own technology, Tsunade-sama? The current situation, Tsunade frowned. It won't break out into war. Naruto said confidently, at least not in a few years. How do you know that? Tsunade asked. Kumogakure has always had its eyes on Konoha. Now that Konoha's Biju is gone, it would be strange if Kumogakure didn't take any action at all. Of course, Naruto knew why. Kumogakure had taken a major hit, though the news hadn't spread yet. After Tsunade finished speaking, Naruto shifted uncomfortably in his chair, looking at her with a bit of hesitation before asking, what about the investigation mission in Omegakure? Are we really prioritizing the 5-cage summit? What else? Tsunade calmly took a sip of her drink. Since they've initiated it, Konoha must respond. You don't want to accompany me? It's not that. Naruto gave his signature fake smile. I'm just worried about the mission in the Land of Rain. It should take about a month, and by then, Jiraiya's mission will be about done as well. Tsunade replied, you will have plenty of time to complete the mission in the Land of Rain. Several more days passed, and the date for the 5-cage summit drew nearer. However, not every cage from the great shinobi villages was free. Each had their own matters to attend to. From the moment the summit invitation was sent out to the time the villages responded and coordinated their schedules, at least half a month had passed. Especially with Konoha's situation, Tsunade would be leaving for a while, and Jiraiya was still on a mission, which meant no one was around to keep Danzo in check. Thus, Tsunade had been incredibly busy during this period. Except for staying up late, she practically stayed in her office all day handling village affairs. Meanwhile, Naruto found himself with a lot of free time, taking a break for several days in a row. During this time, Hinata had stood him up. They were supposed to go pick out a gift together, but Team 8 received a last-minute mission, so she had to cancel. Hinata bowed to him several times with a flushed face. making even Naruto, thick-skinned as he was, feel a bit embarrassed. It was not until Team 10 completed their mission and returned to the village that Naruto's days of boredom found some relief. This place was always bustling with people, especially after nightfall when it became even more crowded. Ino nervously touched her lips, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the crowd. As she was lost in thought, she spotted Naruto across the street under a street lamp, weaving through the throng of people. He was dressed in black, a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, which is a typical summer outfit. Ino watched as he pushed his way through the crowd, walking toward her. He was tall, with broad shoulders and a casual, messy mop of blonde hair that gave off a lazy vibe. Yet his tall and sturdy frame exuded a certain masculine hormone. As they both grew older, Ino's thoughts about men and women became more nuanced and sensitive. She also noticed that as Naruto walked through the crowd, people would turn their heads to glance at him. Before she knew it, Naruto was already standing right in front of her. "Have you grown taller again?" Ino stretched out her hand to measure his height. "You've definitely gotten a little taller, right?" "Have I?" Naruto glanced at her. "It hasn't been that long since we last saw each other. How could I have grown that fast? Am I a bamboo shoot?" "It was a month ago." Ino rolled her eyes at him, she remembered. "That long, huh?" Naruto scratched his face and said awkwardly. "It's no big deal. Everyone's been busy with missions lately," Ino said as she walked ahead of him. Then she turned around and said with a smile, "I'm a chunin now, you know." The barbecue restaurant they went to was still the one near the Akamichi clan's compound. The food there was very tasty and the portions were generous, so it was usually packed with people. However, at this time, and in such a remote place, there weren't many people when Naruto and Ino arrived. However, they still couldn't get a seat inside and had to settle for a spot under a large, open-air tent. Shikamaru and Choji didn't bother to stand up when Naruto and Ino arrived, simply waving in greeting. There was a dim light above their heads, barely illuminating the people at the table. The owner bowed several times, apologizing for the simple setup. Team 10 were regulars here, and they would occasionally reserve the place for gatherings, even with Asuma. After comforting the embarrassed owner, they were rewarded with several complimentary plates of meat. These second generation of Konoha's shinobi weren't short on money, so they accepted the freebies without hesitation. After taking the food, they even ordered some more food, confident that Shikamaru could eat it all. Naruto sat lazily beside Ino, not bothering to avoid any awkwardness. Ino thought about moving to another seat, but Naruto pulled her back as if nothing had happened. "What? Are you planning to isolate me as soon as we meet?" Naruto said with a grin on his face. Choji smiled so much that his eyes almost disappeared. He slurped a plate of barbecue and said to Naruto, "Then you can sit with me." "No way. I can't keep up with your eating," Naruto said, draping one leg over the bench and said slowly, "Besides, I'm one of the Konoha's higher-ups now." "Look at you, showing off." Shikamaru, unable to bear it, chimed in, "What's so great about hanging around with those old geezers? It must be a drag." "What do you know?" Naruto said, still exuding youthful arrogance. Ino was a little speechless and gave him a light smack on the leg. Naruto quietly withdrew his leg, sitting properly but still keeping up the banter. "Hey, did you guys know? The Land of Snow has personal communicators now. Why is Konoha still so outdated?" Naruto said, suddenly steering the conversation toward technology. "What communicators?" Shikamaru glanced at him. "Doesn't the village have some?" "That's not what I mean. Those bulky things don't count as real communicators. They're like iron dumbbells," Naruto said, clearly passionate when it came to technology. But when he saw Shikamaru shot him a warning look, Naruto suddenly realized he'd said something wrong. "Ino's father is in charge of the village's communication system," Choji helpfully pointed out, and Naruto immediately felt a wave of dread. Did I just accidentally insult my future father-in-law? "I think they're bulky too." Fortunately, Ino didn't get angry, but rather frowned, but it seems like the village isn't interested in upgrading them. "There are small, palm-sized communicators out there, for personal use," Naruto explained, gesturing with his hands under the table as he stealthily squeezed Ino's palm. Shikamaru, being the sharp thinker he was, immediately caught onto what Naruto was hinting at. His brow furrowed as he rubbed his chin in thought. "I heard from my dad that the situation in all countries is very tense right now. Konoha likely won't invest much resources into technology. After all, there's a chance another shinobi world war on the horizon." Choji, ever carefree, munched on a skewer of grilled meat and spoke with little concern. "Anyway, as long as Tsunade-sama is around, nothing bad's gonna happen." Naruto smiled, realizing now wasn't the right time to discuss this, so he smoothly shifted the conversation to another topic. The atmosphere at the table remained lively, with the group's close bond evident in their lighthearted chatter. And before they knew it, it was already late at night. Shikamaru commented, "I have a feeling that Guy has something in mind, but things outside are indeed way ahead of us. This village is still as conservative as ever." Choji chimed in, "Well, it's a shinobi village after all. Shinobi pride themselves on controlling desires." Getting too luxurious wouldn't be good for training, would it? Ino added, it's just a communicator. Generally speaking, it makes life more convenient, doesn't it? But speaking of which, Konoha did try equipping genin teams with chakra ear communicators, but they were only for short distance and small-scale communication. Shikamaru shrugged. Those things malfunction half the time, so they're not that useful. Naruto returned after settling the bill and glanced at the table piled with plates. He didn't sit down, but just stood beside Ino, with the dim ceiling light above his head. Eventually, we'll have to develop technology. Peace in the shinobi world is the main theme. Oh, Shikamaru shot Naruto a sideways glance and teased. You're already starting to show your higher-up style, huh? Pretty smooth talk. That's right. Naruto chuckled. Next time we meet, you have to call me, sir. Yeah, right. After wrapping up their meal, Shikamaru and Choji walked home arm in arm. They'd only had juice, but Choji was so full he could barely move. As they left, Naruto glanced at Ino and casually asked, where are you going? Home. On the way back, Naruto asked casually, are you planning to take over your father's role in the future? Ino turned to look at him, then, after a brief silence, answered quietly, the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques are mainly used for communication and coordination. We also assist the interrogation unit with gathering and extracting information. These techniques are not passed on to outsiders. The implication was clear. As the sole daughter of the Yamanaka clan's clan head, she had little choice. Do you enjoy it? He asked again. Enjoy? I don't know, but I don't think I hate it. Ino seemed unsure. I'd never particularly had passion for anything since I was a child. I just didn't dislike it. Naruto stared at her for a moment, making Ino feel a bit self-conscious. She gulped nervously and asked, what is it? Nothing, he said, since you'll be taking over, you might as well pay more attention to advancements in communicators and surveillance tech. Although you don't see much of it in Konoha, it's out there. And I've already mentioned it to Tsunade-sama. As long as the shinobi world stays peaceful, it won't be long before there are changes in Konoha. You're thinking of me? Ino's face suddenly became slightly hot. What? Am I meddling in your affairs? No, Ino looked at the shadows along the roadside, her heart suddenly in a state of confusion. I just think Shikamaru is right. Peace in the shinobi world is not that easy. The recent increase in missions is also due to the tension between the great shinobi villages. If things continue like this, there might be a war in 2 or 3 years. Don't worry, Naruto reassured her, if the sky falls, there are people to hold it up. Who knows what'll happen in the future? Maybe we really will have peace in the next few years. Maybe, Ino replied, though it was clear she wasn't convinced. But Naruto knew the reality. Both Tsunagakure and Konoha had suffered significant losses, and he had dampened the ambitions of Kumogakure. Iwagakure had long been struggling with an aging leadership and a shortage of young talent, relying solely on Onoki's strength. As for Kirigakure, while they had some ambitions, once Naruto completed the 7 ninja swordsman mission, even if Terumi Mei had grand plans, they wouldn't be able to make much of a ripple. The Akatsuki had suffered a setback and would probably refrain from taking drastic actions until they replenished their ranks with new members. In about a month, once Naruto found some free time, he and Jiraiya would head to Omegakure. As long as they managed to take down the Akatsuki by the end of the year, even if they couldn't eliminate the organization entirely, they could still drive them into hiding. As for Nagato, Konan, and Obito, there is still a lot of time ahead. Naruto planned to take his time, and if they could be killed, he would do it. In the days that followed, Naruto and Ino often met to discuss plans for modernizing Konoha's communication systems. Ino genuinely wanted to see Konoha's communication systems revamped, and Naruto just happened to know quite a bit about it. Having seen prosperous lands and even the budding technology in the land of snow, he was able to provide targeted suggestions. I'm leaving in a few days. Naruto suddenly looked up and said, catching Ino off guard. Where are you going? Ino asked instinctively. After a few seconds, she suddenly realized that this might be a secret mission that could not be told, so she immediately corrected herself. Is it the day after tomorrow? I'm not sure. Naruto replied, sitting at the edge of the low table in the living room. In winter, this table would be covered with thick blankets and warmed by a heater. Naruto waved towards Ino, motioning her to come closer. What is it? Ino didn't think too much about it and asked. Wait for me to come back. Naruto whispered into her ear. Ino was startled and fell backwards, revealing her smooth feet from under the low table. In her panic, she saw Naruto crawling closer, which made her breath erratic. You, Ino stammered, her body trembling slightly. What me? Naruto asked as he stared at her. His body is very close to Ino, with his eyes staring at her. Tell me, what's wrong with me? Ino's eyes flickered to the wide collar of Naruto's shirt, catching a glimpse inside before quickly looking away. Her face flushed red. Every time she heard Naruto said, when you say, Ino's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. The fact that he genuinely listened to her made her inexplicably happy. Naruto. He froze for a moment, and then his movements stopped. Seeing the conflicted and restrained expression on Ino's face, he snapped back to his senses. Feeling a little embarrassed, he stood up. "I'll go get some water." "Okay." Ino suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, gently stroking her chest with her hand. She breathed in small breaths with her back to him. About half a minute later, Naruto returned with a glass of water, sitting down in his original spot as if nothing had happened. His expression was calm and composed, as though the previous moment had never occurred. "What we discussed over the past few days has been useful. Make sure you've noted it all down." He held up the glass, took a sip of water, and his eyes fell on Ino's neatly folded hands on the table. After a slight pause, he continued, "These technologies will gradually be introduced to Konoha in the future. I'll speak with Tsunade-sama about it then. It shouldn't be too much of a problem." "Why are you helping me like this?" Ino suddenly asked, looking up at him. "Are you stupid?" Naruto gave a playful smirk as he sipped his water, casting a sidelong glance at her, "Because I want to." This was Ino's ideal, not quite a grand dream, but rather a simple thought she had since she was young. Naruto just wanted to help her a little, to build the world she envisioned. It didn't have to be anything earth-shattering. All it took was bringing the technological advancements already emerging in the shinobi world into Konoha, adapting them to Konoha's needs, and crafting a plan for implementation. Once the plan was approved and Konoha slowly began to change, as communication between people became more convenient, maybe that would be her ideal world. It was small, but Naruto was willing to help her achieve it. Because he liked, that's all. Ino felt as if something had struck her heart, leaving her speechless and heavy-hearted. The way Naruto looked at her was so warm it could melt a person. Ino turned her head toward the entrance, her heart fluttering and unable to calm down. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "Thank me when things work out. It's too early for that now." As Naruto spoke, his eyes briefly rested on Ino's waist, while he held a round glass cup in his hand. The atmosphere in the living room grew silent. Ino avoided his gaze but quickly glanced at his clean, slender hand resting on the table. She looked away again, realizing she shouldn't stay any longer. Standing up, Ino excused herself. Naruto offered to walk her home, but Ino, who looked nervous, waved her hands and refused. Then, she scurried away like a mouse fleeing from a cat. As the day of the 5-cage summit approached, it was time to depart. People lined the streets of Konoha from one end to the other to see the Hokage off. Tsunade, the princess of the Senju clan, was about to represent Konoha at the 5-cage summit for the first time. Everyone rushed out to catch a glimpse of the legendary beauty. The scene was as lively as a grand festival, with crowds pushing and shoving to witness the spectacle. "Tsunade-sama, stay safe. I heard it's the 5-cage summit. This will make Konoha's name resound throughout the 5 great nations again. Why is she only bringing that kid? Can he handle it? The journey to the Land of Iron is long and tiring. Can Naruto really fulfill his duty and protect Hokage-sama? Who knows about that guy? He looks like he just woke up. Hey, Naruto, try to stay sharp." Looking at the densely packed crowd, Naruto suddenly became dispirited and muttered, "What a drag." Summer was almost over, and the sweltering air made it hard to breathe. With so many people packed together, waves of heat washed over them, one after another. Tsunade gave Naruto a playful smile and gently patted him on the arm. "Come on, stop complaining. The Land of Iron is still a long way off." "Oh," Naruto replied lazily, and followed her at a sluggish pace. The 5-cage summit was being held in the neutral Land of Iron, a nation made up entirely of samurai, which is situated between the great nations. The climate there was perpetually cold. While Konoha was still in the late summer, the Land of Iron had already entered winter. "Why isn't Shizune-san coming along?" Naruto asked, walking down the road with bored expression. His arms folded as he looked at Tsunade in front of him. Usually the cage of each village brings 2 guards, right? Shizune is in charge of the medical department. I asked her to stay behind and keep an eye on the village. She'll notify me through Katsuyu if anything happens. Tsunade replied casually, holding the Hokage hat in her hand. Being Hokage is such a drag. You can't even leave the village without overthinking it, Naruto complained. You talk too much. No one's asking you to be Hokage. Tsunade snapped, plopping the Hokage hat onto Naruto's head and dragging him forward by his neck, warning him. Don't cause trouble in the Land of Iron. If you provoke any princess again, you can deal with it yourself. No way, no way. I'm not a princess collector, Naruto chuckled awkwardly. When he felt the plump and soft flesh pressing against his face, he suddenly dared not move. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, on the second-floor balcony of the Hokage Tower, Shikamaru, dressed in his Chunin uniform, with his eyes drooping and one leg hooked on the railing, was lazily draped over the railing, one leg hooked on the rail as he stared off at the sun-scorched trees in the distance. A hot afternoon wind blew past, and Choji, munching on a bag of chips, stood beside him. With a crunch, he bit into a chip, his small, bean-like eyes wandering as he asked, Shikamaru, don't you think Ino has changed recently? Who knows? Shikamaru replied as he looked up at the cloudless blue sky, with boredom filling his face. Isn't she always the same? Nothing has changed, still as irritable as ever. No, it's different. The way she acts around us and the way she acts around Naruto are totally different. Choji said, crunching on more chips. My dad says when a girl changes a lot, it's usually because she's in love. You actually care about that kind of stuff? Shikamaru gave him a sideways glance. I thought you only cared about potato chips and barbecue. I just think it's nice. My dad says it's something to be happy about. Choji explained, Shikamaru, you should find someone you like too. Then, you can tell me what's so fun about being in love. Tisk. Why don't you do it? Shikamaru leaned against the wall, turning his head to glare at Choji. It's better to find someone who is more virtuous. Just don't end up with someone like my mom, she's simply. My mom's the same. Choji suddenly felt a chill running down his spine and shuddered. It's better not to think about it. Shikamaru nodded in agreement, leaning his head back against the scarlet walls. With a flick of his fingers, he coolly uttered his famous words, women are such a drag me. The wind rustled through the leaves, sending them swirling into the air. Congratulations, Ino. You're officially a Chunin now, Asuma said with a smile. Ino received the Chunin uniform and a small smile appeared on her face. Thank you, Asuma-sensei. I will continue to train hard. Training is important, but don't neglect your life outside of it. Asuma showed an expression of an experienced person, patted Ino's shoulder and said solemnly. Love is also a form of training. Ino was stunned for a moment, and her solemn expression quickly disappeared as she waved her hands in a fluster, trying to explain, Asuma-sensei, no, it's not what you think. Ino didn't know how to explain herself. It wasn't exactly love, as nothing had been said, nothing confirmed. It was just a little bit of heart fluttering. But Naruto, who knows what goes on in his head? It's impossible to fully read his thoughts. Even if I think about it logically, there's no way anyone could like someone as carefree and flirtatious as him. Impossible. Well, except for Hinata. Thinking of this, Ino felt a bit frustrated again. I really don't know what kind of spell Naruto had cast on Hinata to make the dignified Hyuga clan's heiress fall for someone like him. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. She shook her head and looked at Asuma seriously. Asuma-sensei, I am definitely not in love. Echu? Naruto sniffled as he pulled 2 white Konoha cloaks from his seal space, put one on himself, then turned around and handed the other to Tsunade. The further west they went, the colder it became. After nightfall, the temperature difference became more pronounced. I don't need it. Tsunade teased, looking at him with amusement. Why? Your body can't hold on any longer. The journey to the land of iron is still long. How will you manage? Tsunade was wearing her usual green robe, looking completely unfazed. I'll manage somehow. Not taking care of your body when you're young will cause problems later, Naruto said, but swallowed back the cheeky remark about the consequences of neglecting one's health. He didn't dare say such things in front of Tsunade. You'll pay for it in the future, he added. Seeing that Tsunade didn't take the cloak, Naruto simply draped it over her himself. Shinobi aren't supposed to be masochists. There's no point in needlessly toughing it out. Can't you keep yourself warm by speeding up the flow of your chakra? Tsunade rolled her eyes and said, I think that should have been taught that in the academy. I skipped class and didn't listen, he muttered gloomily as he trudged ahead, his steps uneven. Tsunade clicked her tongue but didn't remove the cloak, as night fell. The two sat around a campfire, resting. The firelight illuminated Tsunade's face, which was still full of youthful vitality. Ninjutsu truly was magical. In different hands, it produced vastly different effects. Orochimaru had seen hope in immortality, while Tsunade had simply used it to preserve her youthful appearance. The Senju clan's bloodline was extraordinary, and it wasn't unusual for them to live for a century or more with good health. Whenever Naruto looked at Tsunade, he couldn't help but imagine her as one of the immortal cultivators from a Shenchian novel. Someone who looked like a young maiden despite being 4 or 5 decades old, completely timeless. While he was lost in his thoughts, Tsunade frowned at the fire, deep in thought. Throughout their journey, information had been delivered to her via messenger birds, and even though she was far from Konoha, her mind was still preoccupied with the village. Naruto found it rather boring. We're already outside, but she still had to care about that broken village. He got up and slowly set up a tent from his seal space, preparing water for cleaning themselves. He even considered pulling out a bathtub. Shinobi usually have sealing scrolls to store things when they go out, and Tsunade had one as well, but it mostly contained clothing and basic necessities. She knew Naruto could carry much more, so she'd entrusted him with the luggage before they set out. Naruto grumbled as he set up the tent, feeling like a palace servant catering to the whims of a royal. And not just any royal, as Tsunade had declared that no man could ever catch her interest. Well, she wasn't wrong about that. Who can be more impressive than her? She had taken a 20-year break and returned, and people still recognized her as the princess of the Senju clan. Some say woman's debut was her peak, but in Tsunade's case, she had never left the peak. After traveling for about half a month, The temperature became colder as they got closer to the Land of Iron. Fortunately, they found a small inn within the borders of the Land of Iron as a place to rest. With it, at least they didn't have to camp in the wild. Although camping wasn't terrible, sharing a tent with Tsunade was pure torture for Naruto. Tsunade probably didn't take a little man like him seriously. After her bath, she casually threw on some clothes and returned to the tent to review more intelligence reports. The information from Konoha had flowed non-stop, and Tsunade had been managing it all throughout their journey. And even after them being away for over half a month, Danzo hadn't caused any waves. The disappearance of the Kyuubi had little impact on Konoha, thanks to Sanagakure's alliance. Instead, Danzo's series of self-destructive maneuvers had led to his own downfall. Tsunade had been relentless in her crackdown on the route, with her actions openly targeting Danzo. Naruto had also been keeping a close eye on him, waiting for the day when he couldn't hold back any longer. In the Land of Iron, at the inn, outside, snow blanketed the ground, and the wind howled through the cold night. At Naruto's insistence, they booked 2 separate rooms. Tsunade had no objections, so they each retired to their rooms for a while. As Naruto stepped out of his room, he saw Tsunade emerging from hers. Tsunade, wearing a white bathrobe and holding a jug of sake in her right hand, glanced at him nonchalantly. "Chat?" she asked. "Okay." Naruto nodded. The steam from the hot spring filled the air as Naruto plunged into the water with a loud splash, letting out a satisfied groan. The exhaustion from the journey seemed to melt away instantly at this moment. Tsunade gathered her loose golden hair, frowning slightly as she pressed her lips together. With a splash, she entered the water. It was a bit hot but bearable. Then, she recalled Naruto's speech from a few days ago and found it somewhat reasonable. Shinobi didn't need to endure every discomfort just to prove their difference from ordinary people. So, she let herself sink into the water, softly exhaling as a quiet moan escaped her throat. Her pale skin rippled as she moved, causing gentle waves in the pool. The same hot spring, separated by a thin bamboo partition dividing the men's and women's sections. With a splash from the other side, Naruto stiffened, startled by the sound coming from Tsunade's side. Damn, what the hell is that woman up to again? After taking a few deep breaths to calm down, he sat back down, leaning against the edge of the hot spring as he gazed at the mist swirling around him. The inn was simple, and at this hour, there were no other guests. In fact, he and Tsunade were the only ones staying there. The innkeeper was a middle-aged man with a lame leg and didn't talk much. Outside the inn, the wind and snow were howling, which was completely different from the climate in Konoha. Though they had rented 2 rooms, but in fact, they were just 2 super large shared rooms. Naruto lay in the bath, recalling the scenes when they checked in the inn. The innkeeper's voice had been low and weak, as though he might collapse at any moment. All are mixed accommodation. There are 4 large rooms upstairs, and each can accommodate 8 people. If you want 2 rooms, you have to pay the price of 4. The place was quite simple, and the prices were quite high, but fortunately, it was clean, so Naruto didn't argue and paid for 2 rooms without hesitation. There usually weren't many visitors, and the hot spring was divided in half with just a bamboo partition. They had hastily slapped a sign on the doors. Men on the left, women on the right. The water in the bath was clear, likely because there weren't many customers. In reality, it was all just one pool of hot spring. The bamboo partition was old, and through its gaps, Naruto could faintly see the steam rising on the other side. It wasn't enough to see anything clearly, not that he had the courage to peek. After Tsunade's soft moan, there was no more movement and the hot spring suddenly became quiet. Naruto finally relaxed, sinking into the water to enjoy his soak, but before he could fully settle in, Tsunade's voice drifted through the bamboo barrier. "What do you think of Danzo?" she asked calmly, and the sound of drinking could be vaguely heard. "Disband the route, preferably uproot it completely." Naruto replied, "Danzo is only harmful to the village and is completely hindering Konoha's progress. Now's not the time. We'll have to wait a bit longer." Tsunade's voice came through again. There was no emotional fluctuation, but it revealed a hint of weariness. "I know, you don't need to remind me of that. I'm not in a hurry. These things can't be rushed." Naruto chuckled. He understood that Tsunade's words were more of an explanation for his sake. But what Tsunade didn't know was that he had already found a way to counter the biggest threat from Danzo, Izanagi. Using Jashin's hymn, he could nullify its effects directly. Danzo could fall at any moment now, and to Naruto, it didn't matter when. He was like fish on a chopping board, ready to be cut whenever the time was right. "Good. As long as you understand." Tsunade tilted her head back and took a sip of her sake, leaning against the bamboo partition. Through the mist, her imposing figure loomed large. "I thought you would be angry and feel that it's unfair. I didn't think that much about it. If I really calculate everything carefully, nothing will ever add up." Naruto sighed and said, unusually contemplative, "Some people shine brightly, while others are covered in rust. In the final analysis, you still have to fight for it yourself. Fairness is something you punch your way to." You've treated me well enough, Tsunade-sama. I feel guilty if I were to hold a grudge. You don't owe me anything, and you don't need to feel guilty, and when I need you, I won't be polite about it. You said a lot, but none of them were what I wanted to hear. Tsunade rubbed her temples. You said it well, but don't say those empty guilty sentiments next time. With that, Naruto heard the sound of her gulping down more sake. Tsunade enjoyed drinking, and a little alcohol didn't harm her, and it actually helped her relax and rejuvenate. However, she never smoked. Smoking makes people age quickly, and once the organs are damaged, it is difficult to reverse the damage. Even if Tsunade is proficient in medical ninjutsu, it is impossible for her to purify herself. Naruto had once seen Jiraiya smoke, though he rarely did so in front of others, and that time was just an accident. He saw Jiraiya squatting on the stone steps where the light from the store could not reach, with flickering lights dotted in the darkness. When Jiraiya smoked, he was silent, and his whole being seemed to have aged. It was as if the weight of the shinobi world's fate rested on his shoulders. His life had always been about fulfilling the great Toad Sage's prophecy, and he never really lived for himself. When he was young, he trained disciples, only for them to die, and his comrade, Orochimaru, defected from the village. After wandering the world for half his life, his teacher also died, at the hands of his most talented student, Orochimaru. From now on, Jiraiya would continue living according to the great Toad Sage's prophecy. According to the prophecy, Jiraiya's future has changed, and he would eventually settle in a lively place, surrounded by the noise of people. As his thoughts drifted away, Naruto felt that this ending was good for Jiraiya. For Jiraiya, his mission was to find a way to bring peace to the shinobi world and find the child of prophecy. His love was for the greater good. First the peace of the shinobi world, then Konoha, and finally, himself, who was often powerless to control his own fate. After a period of silence, the sound of water splashing suddenly came from the other end, breaking the silence. That necklace I gave you, are you still wearing it? Tsunade asked softly. Yeah, it's still on me. Naruto replied, touching the necklace hanging from his chest. Then, he couldn't help but think to himself, it seems that curse, which had claimed lives before me, didn't seem to work on me. Could it be that I really am invincible? Wear it well, don't lose it. Got it, I won't lose it. After soaking for half an hour, Naruto left, dressed, and sat by the curtain at the entrance, quietly waiting for Tsunade to finish. About 10 minutes later, Tsunade came out, looking slightly surprised to see Naruto waiting for her. Her wet golden hair draped over one side, dampening the collar of her clothes. As she reached into her chest to adjust her innerwear, she asked, "Waiting for me?" "Yes, we can warm up by the fire downstairs," he said as he skillfully handed over a towel for wiping hair to Tsunade. This simple inn naturally didn't provide these, so he had prepared them himself. The advantage of having a seal space immediately became apparent, as he didn't even need to carry a sealing scroll. Tsunade took the towel without a word, wrapped her hair, and headed downstairs with crisp steps. The innkeeper had disappeared, and a kettle of water was boiling in the middle of the room, with firewood stacked nearby. Firewood was free. You had to add it yourself if you wanted to warm up. The fire pit wasn't showing any flames anymore, so Naruto sat down first and skillfully arranged the wood to start a small fire. Seeing Naruto blew on the kindling, trying to make the fire grow little and little, Tsunade was speechless. After a moment, she couldn't help but commented, "Can't you just use ninjutsu?" "It's almost there," Naruto replied without raising his head and continued to blow on the fire. Hearing this, Tsunade rolled her eyes at him, sat there waiting while hugging her chest with her wet hair hanging down. Sure enough, the fire soon crackled to life, and its warmth began to spread. Sitting by the fire, Tsunade let her hair dry slowly. The light from the flames illuminated her snow-white skin, casting a soft glow on her figure. Naruto glanced at her once but quickly looked away, feeling the heat rise to his face. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back. He set up a grill over the fire and began quietly preparing dinner. The inn offered meals, but they charged 300 ryo for a set of dishes. If the guests didn't mind, they could eat whatever the inn had, but they had to eat before it was too late. When they had arrived, it was already late, so Naruto figured they'd have to fend for themselves. The innkeeper had come out earlier to warn them not to go out at night. It's not safe around the village lately. Some strange folks have shown up, and it's dangerous to go out at night, he said and left quickly after the warning. Naruto looked at Tsunade and blinked. The latter calmly took out the unfinished sake and slowly heated it by the fire, showing no curiosity about the situation. "Tsunade-sama, you sure have great self-control," Naruto praised. "Are you curious?" Tsunade gave him a sidelong glance, her unconsciously sultry look laced with slight annoyance. No, not at all. We're leaving tomorrow anyway." He chuckled awkwardly. "Even if something strange is going on, we won't find out until we reach one of the towns in the Land of Iron. This place is too desolate, and there's nothing interesting." "Good." She took the sake back comfortably, frowned and took a sip to test the temperature. "When traveling, don't be too curious." "Got it." he replied, and then folded the meat slices and pushed them over to Tsunade in a very servile manner. Tsunade, despite her words, accepted Naruto's offering without complaint. She sat by the fire, savoring the warmth and the food, then asked, "Do you want to know about the necklace?" Naruto wanted to refuse, but seeing that Tsunade seemed like she wanted to talk about it, he nodded, "I do." Tsunade paused for a moment, took another swig of sake, and then slowly began telling the story behind the necklace. She talked about the story of the Shodem Hokage, moving on to the childhood of the Sannin, and then eventually spoke of her younger brother, Nawaki. Naruto responded in a disjointed manner. He was indeed a good listener. He neither made Tsunade feel that he was perfunctory nor did he make anyone feel that he was listening very seriously. It was as if he was playing the role of a stranger. The feeling of being able to tell a stranger about your past without holding back is somewhat irresistible, even addictive. Then, her story gradually reached the part about Kato Dan.